Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, people from all over. Karibuni sana kwa hii show. Another interesting one, another good one, another fine one, another awesome show just about to happen in a few. All right, welcome to this great conversation we are about to have. Nijuze unanitazama ukiwa wapi, lakini zaidi ya yote karibu kwa hii show. Karibisha wawili watatu kwa kulike, kwa kusubscribe to Afric 24 and let us keep the conversation going. I'm your host Jex, the moderator. Jamaa mmekuja kupenda na show mmekuja kungojea. Show kali, show fiti, show yenyu. Asante sana. All right. Naona tayari wengi wamejaja. Good year, I see you already. Wengi wamesha like hii video. Asante sana Patrick Lumumba kwa kulike hii video. Ruga Babu, asante kwa kulike hii video. Sami D, asante kwa kulike hii video. Wadau, welcome to this awesome conversation we are about to have. Wewe mmejaja na nawakaribisha tu sana. Welcome to this show. I see Dr. Rika unasema hi. Nijuze hapo kwa ujumbe unanitazama ukiwa wapi. This is your show. Namuona Paul Mwangi unasema vipi? Karibu sana Paul Mwangi. Like this video, subscribe to Afric 24. Let us have an awesome conversation. Tuko tayari kuwa na show kali, show fiti, show moja ya kishua. Naona mesha ako ndani. Asante sana. Asante. I tell you, I am seeing you mmejaja, ninawaona. Asante sana. I see you. Let me see you hapo kwa comment section. Naona Joshua Dedi anasema maandamano lazima. Dominic Midi anasema hello guys, what's the topic? Topic ndio hiyo hapo kwa screen ina flow chini ya jina langu, angalia hapo chini. David Obere unasema hi, how are you? Peter Omon Mutende unasema hi, niaje boss? Asante sana, how are you? Excited Camel, I see you. Aha, ninakuona. Ochieng Willis, ninakuona. Asante sana. Bamburi Channel unasema uko China, karibu sana. Morris Ojwang, I see you. Unasema uko ndani kabisa. Asante. Boven Okombe uko ndani, asante. Joel uko ndani. Joseph Njoroge uko ndani, unasema uko ndani maeneo ya London, karibu. Ruth unasema hi, unasema maandamano tuko mbele. All right. Samson Elim, I see you. Emmanuel Keruso, I see you. Unatazama ukiwa wapi? Let me know hapo kwa comment section. Wadau, comment ndio hizo zinaingia mbio. Like hii video, nitakuwa nasoma wale ambao wana like hii video na pia wale ambao wana subscribe to Afric 24. Naona Michael Tatira like hii video, asante sana. Ochieng Willis like hii video. Kush Morris like hii video. Alphonse Nzioka like hii video. Kenneth Gay, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Messages ni mingi na zinaingia mbio. Izesh Mfinyi, I see you, asante sana. Mdumez B, I see you. Aha. Michael Mbuke, I see you. Unasema maandamano lazima. Jackson Kisilu unasema you are watching from where? From Som. I don't know Som ni wapi, lakini karibu sana. Asante sana. Michael Tatiro, I see you. Joseph Kisilu, asante. Izesh Mfinyi, I think nilikuwa nimesoma hizo. Emmanuel Kuresoi, I see you. Samson Ebenyo, I see you. Hey. Message ni kibao. Excited, I see you. Peter, I see you. David Ombwegera, I see you. Aha. Nijuze unanitazama ukiwa wapi? Namwona Emmanuel Kuresoi ananiambia kwa maeneo ya Kilifi. Watu wa Kilifi vipi? Karibuni sana. Ninayo show moja kali, show fiti. Hii mtapenda wadau. This one you must love. This one you must enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a great show lined up for you. So just sit down, relax, and enjoy. But above all, like, subscribe, and join the Afric 24 family. Here we are doing it in style and fashion. All right. I told you hii mwaka ni ile mwaka. I see Contas Anjiko akondani unasema Katambe. Mark Obado unasema tumechelewa sana. Maandamano lazima. What do you think? What do you make of the cause for maandamano? Watu wamezidi kuongezeka ambao wanaitisha maandamano. Wewe mahali huko, are you ready for maandamano? Is this what will solve the issues in our country? I don't know. I need to hear from you. Mwana Michael Tiro anasema niko ndani uko maeneo ya Kihancha maeneo ya Kuria. Karibu sana. Eddie Wafula unasema Ruto is going nowhere. Alright, namuona Michael Kihandi ako ndani. Joseph Njoroge unasema kama mbaya mbaya. Ruth unasema how can we enter the show? Alright, saa hizi tu ndio hii link inaingia, link ya kujoin show. Amtaki hata ni wajuze na video. Okay, alright. Aya, link ndio hiyo inaingia kwa studio. Sasa ukiwa hapo kwa comment section, hapo tu kwa comment, kama uko kwa YouTube, kama uko kwa Facebook, kuna comments zinaingia. Hiyo comment inaingia kupitia Africa 24, Leo TV, Kenya Digital, Kenya News, Mtembei TV na Mtembei Facebook. Ukiguza either hizo link inakutuma mahali panaitwa StreamYard. Ukifika hapo, washa kamera, washa mic, alafu andika jina, lazima uandike jina alafu click enter. Ukiclick enter unajikuta kwa studio. Narudia tena, hiyo link inakaa hivi. Hiyo link kwa comment section inakaa hivi. Hiyo link ndo unaguza, ukiiguza tu, ukitap on it, inakupeleka StreamYard. Hiyo tu jina unaona hapo kwa screen, jina StreamYard. Hapo lazima uwashe kamera, uandike jina na uwashe mic alafu click enter. Zote ziko hapo, lazima uziactivate ili uweze kuingia. Usipo activate hata ukiingia sitaweza kukuona. So lazima uactivate mic na uactivate camera alafu uclick enter. Wadau mko maeneo gani? Let me know where you are joining in from. Namuona Jama Side anasema all the best for my country Kenya. Wadau comments kibao. Emmanuel Kuresu anasema maandamano haiwezi ikaleta suluhisho guys. Maoni yako ni yapi? Maoni yako ni yapi? Je, maandamano italeta suluhisho? Watu ambao wameanza kuitisha maandamano wameongezeka. Ilikuwa tu ni Raila Odinga ambaye aliitisha juzi tuliporuka tu hivi mwaka, alikuwa wa kwanza kusema ni wakati, it's about time that tufikirie ni aje tutamshusha Zakayo, jinsi alivyomuita Rais William Ruto. Akasema kwamba ni wakati umefika, muda na fursa ni hii ya kuhakikisha mwaka huu, kinyume na mwaka wa 2023, lazima mambo kadhaa zizingatiwe. Moja hapo ni ya kwamba lazima tusukishe gharama ya maisha, lazima kodi ishukishwe, lazima tax ishukishwe. Na anakaa ambaye ameambiwa shuke ni Zakayo. Namuona Shiko Atindike amelike hii video, asante sana Shiko. Namuona Mesh Kito amelike hii video, thank you very much. Richard Osoro asante kwa kulike hii video. Bernard Juma, Barnabas Juma sorry, amelike hii video. Namuona Raymond Salim amelike hii video. Jimmy Njuguna amelike hii video. Caleb Omom amelike hii video. Michael Tiro amelike hii video. Charles amelike hii video. Like hii video hapo kwa YouTube, like hii video hapo kwa Facebook. Like tu, kuguza kulike ni free of charge, so tafadhali like venye ninaona mnafanya, na nashukuru sana. Asante kwa mapenzi yenyu ya kulike. Alright, namuona Thomas anasema maandamano is the only language Ruto can listen to. I think I should project some of these sentiments. Thomas anasema maandamano is the only language Ruto can listen to. He's ruling this country like a supermarket, like his supermarket. All right, jamaa anajiita Juma anasema maandamano lazima. Good day anasema vipi? That some people have become professional protesters. Not a great idea, just dragging the country down. All right, maoni yenyu ni yapi? Nijuze hapo kwa comment section, unasema vipi Emmanuel Kuresoi anasema maandamano haiwezi ikaleta suluhisho. All right, maoni kinzani. Namuona Jamaa Said anasema all the best my country Kenya. Okay, all right, maoni yako ni yapi? Maoni yako ni yapi? Wewe unakubaliana na maandamano? Maandamano je, italeta suluhisho? Sijui maoni yako ni yapi, lakini nitajaribu kuyaleta hapo kwa screen ili wengi wakaona. Namuona Ruth anasema aje? Ruth anasema ya kwamba zimekuwa nyingi mpaka zinaruka. Lakini anasema hivi ya kwamba hello guys, maandamano tuko mbele. Jamaa anajiita nani? Samson ako maeneo ya Turkana County na anasema Turkana wako locked. Emmanuel Kreso anasema tuko ndani kabisa, asante. Jamaa anaitwa Mbake Michael anasema maandamano lazima. Ezesh anasema vipi? Let the lungs dance aka maandamano begin all right. Mapema ndio best, Ruto must go, even ndio bei, anasema. Jamaa anaitwa nani hapa? Jamaa anaitwa Jackson Kisuli, anasema I'm watching from Som, all right. Niko ndani, maandamano lazima. Huyu jamaa akiwa Kuria, anaitwa Michael Tatiro, asante sana Michael. Namuona jamaa anaitwa nani hapa, anaitwa Michael Kahindi, nimekuona, asante, umetuma emoji, I see you. Na wengi ujumbe ni kibao. Nisipo project ni kwa sababu ujumbe ni kibao na inaingia kwa kasi sana. Nijuze tu hapo kwa comment section maoni yako ni yapi. Zaidi ya yote, like hii video kwa YouTube, like hii video kwa Facebook. Sana sana kabisa kabisa, like hii video. Alright, nianze na wapi? Wacha nianze na jinsi tulivyoanza mwaka. Tulianza hivi wadau.
Kesho itakuwa 31, tutaanza mwaka mpya. Wakenya wameteseka mwaka hii 2022. Walianza hii mwaka 2023 ikiwa walikuwa na matumaini. Maana yake kulikuwa na ahadi ambayo ilitolewa na hawa jamaa. Walisema wakiingia katika serikali hadi mahasla watasikia vizuri. Mahasla, mama mboga, jua kali, boda boda, yale ikawa ni maneno peke yake. Yale yakuwa maneno tupu ambayo yalikuwa haina maana, ni kama kunyamba kwa punda. Kwa Wakenya wamesikia vibaya mwaka 2023, wana matumaini mwaka 24. Lakini sisi wenyewe tulisema gharama maisha ilikuwa ni juu, tukaambia serikali wasiongeze ushuru, wakazidi kuongeza ushuru, na hiyo ndio imeleta hasara kubwa kwa Wakenya. Tunasema mwaka mpya hii sheria ya kodi mpaka itolewe, ile finance bill mpaka itolewe. Usipotoa hiyo finance bill, tutarudi kwenye uwanja, tutaambia Wakenya turudi uwanjani. Tufanye namna hiyo. Nataka tufanye namna hiyo. Wakazi wanaunga mkono, nione mkono hapa. Tangenya ni unsane kisikukuma beji kumoria hii.
Alright. So that is how turuka mwaka. Hiyo ilikuwa a day before turuke mwaka. Raila Odinga akasema mwaka huu itakuwa ni ile mwaka ambayo lazima vitu kama the financial bill zirejeshwe tena na ziangaliwe upya, la sivyo watu warudi uwanjani. Akasisitiza ya kwamba
Zakayo shuka, wananchi wanaumia.
Zakayo naambia washuka.
Zakayo shuka, wananchi wanaumia. Zakayo shuka, wananchi wanaumia. Tulisema ati mwaka jana, tulisema punda imechoka. Tunasema punda imeanguka. Punda imeanguka sasa, hawezi kutembea. Sio? Anazidi tu kuweka mzigo. Kuweka mzigo. Wakenya wamechoka, sivyo? Watu hatawezi kula sikukuu sawa. Mwaka jana walikuwa nasema ati Uhuru aliwacha hazina ambayo ilikuwa tupu, kuna chochote. Tumerithi kitu ambayo kuna chochote, hata ukoko ilikuwa kuna ndani ya nyungu. Mwaka moja mzima sasa. Kitu gani mawazoea kupika ugali mpya? Ni kitu gani? Wale wanapandisha tu ushuru.
Huu 2024 ikiwa mzuri kuliko ile ya 2023. Tunataka ushuru ishuke. Gharama ya maisha irudi chini. Zakayo awache kutoza watu ushuru. Zakayo ashuke, aje hapa chini pamoja na sisi.
All right. So that was what that's how we began the year. And we thought maybe hizo calls za kuitisha maandamano zitaisha, lakini next week next week kuna wajamaa tayari wamejipanga. Kuna wajamaa wameamua, unajua ni aje, umeamua kuvamia koti, umeamua kuvamia majaji. Now next week we must go on protest. Listen in before I bring you the latest person who has called for maandamano.
Of Kenya has called for nationwide peaceful mass demonstrations against President William Ruto and his attacks on the judiciary. LSK President Eric Theuri says the president's attacks on the justice system, if allowed to continue, will slide the country into unprecedented anarchy. Stephen Leto reports.
President William Ruto's remarks have rattled players in the justice system who have come out to take him on. The Law Society of Kenya says the president's attack on the judiciary are taking Kenyans towards a dangerous legal cliff that threatens to topple the rule of law.
The president, therefore, as the foremost custodian of the rule of law, should refrain from undermining the judiciary and instead utilize legal avenues at his disposal to challenge decisions that he finds.
Lawyers and advocates' umbrella body lashed out at the president, accusing him of praising the courts when they favor him and condemning the same courts when they rule against his successors.
That before an hyena feeds on its cub, it starts accusing them of smelling like goats. And that is what we are saying, that roadside declarations of allegations of corruptions against judges is not something that the head of state should engage in.
LSK reminded the head of state that there exist legal mechanisms through the Judicial Service Commission to investigate and make proper recommendations on rogue judicial officers. LSK has called for nationwide mass demonstrations for the entire next week to condemn the president.
The Law Society would be organizing a countrywide peaceful demonstrations where we will read and affirm the oath that each and every one of the advocates of the High Court of Kenya took.
We therefore are calling upon all members of the Law Society of Kenya to don purple ribbons throughout the coming week.
The Kenya Human Rights Commission has also voiced its displeasure against the president's remarks, observing that they were meant to intimidate the judicial officers and are a recipe for trouble.
So really, if a president makes such statements, then probably the judiciary might end up getting intimidated by such statements. But we expect the judiciary to be independent.
The International Commission of Jurists termed the president's remarks a sign of a growing bad blood between the executive and the judiciary, accusing the former of sinister intentions.
We have to obey judicial orders, and so when the president says that projects will continue regardless, it means that now we are moving outside the constitution into another realm that will bring anarchy.
A majority of judicial actors have indicated support for LSK's push for a mass demos to present petitions to the office of the Attorney General. Stephen.
Oh, sorry for that. Now, next week, starting Monday, lawyers, of course, led by LSK, wamesema they're going for protest. Kalonzo Musyoka has echoed those sentiments, saying he will join them. Now, the person who spoke today, the person who has informed this show tonight, is none other than Jimmy Wanjigi. Jimmy Wanjigi today, in a statement, says that, you know what, Kenyans ni time. It's time tuende kwa maandamano kwa sababu hizi stories za taxes zimekuwa too much, you know. Just today farmers as well wamejoin list ya wale ambao watakuwa taxed. I'll be telling you more about why farmers, kama wewe ni mkulima, you have made the list. KRA will be coming for you. On Monday, when schools will be open, some heads of schools might increase school fees. On Monday, when our children will be going to school, Edu Afya will not be there. Edu Afya ilikuwa inasaidia watoto wakigonjeka wakiwa pale shuleni, walikuwa wanaenda hospitali wanatibiwa pasipo malipo. Lakini kuanzia Monday wanaporudi shuleni hakuna hakuna hiyo Edu Afya. Hence, wewe kama mzazi unapopeleka mtoto wako shule, you're not guaranteed that they will get proper medication or proper treatment, because in any case hawezi enda hospitali jinsi walivyokuwa wakienda na wanatumia NIMS. Yeah? Karo nayo ndio hiyo, gharama ya maisha ndio hiyo. So Jimmy Wanjigi today has said something. Listen in, then I'll come back and explain all that. All right?
Wa chama cha Safina Jimmy Wanjigi amemwonya Rais William Ruto kuwa Wakenya wanaweza kushawishika kuiasi serikali kutokana na ushuru wa juu wa bidhaa na huduma mbalimbali unaowakandamiza wengi. Wanjigi alizungumza kwenye mazishi ya katibu mkuu wa chama hicho John Dominic Mwangaza huko Kinoo katika eneo bunge la Kikuyu, kaunti ya Kiambu.
Na muwezi kila siku mnaamuka mnatuumiza, mnaleta ushuru, mnaleta sijui nini, na kwanza ni watu wa hapa ambao wanaumia zaidi. Kweli ama si kweli? Ni watu wa hapa wanaumia zaidi, na watu wa hapa ndio waliweka nyinyi. Kweli ama si kweli? Kama si nyinyi wangekuwa hapo basi, halafu wanakuja kumchezea. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Na mjue hii ni Januari 2024. Mmepatiwa the truth. Muko na miezi 3 namna hii. Kama hamutabadilisha hii mwenendo, haya.
Kama hawatabadilisha, kila siku ukiamka kuna katax mahali, kila siku ukiamka kodi fulani imepandishwa, kila siku ukiamka kuna kitu imeongezwa bei, kuna kitu imepanda. Every single day hakuna kitu inashuka. Tangu Rais William Ruto aingie, alituahidi bottom up, na ni ukweli imekuwa bottom up. Chochote kilichokuwa chini sasa kiko up. All right? Any price that was bottom now is struggling at up position. All right, Karibu sana kwa hii show. Ninao wengi ambao wananijoin. Asante sana wewe ambaye unajiunga nasi kwa hii show. Jiunge nasi kupitia link ambao ninakutumia hapo kwa comment section. Hiyo link ambayo inaingia kwa comment section inakuleta moja kwa moja hadi kwa studio. Ukiingia kwa studio lazima uwashe kamera, uandike jina na uweke mic on. Ukifanya hivyo unajikuta umeingia kwa show. Hiyo link inaingia kupitia jina StreamYard. Tumia hiyo StreamYard, itakuleta hapa kwa studio. Je, maoni yako ni yapi? Wewe unakubaliana na Jimmy Wanjigi? Gharama ya maisha imekuwa too much. Raila Odinga anasema maisha imekuwa too much. Of course pia LSK, ingawa wao wanazua kwa sababu ya vile koti wametishiwa, but wanasema kwamba kuanzia Jumatatu wiki ambayo inakuja, kuanzia Monday watu wanaingia kwa protest. Amewauliza mawakili wote wakavalie ribbons za purple. I will be googling what kuvaa ribbons ya purple inamaanisha, and I'll be telling you just now. And wameungwa mkono na pia senior counsel Kalonzo Musyoka kwamba next week Monday wajiunge na hiyo protest. Now, sijui maoni yako ni yapi, lakini hivyo ndio tunaanza show. Lakini hapo kwa comment section pia unaweza kutumia ujumbe na ukatueleza kama unakubaliana na semi za Jimmy Wanjigi, semi za Raila Odinga, semi za Kalonzo Musyoka, semi za mawakili ya kwamba it's time twende maandamano ili Ruto ajue ghadhabu ya Wakenya, ajue ya kwamba Wakenya hawafurahishwi na taxes. Sijui maoni yako ni yapi. Hiyo ndio show ya leo. Pia tutazingatia stories za Governor Kawira Mwangaza kuhusiana na kifo chake ama mauaji ya jamaa aliyeitwa Snipper kule Meru. All right. I'll be telling you more about that. Lakini kwanza, sehemu ya kwanza ya hii show tuna discuss hizi stories za maandamano. Zimekuwa nyingi, wengi wanaitisha. Sasa sijui kama ni joto bado haijashika vizuri ama ni wewe raia hauyuko tayari. Nijuze tu ili tujue ni nini natuma these calls zinaongezeka kila uchao. Itakapotimia, are you ready for it? Alright, ninaye jamaa beshte yangu ambaye amenijoin, anaitwa Mr. G. Mr. G vipi? Mr. G kaka vipi?
Poa sana Jex.
Aha, za kushinda kaka, uko vipi?
Niko poa, habari yako?
Sisi tu wazima. Sasa watu wengi wanaongezeka, idadi ya wanaoitisha maandamano inazidi kupanda kila uchao. Watu wanadai ya kwamba unajua ni aje, ni wakati raia wajitokeze ili waweze kushurutisha hii serikali kwa sababu ya kuharibu uchumi, kwa sababu ya kuongeza kodi, kwa sababu ya increase taxes left, right and center. From where you sit, maandamano unaona kama ndio suluhu?
Okay, you know Jex, mimi ni supporter wa baba. Okay, angalia kwanza, just look at my network kama iko sawa ama haiko sawa. Nasika vizuri ama kwa sababu nasikia kikatakata
saa.
I don't know
if it's on uko sawa kabisa.
Okay, sawa. So I was saying that I'm a baba supporter. Na mimi nakubaliana sana na maandamano. But now the question that I have ni kuwa with Jimmy Wanjigi and all this issue ya maandamano, what is the end game? Hiyo ndio kitu ambacho najiuliza. Kwa sababu tumekuwa na hii maandamano for a long time, but kumbuka tukiwa na maandamano, it is our guys from Nyanza, Wajaluo and from Western, Wabaluya ndo wanauliwa sana. You see? Kila wakati tunakuwa nao au jamaa wanakuwa targeted kuuliwa. So tukiwa na maandamano sahi, what is the end game ya hii maandamano? Na people ready for this maandamano ama tu ni kuongea? Because me I thought it was better tungeongea mostly on revolution than this issue of maandamano, because maandamano hawa jamaa watakuja tu kuuliwa na sioni kama kutakuwa na any suluhu.
All right. Now Jimmy Wanjigi anasema hii gharama imekuwa too much. Hii gharama ama kodi ambao mwananchi anatozwa kila uchao increase, na hiyo ndio sababu kamili ambayo inafanya wengi wajitokeze kwa barabara ama wengi wanaitwa wakajitokeza kwa barabara. Wewe huoni kama hilo ni swala tosha la kufanya wengi wakajitokeza endapo watu wataitwa maandamano?
No, kujitokeza watu watajitokeza, but kumbuka wale ambao wanajitokeza ni wale wale ndo watajitokeza. Those people ambao wanatoka kila wakati, that is from Nyanza, from Western and from Kisii. Those are the people ambao watajitokeza. Hao wengine I'm not sure kama wako ready, even though wanaitisha maandamano, but I'm not sure if they are really ready for this maandamano. Okay, hali ni ngumu na kila mtu amekinywa. Kila mtu amekinywa na watu wanalia kwa sababu
kidogo tu kupitia link ambao nimekutumia hapo kwa comment section, unaingia kupitia StreamYard. StreamYard ndio itakuleta hapa. Ukiguza tu hiyo link itakufungulia kitu kingine inaitwa StreamYard. Ukiifungua, asha kamera, andika jina, asha mic, alafu click enter, unajikuta uko kwa show. Jamaa anaitwa Senteu. Senteu vipi? Senteu, habari ya leo? Mic yako iko sawa, endelea sasa. Alright, Senteu wanapojiandaa. Jamaa, NM Fighter, habari ya leo?
Niko salama, mambo?
Niko fine, karibu sana kwa show.
Oh, that's good, thank you.
Asante sana. Senteu, sasa unanisikia?
Sorry, are you talking to me?
No, najaribu kumsalamia Senteu, lakini ni sawa. Ndakuja kwenyu nyote tu saa hizi. Alright, Senteu, asante sana. Naja kwenyu tu saa hizi tu. Naona Museu Jafet amesema tumechoka. Maoni yake Museu. Elvis anasema kulingana na uchumi ni kugumu lazima watu watoke nje wakaandamane. Alright, hiyo ni maoni yake Elvis Mkulima. Alright, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Jamaa anasema ni upuzi, anaitwa Peter Lekelu Sarabu. Anasema maandamano, wajipange na maandamano. Jamaa anaitwa Eric anasema ya kwamba lazima tulilie hali yetu. Alright. Anji naye anasema vipi? Mimi sijui ni Mungu mgani aliumba hii serikali yenye ni kichwa ngumu. We, maoni yenyu makali, maoni yanaingia thick and fast. Asante sana, zidi kutuma ujumbe wako. Naona Esi anasema siungi mkono Jimmy Wanjigi, hiyo ni kutumia a common mwananchi to protect their properties. Hii ni njia moja, hawataki kulipa taxes. Tax has been there since memorial time. Tax ni lazima, si tafadhali. We Esi, asante sana kwa maoni yako sugu. We nakwambia maoni ni kibao, siwezi weza kuzisoma zote, siwezi weza kuziguzia zote, lakini wezi zitume tu tutaweza kuzingamua sasa hivi, na tunaendelea na hii show. Bwana NM Fighter, wacha nikuulize. Watu wanasema ya kwamba ni wakati wa kuenda maandamano, ni wakati wa kufanya hii serikali ikubali mwito ya kwamba lazima ishukishe gharama ya maisha, lazima ishukishe taxes. Wewe unaona kama hiyo itawezekana, kwanza kushukisha gharama ya maisha, ama maandamano kama itaweza kufanya gharama ya maisha ishuke? Kitu tumejaribu hapo mbeleni, tukijaribu tena, what do you think? Will we manage to lower the cost of living, to lower taxes if we go on protest at the moment?
Jax, thanks for giving me that this opportunity. And I want to be clear on this because my friend who has just left, he said something, and I think is very correct. After going to Maandamano, what is the end game? Are we going to manage what we are purporting to bring about? The issue here is not about the living standards. It's about what people have made to be the routine. They just want to undermine a life even when there is nothing to claim. So it has become their routine. That's their lifestyle. And at the end of the day, you know, people forget that the president is a human being. He can make remarks just like another human being, and some of them might be okay, some of them might be wrong. So LSK coming up and saying the president is saying there was corruption involved, and he did not point to anyone that this was corrupt. Why are they so angry? Why are they so much concerned to a point whereby they want to say they are going into the streets? Because the president asked a very simple question. Someone goes to court to challenge housing, which is out there to help so many Kenyans. Someone goes to court to challenge universal health care, which is for all Kenyans. But just one person goes there, and because he has a capacity, or he has a way of getting to court and put an injunction, he stops what is good for the people. Then he says, no, we are going to do what is good for the people. So I don't know why, but because people are fond of Maandamano, and there are people who are waiting to see what can make us, what excuse can we have so they can get to the Maandamano or into the streets. They will always go to the streets even when things are not, even when it's not worth it. So to me, Maandamano, in the Kenyan way, we are used to it. Some of us, we vote so much for this government, but there's nothing that I'm benefiting personally. That life that you are getting the hard life that you are going through. My people, myself, we are also in the same boat. So what I'm saying is this: we cannot continue blaming everything that is done by this government. Like now, I have heard you say there will be no some services for school kids at school, like going to the hospital for free. But you are not condemning those people who are stopping the funds which are supposed to fund that initiative. So how do you expect these kids to get treatments at school if there is no funds to do that? So sometimes as Kenyans, we got used so much to free things and being lied on. Like I said last time, is like the president has stopped like using the reserve of the country to make people look like we are okay, just to make them artificially for it to look like we are okay. It's about time we have to swallow our pride and pay the taxes, no matter how heavy they will be. It is painful, yes, because we are not used to this. But at the end of the day, if we can manage to have what belongs to us, not living in debt, it would be a good start. But it will not. It's not going to be easy. I know, because many people used to get free things. So when all the loopholes have been closed, they will not be happy. So the president must be, and I know he's so much aware that he's going to fight. So it's not going to be easy for him. But I am telling you, as I finish, this Maandamano is not anything to do with anything that is tangible. It's all about the routine that the people have taken to do it. Whenever they must say Maandamano, so they might be hard.
All right.
Just like your friend Mutata, who goes to court for anything. Yes.
Mr. G, do you agree that Okiya Mtata goes to court for anything? And what do you make of what Eminem Fighter is saying?
Mr. Jakes, I don't agree with what the guy is saying. The fighter, Eminem Fighter, I don't agree with what he's saying. Because even he's talking about Nini. He's talking about paying taxes. I have a question to him. Atuambie tu one project ambao hiyo paying of tax imesaidia. Wakati ametunyang'anya tax all those months, atuambie faida hiyo tax ambayo imetusaidia. Eminem is talking he's talking about life being hard, economy being hard, hajafaidika na government, yet alifightia this government, but he doesn't see that this government may fail in governance. We gave them more than 1 year. And we don't see even the sign kuonyesha jamaa wanakuja kusaidia hii Kenya. So we are more than 1 year na hatuoni any sign kuwa these people can deliver this country. So he's talking about continue paying taxes. Jamaa wanataka kutax mpaka kuku, wanataka kutax mpaka ng'ombe, and yet we don't see faida. So maybe atuambie ni faida gani? Okay, mimi nimesema I'm not for ile routine ya maandamano kwa sababu tunafaa tujue end game ni gani. But if this time round hii maandamano inaenda kutupatia solution, then I'm for it. But I cannot support this government kwa sababu government imefail in everything. Haitusaidii. In fact inaenda kutuangamiza. That's why Wanjigi amesimama akatuambia kwa amepatia this government 3 months. Ikiwa inaendelea hivyo, then we need to go back to maandamano. You know, maandamano is the only solution. Kwa sababu hiyo kitu tumepewa na katiba. It's not crime kufanya maandamano. Maandamano it is a tool, na ndio tupatia hata hii nini freedom hapo tunaongea sasa. Sisi kuongea tu sasa kuongea free, it is because of maandamano. You see? So I was talking about end game kwa sababu most of the time kwa watu wetu wanauliwa, tunaenda maandamano lakini watu wetu ndio wanauliwa. So this time round nilikuwa nauliza Kenya yote itatoka? That's the question ambayo nilikuwa nauliza, nikisema the end game. Are we ready as Kenyan all kutoka na kusema kwa tumechoka na hii maisha kwa sababu this government is not giving us solution? But I don't agree with what the guy is saying, the fighter is saying. Kwa sababu anaongea kama bado anabembeleza hii government ambayo imefail.
So wewe unasema ni wakati aache kubembeleza kidonda, ang'oe bandage
Hakuna haja kubembeleza kidonda. These people wamefail. Angalia jamaa amecapture parliament, amecapture all institutions. Sasa anaenda kucapture nini? Kucapture judiciary. Even though I don't agree with these judges because they are corrupt, but the guy because he's a corrupt man and he's a person who is a dictator in making, anataka kucapture every corner so that ndio ikifika 2027 aweze kunyamalisha kila mtu, aibe kama nukiba anataka kuiba, afanye kila kitu ambacho afanye. This is a person ambaye hataki kusikiza anyone. He doesn't listen to any advice. So why should we wait? Tunangoja nini akiendelea kuangamiza watu wetu? I heard something before the guy, mbona kina mkono, sijataka kuuliza swali, but I heard something kwanza out of the topic. You know, Mr. Jex, this government, even though they were in the government, jamaa, yeah, just one minute, I'm coming to you, sir. I give you time on uliza swali. This government before ingie kwa kiti, they were in the former government, but walikuwa wanaonekana kama saint. Walikuwa wanatuambia wakija kwanza hawata demolish nyumba za watu. Hii mambo ya former government ya Uhuru, jamaa walikuwa wanashikwa wanapotezwa, mostly Mombasa, watu walikuwa wanashikwa wanapotezwa. So jamaa walikuwa wanasema hao watafanya hivyo, watakuwa watu wanakuja kusaidia watu, kuangalia maslahi ya watu. Do you know in Mombasa juzi on third kuna jamaa anaitwa Amini Mohamed ameshikwa, ameshikwa na mapolisi, amefichwa wapi, amepotezwa. Unaona? Things about alikuwa anasema kwa wanaenda kudefend ndio inaendelea sasa hii. So mbona ndio mkono sijaenda kuuliza swali?
I mean, fighter.
Jax, I want to remind this gentleman, my friend, one thing. The framers of our constitution were not so stupid to say that every person or every president should take 5 years, and that after 5 years, that's when his report from or whatever he has performed will be looked at. If he's not worthy, we will remove him. The reason as to why I said I voted for this government, and I expect it to do what it promised the people. But I do not want to say it can all be done in 1 year or in 2 years. Number two, yes, when the engineers are building constructing a road, for instance, in their initial stages of starting that road, you might not see anything as a lay person. You might see they are dropping trees all over the place. You think, these people, they don't know what they are doing. But as time goes by, the structure of the road starts coming into shape. That's when you will now, as a lay person who doesn't know about engineering, that's when you will start seeing now what they were thinking, what they were having in their mind. So today, where Kenya is, it's being restructured. It's under construction. We are demolishing all the things which can obstruct us, like you can hear the president is talking about. Don't you think the Mumias Sugar Company, if the president did not come out with the 3 things, could it be running today? But he came and said, Mambo ni matatu. Today, Mumias, is it running or not running? How long has it taken Mumias to run? Kenya needs people who speak and do it. So if the president has seen, because the president is getting all sorts of the information from the government and the outside about what's happening. So if he has got the inner information as in what is happening and is coming out to tell them, no, your days are numbered, then people start making noise out there. That is, we are going to listen to them, but we are the government has to perform what it gave us their how do you call this? This government that is in place had a manifesto, and it cannot be that whenever they want to deliver what they promised Kenyans, someone is always on the road. So to me, I know it's going to be painful, Jax, but we must cross the river. Yes.
And Leo, you seem not to agree. What are you saying? Now, Mezima mic us camera.
But Jax,
Leo.
Jax, good
Leo,
evening.
you had a rebuttal. Yes, Leo. How are you? Hope you're well.
I'm fine, thank you. Actually, I'm just listening at the background. but I just want us as
nimesikia
much as
ukisema Mumias imefanya nini?
yeah. Actually, I'm coming on that. I just want us, as we are having this discussion, let us just be truthful and let us just avoid talking of things we don't know. People speculating. People don't even know why the housing levy was taken to court. Allow me to thank Ida Barak for clarifying that. Housing levy wasn't taken into court because Ukia Mutata doesn't want people to have houses. The fact is,
sauti bwana. Sisikini.
Unanisikiza? Can you be able to hear me? Yeah. So this scheme is discriminatory, unlike things like NHIF, unlike things like NHIF, whereby even if you're not salaried. I'll come back to you, Dodoma. Kama unisikii, then there's a problem with your connection. I think I guess something like that. So Jax, are you able to hear me?
Lakini leo haushout kama venye wewe una shout vizuri, sijui shida iko.
Okay.
No, he's audible. Uko sawa leo. Natusikia vizuri sana. Uko sawa.
Audible, lakini hauna sijui ni kuchoka ama ni kaugali akajafika center stage, lakini
haina shida. So I'm saying this, a housing levy, unlike these other schemes that we do have, like the NHIF. NHIF, everybody can be able to participate or can be able to contribute for NHIF. Adi mwenye anauza mboga pale. But when it comes to housing levy, the people who are deducted are the ones who are salaried. Na sio mtu ako salaried kwa muhindi mwenye analipwa weekly, because remember the employer is also going to pay some deductions. So it is discriminatory because the majority of people who don't have houses, they don't have pay slips. So you are discriminating against them. There is no way they are going to get these houses without the pay slips. So it doesn't make sense totally. And the people with the pay slips, most of them are having houses unless they are too lazy to build houses, of which even if you build for them houses, they will still have to sell it. So the majority who don't have houses in this country are the poor who are not having pay slips. So you cannot say you are building houses for the poor who don't have pay slips, yet they are not contributing for it. And you know very well, the first qualification to own this house is that you must have contributed, and you will be given after contributing a certain percentage. Number two, we don't have problem of houses in this country. When you walk around all the corridors from the slums to the well-established estates, you can't walk 200 meters before you see vacant house. That one tells you there are more houses that they can accommodate people. So the problem is people don't have money. So building houses is not going. We are not having a problem of housing in the country. We're having more houses, actually. We're having excess. So the problem is people cannot be able to afford these houses. Even if you build these houses to these are people you're telling me that mortgage is, for example, 1.5 million. So you have to like raise 15% of it for you to move in and start paying. Like you'll be paying 4,000 per month. And somebody mwenye hawezi lipa rent ya 1,500 pale Kawangware, atalipaje 4,000 yapate nyumba? So let us be realistic. This is not a matter of the political sides, but this is a matter of we look at it, its sustainability and the reality in it. It's just being driven as a populist agenda, which will end nowhere. Actually, it was supposed to be killed after the elections. Now people are not campaigning. The president should now concentrate on real issues. Uhuru Kenyatta built houses. The people are not taxed because this is a choice. Jex, we cannot force you to have a house. There are people who value cars. They will buy a Mercedes Benz before building even a Simba back at home. So that is what they value. So things like housing, we cannot force you to have it. It is a choice. It is a choice. Let us be forced to pay NHIF, but not houses. Thank you.
All right. Mr. G, pia nilisikia ukiwa na what do you call it, na argument kidogo. Mr. G. All right. Bwana Eminem Fighter. Mr. Leo anasema watu hawana shida za nyumba. Ya kwamba tuko na nyumba hata zaidi. Kulingana na wewe, hii Kenya tushatosheka nyumba kweli. Jana tulikuwa na video kali hapa ya jamaa wanaishi kwa makeshift tents zenye ni za makaratasi mpaka zinanyeshewa ndani. Hawa jamaa hawahitaji nyumba, lakini sijui labda
Let me tell you,
yako ni yapi bwana NM, kwa sababu mimi nafaa tu ni wapasi.
This gentleman here is smart, but his argument, I don't know, he's misled by some political realignment that he has been aligned to another political party that is against something. So he has to find something which is at least how he can argue it. Let me ask you, Jax. There is no one, and I've never heard this, that someone, the person who's going to receive these houses must have a pay slip. I have never heard that. I have heard it from him. Now, what I heard the president say is that these houses are going to be made available to people from the slums, for instance, who are staying nearby, they who have been staying in those slums, and they are going to be paying, that is house renting to buy. Let me ask you, Jax. You have been staying in Nairobi for a while now, for instance, and you have been paying whatever you have been paying. Do you have any intention or any thinking that one day the house that you have been staying for 10 years, it's gonna be your house in any time given? No. But today, someone is giving you a attitude that you are going to pay this house for 4,500, and at the end of the day, it's going to remain to be your house. You are renting to buy. That means on its own, number one, there is no one who is going to come and tell you, now you have to move out of this house, because this house, you have a contract with it, you are buying, you are renting to buy. Even if it's 40 years, it doesn't matter. We have lived in Nairobi for some time in people's houses. They never became ours. And in as much as you are paying so much. But you have now an attitude, correct? You are staying in this house, and as much as you are paying 4,000 or 5,000, even or 20,000, at the end of the day, it will be yours. That's a good deal. How many people can afford to buy houses in Nairobi?
Jax.
So, if we are given that opportunity, and now housing does not stop at only people having a house to stay. Housing is another avenue of creating employment. Just starting from the cement production, going to the architects, people are drawing the house, the plans, going to the engineers, going to the people who are working on sites, electricians. Like, these things have been spoken so much in a way that the people, because in Kenya we are fond of politics, even when there's no need for politics. Now we want to make everything political. And that's why this thing is becoming a problem. People have problems with houses. You cannot say you don't have problems with houses. Seeing houses vacant does not mean everyone has a house to stay. You have just said people who are staying in papers, in plastics. So you want to say those people don't have problems? If we don't have a problem, my brother, yourself, there are people who have serious problems with shelter.
All right. NM, naona unainuliwa mkono.
Jax,
Yes,
I just want to say this before it go. NM, I agree with you. Owning a house is a dream of every Kenyan. Those people who are employed in Nairobi, they are not employed there forever. If you're employed by a government, there's something called transfer. For example, if you're a teacher, you'll be stationed in Tom Mboya Primary School in Dandora today. After 3 years, they'll take you to Kisii, they'll take you to Mombasa. So will they be transferring this house so that you pay rent while in Kisii and pay rent while in Nairobi and pay rent while in Mombasa? It is the same house. Okay, I've paid for this house. I've reached that 15%. They've given me a unit at Mukuru Kwanjenga or a unit at Kibra. I've only worked there for 3 years. I'm transferred to Mombasa. What happens? What happens? So this idea is a good idea, but the way it has been presented, it was rushed People are not consulted. If they would be able to say that you are going to own this house, maybe in your permanent residence. For example, if I come from Kisii and they give me an opportunity, they're building these homes in Kisii. So those people who are in Kisii, because if I own this house in Kisii, actually, let me ask you, what will benefit you to own a single bed sitter in Nairobi? What is the benefit of owning a single bed sitter in Nairobi? You are not a permanent resident of Nairobi. You are there because those people are employed, they get transferred each and every time. So it is not a matter of politics. If you are telling us that these things are going to create job opportunities, how many building and construction activities are going on in this country? This one of government is going to be only 10%. And this 10%, are they going to build them forever? So what will happen once the units are over? So these guys are only going to be paid for a year when this construction is taking place. After that, what is going to happen to them? So this building and construction is not going to solve the problem of employment in this country. That is a lie. That is a great lie.
Mr. Leo, did kazi kwa vijana solve the situation in our country? And as well, it wasn't also a permanent thing, just like this house in
I'll answer you. Nobody marketed kazi kwa vijana as a solution to Kenyan employment problem. Kazi kwa vijana was to cushion vijana during the tough situation, specifically during the COVID. So it was to cushion them. Yani like somebody's hungry and they give you some food, at least ikushikilie as they look for something mbadala. So they did not, I never had William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta during the regime when they had the kazi kwa vijana telling us that now you see this kazi kwa vijana inaenda kumaliza hii nini yote. You get it?
So is the same argument not applicable now? Just one moment.
The houses can be built.
Can be said now.
Like me, I come from western parts of the country. Even if I build a bungalow in Nairobi and I don't have a house, a permanent residence backed in my home in Siaya, it is considered useless. So there is no way you are going to convince Onyango from Busia or you are going to convince Wekesa from Kakamega that they need to buy as a bed sitter at 1.5 million instead of building one at home. No, it doesn't make sense, actually. We are in Nairobi temporarily, so we have to consider that.
All right. We anaitwa Leo Nyabaya, niko naye Omolo Fred Joseph, Mr. G, NM Fighter na wengi ambao ujumbe leo ni kibao. I'm unable to keep up. Ziko tu kibao, hata nikiweka link inazama tu like immediately. Likes nazo ni nyingi tu sana, naona likes kibao, naona like ya nani? Ya Edu, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Derek Wandera, asante kwa kulike hii video. Malvali Melvin, asante kwa kulike hii video. Charlie Chaplin, asante sana. Selma Henok, asante sana. Jamaa anaitwa Kim Peter, I see you. John Wawero, I see you. Angie Angela ambaye pia anajiunga nasi kwa studio. Karibu sana Angie Angela. Omolo karibu. Fred Joseph karibu. Ali Angie pia karibu. Kabla sijarejea kwa Eminem Fight, allow me to give Fred dakika mbili tu. Fred, maoni yako ni yapi? Je, ni wakati wa Kenya wajitokeze kwa maandamano sababu ya taxes, sababu ya hali ya uchumi? Is it something that can solve the situation or will it make it worse?
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thanks. And I say hi to every panelist. And to answer your question, it can bring something, but as Kenyans, I had one of the panelists before saying, it's Maandamano we have always gone, but it ends up that these people are just killing people. They are thirsty for blood. They just kill people, and it goes like that after burying, and things go on. So me, Maandamano, yes, it can pose some few things, but it won't do what we want. Now we want change. Now, the reason why I'm here first is I want to tell sorry to the Voi community that today also the government decided that they should not be staying inside the house. They are supposed to stay outside, like, I don't know, like dogs. This is the government that is called AN fighter is fighting for. And I heard the fighter say something that I wanted to help him to reason a little bit. I know he's like my elder. I don't know we are age mates or elder, but in a panelist like this, when you want to defend the government, pretend that your worst enemy now is in the government, and you should ask yourself now where you are. Are you happy with the government that is in power now? Is your neighbor next to you happy with the government that is in power now? Because the government will always be there after 5 years. 5 years, the other time Trump was in power is now out. Tomorrow also, Ruto will not be in power. But at the moment, are you happy with this reign? The way he's leading other Kenyans, not even you, because you now you are thinking of my tribesmen. Think of now the government was somebody like another tribe. Now, are you happy with it? That is what, because today what the government did was not good to Kenyans. People are fighting first what to eat, to take people, their children to school. Yet, you wake up in the morning, pop, your house is down. Building a house is not easy. Yesterday, we saw people living in Gunias in Nairobi, capital city of Kenya, that you are proud of being a Kenyan. People are living in Gunia. Yet you have maybe you have your bungalow somewhere, thanks to the government. But think of your neighbor. And another thing I want to say hi to Leo is I always like the way he argues. Leo, kudos, nimekuona. And then another thing that I want to say, that as Kenyans, like we should come together and fight for our country. Kenya is a very good country. But the leaders know very well that when they divide us, you find people like fighter that when they go to their cocoon now, this is our people in power. Now, even if you are unamfinya mpaka unamfinya, it doesn't say, it just say, oh, Kenya is good, Kenya is good. Kenya is not good, my friend.
Yes, remind this guy that I'm not the Karenjin. I'm just supporting the government. Please.
I'm not saying that you are I didn't say
you call me a tribe man, my tribe man. Please. We are not here for that.
When you are arguing
Okay.
here, you said that you voted this government. That's why I said it's your government. When you are arguing, you said that you voted this government that is in power. And I'm trying to say that your government that is in power, they are not truly the right way.
All right.
Everybody's like today in the papers, there is a auditor general saying, I don't know how much money that has been squandered for taxpayers' money is gone. You are not even talking about that, and you are not seeing. If we could if we could just remove that thing called corruption, the drag on corruption only, Kenya can be a heaven. But since
all right, shikilia tu hapo kwa sababu tuko wengi. Fred, shikilia tu hapo.
1 minute.
Fred, I'll be coming to you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
I'll be coming to you so that tuko wengi ili tuwe na muda mzuri na kila mtu aweze kuchangia mbio mbio. Tutarudiana mara kadhaa, all right? Okay. So let me come first to Angie kwa sababu pia nizingatie gender. Angie, maoni yako ni yapi? Ni vyema kwamba tunaitisha maandamano, na tukiitisha maandamano unaona kama round hii itasaidia kuzaa benefits ambazo tunataka, kwa sababu watu wasema gharama maisha imepanda, taxes zimekuwa kibao. So maybe tukiandamana, unaona kama sasa tutaleta tofauti na hapo mbeleni? Angela? Okay, Asha mic yako sasa. Aya, endelea, uko sawa, endelea. Guza tu mara moja alafu endelee. Iko sawa sasa, endelea. Angela, endelea. Mike iko sawa? Alright, ndarudi kwako tu saa hizi. Omolo, maoni yako ni yapi? We, sikusikii. Uko hujamute lakini sikusikii. Guys, can you hear him? Miss Simski?
No, he's not audible. He said atoke alafu arudi tena.
Ameingisha jackpin. Hebu ngoa jackpin. Ngoa jackpin kwa hiyo device. Unatumia I think Bluetooth or something, eh? Ngoa ubaki bila hiyo. Ibaki tu simu directly. Naona uko na com kama mimi lakini inazuia wewe kutosikika. Hatukusikii Omolo. Kabla Omolo awe sawa,
Just tell him to log out alafu log in. Kwa hatumsikii kabisa.
Sidhani ni kulog, ni vile ameingisha jackpin kwa device yake. I'm sure akitengeneza hiyo device itakuwa sawa. Balongo Frederick, habari ya leo? Frederick, habari ya saa hizi? Asha mic yako. Wewe nimeanza kupata challenge na mic. Uko sawa. Salama sana. Leo maoni yako ni yapi? Maoni yako ni yapi? Wewe unakubaliana ni wakati ya wajamaa waende maandamano?
Kabisa, mimi naunga mkono. Sababu ni kwamba unajua, unanisikiza?
Nakusikiza.
Ukiangalia hapo awali ile maandamano ambayo ilikuwa imepangwa kitambo hapo mwanzo ilikuwa ni maandamano ambayo ilikuwa imepangwa specific places kama Kisumu, some parts of Nairobi, ndio ilikuwa inapanga sana maandamano. Lakini ukiangalia kwa sasa ni kama the whole country wako kwa ile on ya mark, usikia tu ya kwamba maandamano yatatangazwa kesho na utaona watu karibu dunia
Alright, ni kama Barongo akona mshki katika sauti yake. Jamaa anajiita Ambani. Ambani, habari ya leo kaka, natumai mzima.
Ndugu zangu, habari za jioni. Mimi
niko barabara kwa maana hii maisha imechosha kila Mkenya.
Mnanipata? Mnanipata?
Kabisa, endelea.
Mimi nasema namna hii ndugu yangu. Naunga maandamano mkono. Kama mambo yetu inaweza kusikika kwa maandamano, naunga maandamano mkono, na serikali wakati tunafanya maandamano watusindikize vile wale walifanya maandamano ya amani, ni wale walifanya maandamano ya manyumba. So shida na kuanga tu polisi kuzuia tu sisi kufanya maandamano. Lakini kama wazuii sisi kufanya maandamano ni sawa. Mambo itaenda mzuri. Lakini wakizuia sisi kwenda maandamano, nafikiria tutapambana tu nao kwa sababu maisha ni ngumu. Maisha imetufikisha kwa ukuta. Tumefikia kwa ukuta, alafu kuna wengine wanaongea na kiburi na majivuno. Unajua wakati unaongea na kiburi na majivuno umechukia Wakenya. Unaona wewe ndio alfa na omega, wa kwanza na wa mwisho. So maandamano ikifika, tunataka kuona huyo alfa na omega atafika namna gani. Mimi naunga maandamano mkono. Na ile vile serikali ilifanya, ile maandamano ilipita na ikaweka raia kuua watu, wakaweka watu wa si polisi, kama ni polisi walivaa nguo ya raia, ni sawa. Hiyo wakati ikifika pia Unaona ndugu zangu, kama polisi walikuwa na uniform na kuna wengine walikuwa hawana uniform, lakini walikuwa na bunduki, walikuwa na gari private. Sasa kama hii maandamano serikali tunaita maandamano, then pia serikali ijitayarishe, kwa sababu pia sisi ni raia na ndugu zangu, wananchi bado wangali na silaha kwa nyumba, kuna bunduki, kuna kila kitu, lakini serikali ndio ilianza kufanya hiyo mambo yao. Unaona ndugu yangu, so tunasema namna hii, wache tufanye maandamano ya amani, wacha maandamano ikuwe ya amani, ili serikali wasikuje kwa namna gani kusumbua maandamano yetu. Lakini wakati watasumbua maandamano yetu, tutapambana na tuone yule alfa na omega, ule tunasikianga wa kwanza na wa mwisho, wale wa kujipiga kifua. Asanteni.
Ambani umenishtua, lakini ni sawa, nitakuja kwako leo. Naona una comment na main studio imeenda kwa message huku nje, kashindo sawa, lakini maoni yako ni yapi?
Pole. Mimi hata maoni yangu sio mingi, nimejikuta napiga kelele lakini sikustahili kupiga kelele. Maoni yangu wameita maandamano. But what I can say is that somebody is I've not muted his microphone. Let me say his, because I can only see the males here. Okay, that's okay. So maandamano, I can say my comment is I'll not say yes, at the same time I'll not say no. I will only support a maandamano that is going to be initiated by the people, but not a maandamano that people are going to misuse the same Raila to call maandamano so that they can smear him and get some tags to and some names to call him Mutu ya maandamano and such kind of thing. So if Kenyans themselves feel that they are really tired with what is happening and they feel that they need change, and they've realized that they have some power in the article, in the first chapter of the Constitution, and they can exercise this power directly, and because they are not in the parliament, they can demonstrate to communicate, then let Kenyans go on the road. But this idea of some fellow Kenyans sitting, taking back seats, allowing a section of Kenyans, maybe specific communities and people who are aligned to specific political views. The people who normally go for maandamano are those people who are aligned to the Azimio and Raila Odinga. If you see maandamano in Kiambu, those guys ni watu wa baba. If you see maandamano in Kisumu, they are either watu wa baba or they are Luos who've been going for these demonstrations since independence. Actually, we do appreciate the majority of people who came from Mount Kenya through the Mau Mau, which was uncivilized form of maandamano. We managed to hoist our flag when we finally got independence. Then after that independence, the people who led us to get this independence decided now to colonize us. They now turned and decided to do the same things that we were complaining that the white men were doing, like taking back our land and favoring people in terms of employment. So remember, after the independence, the last 60 years, we've been undergoing through this, but we have specific communities like the Luos who've now been fighting for our freedom post-independence. So we also need to appreciate them. So it's time that I will just request that they take a backseat. I don't think those people who come from that community, I don't think majority of them hawana unga. Majority of them wanasiaga unga. So hii unga ya packet haiwahusu. So I'll support a maandamano, but I'll not support a maandamano that is going to be led by the Luo community, by the lawyers, the Kisi, and the people who are aligned to Raila Amolo Odinga. So I want to see the Nairobi business men and women on the street. I want to see the Kiambu tea farmers on the street. I want to see the Kericho tea pluckers on the street. I want to see the Coast Sisal whatever on the street, and I will join them. But this issue whereby people are waiting, Kisumu, Kondele, kunaendeleaje, so that they go, that is kind of something that we should stop. That one tells you Kenyans are not yet ready, but the day Kenyans will be ready, nitaona wale Kiambu tea farmers wako hapo kwa barabara. I'm telling you, I'll be number one person to advocate for maandamano and rally calls for Kenyans to go on the streets.
All right, shikilia tu hapo. Angie, sijui sasa kama uko sawa.
Hello, mnanisikia sasa?
Hello. Kabisa, endelea.
Habari ya jioni, asubuhi, saa 7, wherever you are.
Tuko salama, endelea Angie. Asante sana kwa kuwa kwa show. Tunakusikia vizuri, endelea.
Sawa, asante. Mimi nimekuja kujibu Fighter. Yeye ndiye amefanya ni join show. I was just kukua kwa comments, but nimekuja specific hadi nimeweka camera on. Yaani anione hivi. Fighter, wacha kusikia vile mtu Ruto anaongea. Kitu cha kwanza hauishi Kenya. We uko nje. Saa hii nimekuwa Mama Lucy Hospital na mgonjwa ako na NHIF, wameniambia hawachukui saa hii NHIF haifanyi, meaning haina pesa. Fighter, unanisikia? Kitu cha pili Fighter, unasema Ruto amefanya vizuri. Alisema alileta mbolea yenye iko at the cheapest price, watu wakalima mahindi, kuna chakula. Fighter, kutoka kwetu mpaka Kitale it's 300 shillings. Fanya hesabu, unaenda Kitale kila siku in a week kwenda kuqueue mbolea ya 3500. Why can't you just buy your electricity then ukwe uko sawa?
Jex, you need to tell just a minute. You need to tell there is this Balongo Frederick. Yeah. Azime hiyo ngoma yake manake Emma Jalamo na akiweka hapa, this thing will be claimed because you know it is live and it will destroy the entire feed. So azime hiyo Emma kwanza.
Balango, zima mziki ya umemwita aje huyo mwimbaji? Frederick, zima sauti ya redio sababu hatujalipia mziki ya umemwita nani huyo mziki mwanamuziki?
The King.
Leo umemwita aje huyo mwanamuziki? Yeah?
The King of Ohangala.
Frederick Balango. Zima mziki. Aya, sawa.
Yes.
Nakuja kwako tu saa hivi. Na naona una hata shati bana we. Ajaribu kuvaa shati ili huku nje watu wasishtuke na watu hawana nguo kwa sasa. Aya, nimekuweka kwa stage nyuma kidogo uvae shati alafu nikurudishe. Aya, endelea Angie.
So Fighter aache kudanganya watu, aache kusimama hapo akisupport vitu zenye haziko. Right now in Kenya, like in next week, I think form ones will be going to school. Si maajabu upate watoto wenye hawajaenda shule watakuwa wengi kushinda wenye wamejoin shuleni. Just because maisha venye iko inapeleka mtu hajiwezei kusomesha huyo mtoto. Ni sababu gani? Ushuru mingi. Ulikuwa unafanyia mtu kazi Parkland, anakulipa pesa fulani. Ukifika kwa nyumba hiyo pesa ni kama hata hauna kitu. Uwezi save pesa ukafanya nini? Ukafanyia kitu kingine. Now that hata mimi huwa naona like sometimes maandamano si suluhisho ya Kenya juu tunapatanga sisi wale Waluya na Wajalondo tunatumiwanga sana kufanya maandamano na tunakuja tunauliwa zaidi. But ile siku nitaona tu watu wa Central pia wameingia kwa laini wanafanya maandamano, hata mimi nitajoin hiyo line up ya nini? Ya maandamano juu hatutatumiwa sasa ni sisi wote tunafanya nini? Tunaumia. But the other side is that maandamano ndio inaweza weza Kenya, but Sakayo ni mgumu kama sijui kama chuma. Hata wakienda maandamano hatishiki, ashughuliki na chochote, hako tu bora amesema ifanyike venye amefanya nini? Amefanya. The yesterday nilikuwa nasikiza huyu anaitwanga Samson Jeregei. Mimi huona yeye ni msomi mzuri sana. Sometimes nikiwatch Senate proceedings. Lakini jana niliona ni kama hata masomo yake haina maana. Juu ukiona vitu anaongelelea ni vitu zenye hazina mwelekeo. Wacha tuache kukua brainwashed. Wakenya wanaumia. Hiyo tu ni ukweli. Like mtu sasa nikuulize Jex, wewe mimi nilikuja Nairobi kutafuta pesa nijenge nyumbani. Sikukuja Nairobi nijenge bedsitter nyumbani Nairobi nikae Nairobi. Mimi nataka place penye nikijenga hiyo bedsitter hapo nje niko na kuku, naweza lima mboga, naweza lima ndizi. Lakini how serious are we like ununue bedsitter Nairobi, utaishi Nairobi permanent? Ukikufa utazikwa kwa hiyo bedsitter?
Wewe unataka mahali ukikufa unazikwa hapo eh?
Nikikufa nazikwa hapo. Nairobi nikikufa ndazikwa kwa hiyo bedsitter. Ama watarudi kusema wachangishe pesa tena wapeleke Lang'ata.
Sawa. Wakenya wadau mnanibamba tu mbaya. Balango, habari ya leo? Asha sasa Mike, nipe maoni yako kabla sijakuja kwa Omolo na Mr. G. Vipi kaka, habari ya leo? Ulikuwa umewasha tena. Guza tu mara moja iwake alafu. Haya basi, endelea sasa.
Habari ya kila mtu.
Tuko wazima, habari yako?
Mimi pia niko salama kabisa. Nimebambika na maoni ya mwanadada. Ya, huyo mwanadada amesema kitu ambao pia na mimi naweza kuongezea kwa kusema ukweli. Hii mambo ya ukiona venye huyo mwanadada anasema we are working because we need to build our community, our homes and our families. Sasa ikiwa itakuwa kama itakuwa serikali itakuwa inakuforce ati siji ulipe house levy enye hizo nyumba zitajengwa, hata hakuna moja itajengwa kwa your home county labda. Unaona? Itajengwa tu labda some places.
Umejimute tena kaka. Balango, unmute. Umejimute tena. Endelea, uko sawa sasa.
Alright, so ndio nilikuwa nasema.
Umemute tena. Usiguze screen, ukisha unmute usiguze screen tena. Endelea, lakini asha mic. Balango, umezima tena sauti. Alright, kabla Balango hajajikusanya tena. Omolo vipi? Sijui kama sasa tutakusikia. Na sikuoni Omolo, sasa siko sure if you are there. Endelea, nizone kama sauti imerudi. Why? Leo sijui umefanywa nini na device yako, haina sauti. Inakufanya ile kitu. Hebu jaribu kutoka tena urudi, tuone kama sijui shida iko wapi leo. You normally have a very good sound.
Asitumie nini? Asitumie that device. Asitumie that kale ka headphone.
Alright, Balango, endelea sababu unosiguze. Okay, sasa iko wazi, endelea bila kuizima. Frederick. Alright. Mr. G. Serikali inasema inataka kujenga nyumba. Hizi shamba kwanza ama mahali wanajenga, je, wananunua ama wanachukua kwa watu tu hivyo bila kulipa because hakuna ardhi ambayo ni ya bure Kenya, ama tu ardhi iko tu mahali na ngoja itumike visivyo ama itumike kwa kujenga wenyewe, kama ni ya county ama ni ya mtu binafsi ama ni ya umati. Serikali imepanga vipi kucompensate wale wenye hizo shamba? Kwa sababu ni njia moja ndio kusema unajenga, na ni moja pia kuhakikisha mahali unajenga umelipa yule mwenye shamba.
Jex, the housing is just a scam. is a scam. Nimeona most of people ambao wame pale places ambao wameamua kujenga evict people, hata watu wakiwa hawajaambiwa, hawajapewa notice, wamebomolewa nyumba zao. I think kuna mics ambazo ziko on na kuna echo mingi sana, kuna mics mingi ziko on hapo. Okay, what I'm saying ni kuwa house levy, yani hii issue ya housing is just a scam. These guys, they are just and they are mistreating our guys. The hustlers ambao kwa nadanganya kwa nakuja kupewa nyumba ndio wanakuwa mistreated, wengine wanafukuzwa. Alafu another thing we need to ask ourselves, Mr. Jex, on this issue of housing, as the lady said, alisema kwa tunafaa tufanye kazi tujenge nyumba manyumbani. It's very true. We need to build our own houses at our own land. For example, these guys are saying that wanatujengea nyumba. Hii nyumba kuna time itafika, hiyo nyumba itabomoka. Who will compensate it? Who will compensate us? Maybe mimi sana nimenunua hiyo nyumba, alafu imefika time fulani hiyo nyumba imebomoka. Nani atani compensate? You see? So this thing is just a scam. Itusaidii. Mtu anakujengea kanyumba ka 1 bedroom ama 2 bedroom huko juu pale kwa gorofa, hiyo gorofa ikibomoka, haujui utakimbilia nani akusaidie. This thing wanafaa wachane nao, mtu ajenge nyumba nyumbani. They're just forcing people for things ambao haitatusaidia mbeleni. Even in the Bible tukisoma Biblia tunaambiwa kuwa tunapewa wealth, na tukipata wealth, hiyo wealth inafaa iwe beneficial to our children and the sons of our sons, our daughters, wale ambao wanakuja baadaye. But this thing ni kitu ambacho itatusaidia for maybe less than 50 years, 1 year imeshabomoka, ndio hivyo umepoteza pesa yako. Another thing, au hustlers ambao tunadanganya kwa watanunua hiyo nyumba, wana kazi gani ambao watalipa hiyo nyumba? Tunaambiwa kwa sisi wanalipa nyumba
zitabomoka.
No, but those houses went to for more than 100 years.
Hiyo pesa hakuna. Mimi ni hustler Nairobi. Nikipata 10 bob naeka ushago. Si ati naeka Nairobi. Nilisikia hiyo bed sita ya 2 million unalipia deposit ya I think ni 10%. 10% unatoa wapi na kazi hauna? Saa zingine unaenda kazi unarudi hauna hata 50 bob umeingia kwa nyumba hauna hata 50 bob. So, utasanya lini ndio upate hiyo 10% ndio ulipie hiyo nyumba? And at the same time, I cannot be happy paying a house and yet that place kuna mtu alikuwa amejenga pale amebomolewa analia na mimi nafurahia kukaa mahali kama pale. Hiyo ni laana. Hiyo ni laana. How happy is the president? Watoto wanalia, wanalala nje kwa baridi, alafu yeye ako ana build housing. Anajenga ama anabomoa. Yeye angetuambia he's reviving companies like Pan Paper, West Kenya, building other companies in Nairobi, not building houses. Because when you build a company, ipate good management, hiyo company itakaa hapo hata miaka 100. Lakini unajenga nyumba yenye kesho hii utasikia kesi kokotini, mwenye hiyo shamba ana claim hiyo shamba ni yake, hiyo nyumba tena imebomolewa. Aseme tu anatafuta njia ya kukula pesa hizi wenyewe. Hakuna mtu anajijengea yeye mwenyewe hizi nyumba. Anatafuta tenants, utasikia tu hiyo pesa itosikia na kuuliza, wewe uko na akili kweli? Wewe muungwana, wewe una akili kweli? Kuna nyumba ya milioni 2 kweli hii Nairobi venyenye wangwana mnasema. Hivyo tu ndio atabadilika kama kamili.
Alright. Omolo, unaona hizi nyumba kama ni njia mzuri ya njia mwafaka ili Wakenya wakubali itakuwa gani? Kwa sababu ni kama kuna wale wanakubali, kuna wale hawakubali, but mwisho wa siku tutafanya aje ili Anji akubali hizi nyumba, Mr. G aridhike na hizi nyumba, because by the end of the day mwisho wa siku hizi nyumba zinaweza kuwa zitatufaidi. Wacha nisiseme hazitatufaidi, na kama hazitatufaidi pia mbona basi tuwezeke pesa nyingi kwa hii mradi. So I don't know what you think bwana Omolo, na sijui kama sauti yako sasa imekuwa sawa, but endelea nione kama sina maoni kwa sababu sijui kwa nini sikusikii leo. Iko shida mahali. Shida iko wapi? Sijui ni nini. Leo
wacha atoke tena alafu arudi. Acha atoke alafu arudi. Na
all right. Bwana Fred, how will these houses be accepted? What needs to be done? Is it them being built without us being taxed? How will Kenyans accept these houses? Because by the end of the day, we all agree we need the houses. We all agree. Most of us agree these houses they need to be constructed somehow. So how do we go about it? How can the government get it right?
Okay, the you know the way the lady has just said, there is a right way of acquiring land. The first thing, the government should identify the land where they want to build these houses. Then the government should buy the land from the owners, willing buyer, willing seller. After that, they construct the houses and then they sell to the citizens. Very simple and very, but this thing has been even going on with these private sellers. They even in Nairobi now, there are people who are selling full furnished house, land, and all this. But this of the system of the UDA government, this is pure conning, and I tell you, it will backfire on them. I saw in Voi people are claiming they had those lands since 1963. The people were on that land. Now there is a company has come now that they have been owning that land since time immemorial. It's the same thing that will happen with this government thing, because tomorrow the UDA government won't be in government, and the real owners of the land that people they are evicting now, they will come. Now, buying these houses will even be a thorn to the buyers, because tomorrow the court will rule that these lands were acquired unlawfully, and people will have a right to be evicted again into these houses. The government will have pocketed the money, because you have to remember, the land they are acquiring, they are not buying them. They are forcefully acquiring them. The houses that are being built is not the government building. They are giving private sector to build, meaning them they are just in the middle somewhere waiting to tap the money. After you buying it, they make their commission. So it is Kenyans who are being duped live in the day. The few majorities, most of us, I hear even the lady, even the Mr. G said here very well. Us, when we want to build our houses, I don't build a house in Nairobi, in Kisumu. I go build it in my ushago nyumbani kabisa. That's where I build my house. Where I work, I rent a house, and if renting is very good, because I can decide today I want to rent the first floor. Tomorrow I want to fifth floor. I like that. So this thing is just pure conning that Kenyans should not even be tempted that you are going to buy these houses. It will be tears. I think for now I rest my case there.
Omolo, I think I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope I am clear now.
Yes, I don't know what was your problem. Shida ilikuwa wapi bana we? Sawa lakini. Endelea, maoni yako ni yapi?
Kwanza, thank you everyone, our panelists and those that are following us in the comment section. Some have left. Nilikuwa na mtu ambao alikuwa anataka kumjibu. Kwanza nataka kuambia any Kenyan of his right senses ambao atakaa na kuwe comfortable afikirie kwamba Ruto atajenga nyumba na kupatie, I'm telling you, you are doomed, because we should understand the kind of leader that we have. I keep on repeating that we have a madman in the name of the president who is a narcissistic and is just there to swindle the country and plunge the country into economical serious crisis. Number one, we had today the controller of the budget, who he knows more than we know. He have the records, he have the books, and he put it clear that the money that had been deducted by, from the civil servants towards medical care and the NSSF has not been remitted for them. Pesa imekatwa na haijawekwa kula ambayo inastahili. So hiyo tayari ni kuonyesha kwamba it is a red flag. Sasa ikiwa pesa ya NSSF, ya NHIF, ya medical inakatwa na haiwezi kukusaidia kukutibu, what would make you think that nyumba utajengewa? Number two, hata hizi nyumba kawaida zinajengwa na plan. The government is not putting in black and white. Ituambie kwamba so far pesa ngapi wamekusanya za hizo houses levy, na hizo pesa zinakuwa appropriate namna gani, zijenge nyumba ngapi, na hao watu ambao wataingia kwa criteria gani? We don't know the budget, we don't know the amount that has been collected. Sasa if they were to collect 3 trillion and only build, let's say 250 houses, tutajuaje kwamba zimeingia napo? I'm telling you, this is the biggest scandal ambao inaenda kutokea this country, and this regime is going to turn this country into a zoo. Ile kitu nataka pia kuongezea ni kuwa tumeangalia vizuri kwamba we have a person who is not consistent in his words. Wewe unakaa kama president ambao you have all the intelligence. Wewe uko na taasisi zote za kiusalama za intelligence, alafu unakuja unatuambia they are corrupt judges. They are corrupt judges. Why are you not telling us who are they? Because you have all the information. Wewe uko na NIS, uko na DCI, uko na investigative channel zote. Sasa wewe president huwezi kuja kwa media tena na kuongea kama mimi omolomola hapa kutuambia ati kwamba the corrupt judges. Bring them out. Let them face the law. Let them go to be prosecuted and take them to prison. So you see this kind of fooling Kenyans, in a broad daylight. So nothing good will come from this regime. We are led by people who are either blatantly liars and corrupt to the core, or they don't have idea on how to lead the country. Number two, what is the way forward? The way forward, kama tukisema kwamba ni maandamano, I support maandamano 100%, and that all Kenyans should come in large numbers and say no, enough to this regime. Say enough is enough to these heartless leaders, capitalists, corrupt, name them, liars. Say no to all of them. Sababu tunaona kwamba it is a one man show. Ruto anataka kuwa yeye ndio Chief Justice, anataka kuwa yeye ndio Speaker wa National Assembly, anataka kuwa yeye ndio IG, anataka kuwa you cannot tell me that kwamba what you think that is good for the country, only him, is good for 50 million Kenyans. This country does not belong to William Ruto. This country does not belong to William Ruto's mother. This country does not belong to Ruto's family. This country belongs to all of us, 50 million Kenyans plus, and the generation to come. And with or without Ruto, this country must continue. But what we will not accept, what Kenyans should say no, is to let a person like Ruto to plunge this country into a serious economical crisis that our generation will suffer immensely, and they will be beggars forever. You see even what he's doing by saying that he's exporting human capital. The other day, you was telling us that you want to enhance something that is called, production, and that you cannot subsidize consumption. When you talk of houses, is that not consumption? You can categorize in terms of consumption. It is not production. So instead of looking for how to enhance manufacturing, production, and anything that can sell the products that can be sold and bring foreign currency to this country and grow the economy. Kwanza unachukua ma expertise unaanza kupeleka nje in the name ya kwenda waende wafanye kazi, you know, things that does not add up. And the way, and number two, and my last statement is, we see now that our country is going to be isolated. We fought since 1979 to regain the East Africa community, and it has been growing ever since. But you see, Ruto now is taking all those down to drain. Now we are not in good books with Uganda. In fact, even Uganda have taken us to East Africa court, you know, demanding about the fuel issue. We are not in good books with Tanzania. We are not in good books with Rwanda either. Our neighbors are becoming now our enemies. Relationship that we have worked for many. So many things that you see is not adding up. He's a blatant liar. The other day he said that he's going to give visa to the rest of the world, later to come and change that it is still in the process while he gives the deadline. So all these lies, which kind of lies do you expect again until you prove that he's a liar? So anybody that is sitting and waiting to lead us to build you a house, you are doomed.
Wow, anyone who is expecting to be built a house, you are doomed. Maoni yake Omolo. Namwona kakangu SG Kamau amejaja. VP, my brother, hope you're well.
I'm fantastic. How are you?
Actually, you become lucky because I am coming to you directly. Let me ask you, is Mwananchi ready for protest? Because everyone is calling for this. The Law Society of Kenya are calling for it. Jimmy Wanjigi is calling for it. Raila Odinga, in the first day of the year, began by saying it's time we go for it. Kalonzo Musyoka has called for it. But Mwananchi, from where you sit, is Mwananchi ready for it? Because someone was saying the problem is, as much as they are calling for it, not everyone will participate. Some regions will be isolated, and hence will only have it in particular regions, and yet everyone is suffering in this regime. What do you think?
Let me tell you, ready. In fact, we are ready now. Because the last Maandamano, my brother, I witnessed something that I've never seen in the all Maandamanos from 1960s. I've never seen Kambas protest in Wote. I've never. That was a new one. I've never in protest. I have never. Took the president to call ATPU, those people who kill Al-Shabaab and terrorists, to go and kill protesters. It took that, my brother. I don't know whether you think about stories Ajaba. It took of ATPU who are in Upper Hill who go and kill protesters for it to stop. Because in my own understanding, it was getting out. But you know, the problem with this government, it is dealing with a very new constitution. That is the biggest, where people are independent. I can tell you, 40,000 people in judiciary are in Azimio. They cannot tolerate this Ujinga. Do this. Nobody who voted for Raila Odinga has to Kenya Kwanza. Because what are you shifting to? In fact, there are people who are in UDA, and the people are coming to the opposition. So we are ready. We want to topple this government. This is the most useless government in the planet as we speak right now. It is so insensitive, very arrogant, and stupid. That's what I can tell you, my brother. Because how do you propose things like sijui kucharge kuku, mahindi, and on top of that NSSF tunasikia pia hujapeleka umekura wewe umeweka belt ya 450 million na hapo unatupatia stories sijui Uhuru alifanya, Raila alifanya, I mean tulipata dilapidated sijui what, you know, stories za jaba za ujinga. We cannot tolerate this government anymore. Wametupatia sukari iko na mercury, tumekula. Watu wako na kansa saa hii. Tumekula mafuta edible oil ambayo imekataliwa na nini. Saa hii tunakunywa mafuta ya gari ambayo ni mbaya. Alafu narukuja kuniambia hapa tuko na rais Mkalenjin. Sijui amefanya nini? Sijui alikuwa anauza kuku. Sijui alikuwa anakuuza na ujinga ingine hapo. Mara tunasikia anapiga bibi things. They are making us feel so ashamed as a people of sisi tunajiuliza huu ni rais aina gani? Ni Ghasia gani? Is pure Ghasia hii. Ati sasa anatafuta bloggers. But a message. Ati ni nyamaze, ni ama ni wawe ama ni who the fuck does this thing guy think is? So basically people of Kenya, we don't want this government. No, it leaves us the better. Suffering right out there, my brother. Sijui ni nani anaweza.
Naona umekasirika, even the words you are using are too tough, but sawa. You are cussing on live TV. Corrupt Judge, how are you? Corrupt Judge, how are you? Unaweza washa mic. You are good? Niko salama, unaendeleaje?
Niko sawa. Mimi nasikia tu kidogo hapa.
Sasa anaitwa Kenya Rebel, lakini sasa leo amekuja na Corrupt Judge. But vipi lakini?
Mimi niko fiti. Mimi nasikia tu watu wanasema maandamano. Lakini Kenya mko na tuko hii Kenya yetu kweli tuko na we are clowns. Tunafaa kwenda Hollywood. Tunafaa kwenda Hollywood tutengeneze movie inaitwa Kenya.
Tuna content kibao
kabisa. Top content creator wakosi. Huyu mzee atawapeleka maandamano tena. Kakaono man. Mwende mkatupe mawe, alafu mchapwe bunduki. Alafu mtaenda NTV ati wameua watu. Alafu kesho utasikia ati Ruto wamesikizana na Raila tena. Waende wamekaa chini na because juu ujinga. Alafu utaanza kusikia watu wanapiga makelele hapa kama esi kama ati sasa Ruto is a good president now. Sio ndio ujinga walikuanga nao siku za Uhuru. Vile Uhuru alikuanga mbaya, alafu after ninio wakashikana mkono sasa ati Ruto ni mzuri, ati Uhuru ni mzuri. This foolishness to watch bwana. When are you going to open your mind? Mimi nawaambianga hapa kila siku. Raila, Ruto, Uhuru, they are the same rotten basket. All of them. I'm giving you the solution. But first of all, before you get to the solution, you have to recognize the problem. Instead, the problem is you don't recognize that all of them are playing you. That is the first thing you have to admit and know. Junyi bado mnakaa hapo mnadanganywa, mnachezwa na mnakufa na mnanio. The solution is number 1, rid yourself of these colonial puppets. Okay? Reject their funny calls that maandamano. Ukienda maandamano, first of all, wacha niwaulize hata in your rebuttal, not now, but nitawauliza, what is the main reason of going to maandamano? Okay, ukinijibu niambie tunaenda kwa sababu
it is a constitutional requirement, bro. I don't know why you're asking
that is not the question. You failed already. I asked.
No, I can't fail, but I'm telling you.
Okay, sinunyamaza usikie basi. Mimi nimeuliza, what are you going for maandamano for? Sijauliza ati sijasema ati maandamano is not your right. It is your right. You can go maandamano. But what are you going to protest against?
Everything.
Is it the
gas,
cost of living?
sugar, we don't even know. We are protesting for everything. For example,
exactly.
School, there is capitation. We have gas to promise you free Wi-Fi. To promise you
You're making my
free
point.
state. So we
You're
are
making my
actually
point.
we are spoiled for choice, bro. We are very spoiled
You're
for
making
choice.
my point.
We don't know what to
You're making my
protest. Hata sasa tunaweza decide to protest kwa sababu ya Mariacho wanapigwa for no reason. Kwa sababu we are spoiled for choice, bro. We are fucking choice. Hawezi fura hivyo. We don't want a first lady and a macho aoni. We can't do that. We can't allow our first lady to be beaten by a human being.
Okay. Haya, umeshamaliza na your rant. All right. Haya. Wacha niwaulize. Wacha sijamaliza Jake. Ngoja kidogo Omolo kidogo.
Ngoja nikuongezee.
No, wait. Relax. Last time
mlienda mnapigania kwa giza hata siwaoni nyote.
Ngoja Jake. Jibu is wacha tutawauliza. Last time mlienda mkatuambia sijui electoral justice, sijui cost of living, sijui nini. Cost of living ilienda chini after hiyo maandamano yenu. Vile mlikuwa mnatuambia the mother of maandamano. Did it go down? Yeah? You see, this is the kind of stupidity that you need to get out of.
All right. The guys who are ready to answer you. Devi, maoni yako ni yapi? Devi, hebu nipe, unakubaliana watu waende maandamano?
Hata nitoe maoni yangu hapa. Mimi napiga simu kutoka Nakuru. Hata nikuambie, iko jamaa hapo nasikia anaongea kama mafi ya kuku. Huyo jamaa achana na Raila, achana na Uhuru. It's not about them. This is about our life. Huyo jamaa kwa majuu na juu vile wakaja hapo wanateseka na ati maandamano is the right of the people all over the world. Watu wakisikia wamefinyika dunia mzima huo wanaenda maandamano. Hata nikwambie kitu ya maana hapa. Hii si mambo ya Raila. Na kama ingekuwa Raila
atakwambia maisha imeenda chini vile mlienda maandamano.
Wewe ni mafia kubwa si takataka. Wewe kama ungekuwa karibu na mimi wewe ningekuchapa hata risasi ama bunduki.
Jibu swali.
Ona kama tuko unakuja kwa wa Kenya.
Sinupande ndege uende majuu basi. Kwani ndege si Kenya Airways walisema tiko kunini? Aenda kapande ndege kuje majuu hata wewe.
Yes. Hata nikwambie kenye kinafanyika saa hizi. Hii mambo number 1.
Jibu swali. Gharama ya maisha ienda chini vile mlienda maandamano.
Kuiba mashamba ya watu. Hii ni mpango ya kusanya pesa, mtu ajisikia kwa na pesa mingi, lakini hakuna kitu akonayo kwa akili ya kufanyia wa Kenya. Kwa sababu wote nikwambie Jake, nikuulize Jake. Wewe unabomolea mtu nyumba, alafu ujenge nyumba unipatie nyumba. Yaani niishi nyumba ya penye mahali penye mtu alibomolea nyumba. Sisi wa Kenya tunakuwa na
kitu kama ya kubomoa nyumba ulisema kitu.
Hatupendi kuona watu wa Kenya wengine
wakiteseka. Unabomoa manyumba ulisema kitu.
Wewe Gasia nyamaza niongee. Corrupt judge. Wewe ndio unataka ya mtu.
Kanane wacha tu participate bila matusi lakini endelea.
Hawataka na Raila Odinga. Acha nikwambie
huyo mganga.
Wakenya wanaumia. Wakenya wanaumia. Mimi niko sawa mimi lakini Wakenya wanalia. Hata nikwambie wakati
nchi maandamano wacha kupigia makelele kwa internet hapa enda maandamano.
Hata mimi nitoe maoni yangu nikuwe productive.
Enda maandamano. Umesema unataka kwenda maandamano, acha kutoa maoni, enda maandamano.
Kenya rebel kidogo tu, acha Defi amalize. I'll give you time to rebuttal. Yes Defi.
Jex, nchi ambayo imekasirika haiwezi kuwa productive. Wakati wote imekasirika nchi mzima, hata ujaribu namna gani, hiyo nchi haiwezi kuwa productive. That's the truth of the matter.
Wewe na bibi yako ndio mmekasirika, si nchi yote. Hata sema bibi yako. Kama wewe na bibi yako mmekasirika useme nchi yote.
Kila mimi nimekasirika, wewe. Wacha usema yeye na bibi yake ni kila mtu bro. What the fuck man?
Hii mambo ya kusema.
Wewe unatuambia nini? Unajua sisi tunakasirika. Wewe unajua unakaa na afro huko US unafikiri kila kitu ni mzuri. Hapa ni mbaya bro.
Maandamano kama usikuonaki kwa maandamano.
Wewe unalea maafro huko unafikiri hapa ni mambo. Hapa kumechemuka bro. Hapa ni mbaya bro. We don't want the stupidity of
Endeni maandamano, mnangoja Raila nini? Sikuonagi maandamano.
Mimi niko maandamano naendaga.
Hata nitoe maoni yangu nimalize.
Huyu jamaa ni nani huyo kwanza?
Jex.
Haya, Defi endelea.
Hii Kenya kila mtu akona kwao. Hakuna ule mtu mwenye ana kwao. Hata mtu anaishi Kibira lazima akona kwao huko nyumbani. Unashika? So hii mambo ya kusema eti unataka kunijengea nyumba bila hata bila mimi kama nataka kama sitaki, hiyo ni hujuma kwa mwanadamu. Na hiyo ni ile mambo ambayo unasemagwa kulazimisha watu kitu yenye hawataki. Hata nikwambie Jex, mimi hata we are supposed to live in a competitive country whereby I want to build house wakati wangu umefika. Nataka kuona wakati umejenga nyumba mzuri, nataka kujenga nyumba mzuri zaidi yako ama nijenge kiasia yako. Na kwa maisha ya mwanadamu, hata nikwambie tu kweli, kuna zile vitu za muhimu sana. Yeah? Chakula. Mimi mzazi wangu alikuwa na shamba kubwa sana. Shamba kubwa. Tulikuwa naishi nyumba ya matope. Unaona? Lakini kitu ya kwanza tunaenda shule, tunakula. Unaona? Nyumba kujenga.
Sasa shamba ya baba yako na maandamano inaingia na wapi? Semanga kwa jamana, ema patiana mtu mwingine, hata kutuharibia wakati hapa.
Hapo tu bwana.
Hata kulipia mambo ya shamba ya babako. Kama una story toka, please.
Hii ni mambo ya manyumba hii. Kulazimisha watu ati nitoke ushago nikuje niishi town kwa nyumba yenye imejengwa na serikali, hiyo sio haki. Mimi ikifika wakati wangu nitajijengea nyumba yenye mimi mwenyewe nataka, si eti ninajengewa na mtu. Unaona?
Okay.
Jambo la mwisho. Kwa katiba
rudi kwa Bernard.
Kidogo tu Kenya Rebel
kulazimisha mtu kitu. Afai kulazimisha mtu kitu. We are living in a free world. Hata nikitaka kuishi nyumba ya nyasi, wacha mimi nikupenda kwangu. Nikitaka kuishi nyumba ya mabati nikupenda kwangu. Lakini usikuja hapo unataka kujengea nyumba na unanyang'anya mwingine. Kama unataka kujenga nyumba ni vizuri yes, lakini hii ushuru yenye tunatoa, ushuru yenye Kenya wanatoa imetosha kufanya project hata yako ya kujenga nyumba. Usiekelee wa Kenya ushuru mwingine.
Hata afadhali ungenyamaza, hujatoa point. Tafadhali next.
Kenya Rebel, Kenya Rebel. All right. Yes, Omolo.
Kwanza, Jack, I want to ask you to put house in order. And I want to tell Kenya Rebel that everybody is entitled to his opinion. Wacha kuambia watu waende kwa Bernard. Kila mmoja ana haki ya kuzungumza mahali popote. So please, kama kuna kitu umekunywa, try to drink milk, diffuse it fast. Ukija hapo ukiwa sober. What I want to tell Kenya Rebel is that wacha kutuambia mambo ya Uhuru. Hatukuchagua Uhuru, mwenye tumechagua ni mtu anaitwa William Ruto and is answerable to us. So wacha kutuambia ati Uhuru alifanya hivi. We pass there.
I'm glad you confessed that Ruto won. I'm glad.
Listen. Learn to listen. Sasa ile kitu iko ni kuwa tulichagua mtu ambao anaitwa William Ruto, a madman in the name of the president, a narcissistic, a person that does not know left from his right, a blatant liar, all those names. Sasa kitu ile tunasema ni kuwa Ruto, he forced himself into power. Everybody knows that. And we wanted to give him a lean way, at least a chance for 5 years.
Do you have the evidence? Where's the evidence he forced himself?
Kenya Rebel, relax.
Namaza. Kama kuna kitu umekunywa, wewe jaribu kunywa maziwa irudi chini na usikize. Listen when wisdom is talking.
Omolo,
go
on Omolo.
Yes. So what we are saying is this narcissist, capitalist, corrupt that is in that power, we have to hold him responsible. Pesa ya NSSF amekula, pesa ya NHIF amekula, na si mambo yangu, ni mambo ya controller of budget. Yeye ndiye anajua kuliko kila mtu, manake hiyo ndio ofisi yake. Sasa wewe umekula pesa ya kustaafu, umekula pesa ya matibabu. Wewe unataka mtu agonjeke, awache hiyo pesa ya nyumba. Utasemaje unajenga mtu nyumba na uwezi kumtibu akiwa amegonjeka na ni pesa zake ametoa. So tunasema hii mambo ya kudanganywa mchana peupe imetosha. Na tukiongea kwamba mambo ya maandamano is that understand that this Kenya belongs to us, 50 million does not belong to William Ruto. So kama kitu Ruto anataka kufanya si kulazimisha ina throat. Mambo ya kutishia judiciary na kulazimishia vitu. We are not here to be controlled. God brought us in Kenya for everybody. Kwa hivyo hakuna mwenye akona right over mwingine. So hawezi kutulazimisha. Tukisema kwamba waachana kwanza na mambo ya nyumba, tupatie kwanza matibabu, tupatie watoto wetu elimu, tujenge kwanza mabarabara, tuko na right, maanake ni pesa zetu tunatumia na ni haki yetu kuzungumza na ni yetu tunafanya. Kama anataka kujenga, amejenga nyumba za kutosha, hizo amejenga, amejaza masugoi, hizo malanda amegrab, aenda azijenge huko. Sisi priority yetu kwanza ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunataka tupate afya njema, tunataka tupate chakula, tunataka tupate maisha ile ambayo iko affordable.
Right.
That is what Kenyans are saying.
Kenya Rebel, you can now repart.
Okay. Okay, sawa. Number one, Omolo amekubali leo Ruto alichaguliwa na Wakenya, amesema ati tulimchagua. Okay, hata ukishake kichwa ukisema ati Ruto hajashinda, where is your evidence that the election was rigged? Usikuje utuambie hapa ati sava. The presidential election results was not to be determined at the server. It was at the polling station. Okay? So msikuja hapa na stories za ujinga. Okay. Maandamano. I ask you, mulienda maandamano, mliambiwa na Raila mwende maandamano sijui mara ngapi? Ati mara moja, the first time mlikuwa mnasema ati sijui you want the coffee nana code. The second time mkaanza kutuambia ati sijui ni sijui electoral justice. The third time mkadandia hiyo story ya cost of living. Okay? And I ask you, gharama ya maisha ilienda chini tangu mwende maandamano? Haijaenda chini. So nothing was solved. Wakaenda nadi kwa hapo wakasign vitu, and they only agreed to agree on expanding the government, to change constitution, katiba, as if the constitution is the problem. The problem is not the constitution. So that's number two. And you're not seeing that you're being conned. Bado nyinyi mnakaa hapo ati mnataka kwenda maandamano tena. Okay? So this is what I'm saying. I keep on telling you, hizi maandamano mshakuwa mkienda enda. Hata sisi tulienda kwa hizo maandamano 2017 huko, Raila akatudanganya kashikana na Uhuru. It bears nothing. The people who gain from this maandamano is Raila Odinga and his cronies. Ndio maana Junet anaita ng'ombe. I'm sorry, and I'm not calling you that. I'm saying that's what Junet anasema. Okay? Because they keep on wanawadanganya, and you can't see past this. Ndio maana nasema, wacha nimalize. I'm concluding my point. No. Okay, I'm making it clear. Okay.
Because of ama kuna shida na maandamano because Kenyans are suffering. Be precise.
No, okay. This is what I'm saying. I'm glad you asked. Wacha nimalize. Ngoja nimalize.
Maandamano hutaki, kila kitu hutaki. Give us the best way to go. Wakenya wafanye nini?
Exactly. Angalia Ukiomtata anafanya nini. Mtu mmoja amesimamisha rais, hata rais ameanza kukasirika naye anaanza kusema majaji. Nyinyi mkienda maandamano, look at what maandamano does. Mtaenda, watu wachapwe bunduki, biashara ziharibike, sijui nini zifanyike, alafu Omolo sikia, wacha nimalize.
Wacha maandamano haya tufanye nini?
Si ndio nimekuambia, si ndio kuna koti. Kwani unafikiria Ukiomtata anasimamisha hizo nini za anajaribu kusimamisha hizo maneno ya kujenga manyumba? Hiyo story haijaisha.
Koti amesema hata heshimu Kotoda, amesema ni hawaizi, ni corrupt. Sasa Kotoda gani ukampatia heshimu? Kwani koti
of course, okay. Lakini sikia, listen to me. Koti amesema hivyo, hiyo ni matamshi yake, amesema kibinafsi kama Ruto. He cannot implement that. If the court wakisema hivyo, that's when it will become anarchy. We hold him accountable and we can start by our representatives going up. Because that will mean that he has absolved his position as the president soon as he stops following the constitution. That's why I'm saying, going to the court, kama vile Ukiomtata, mtu mmoja tu anajaribu amesimamisha hizo mapolisi zake. Wewe sikia, wacha nikimaliza.
Ngoja, nyumba zilibomolewa Western na ilikuwa na Kotoda na haikuheshimiwa.
Sikia, okay, sikia. No, mimi nakupatia, listen, nimekupatia comparison between two idinio. Mtaenda maandamano, lives will die, or mtaenda kotini, mupate a legal right to stop Ruto. Which one would you prefer? Mwende mkufu hapo alafu mtalia. Na Raila hata wapatia hata ndururu moja kwa wale watu walienda kufa. Mpaka saizi Raila Odinga hajatoa hata ninyo moja. Na ameitisha hizo maandamano ameitisha. So saizi zingine, tumieni akili.
All right. Bwana Kuri, habari ya leo na kuona
who's this guy?
Mzuri sana.
Aha, maoni yako ni yapi? Wakenya wameambiwa wajiandae ili waweze kujitokeza kwa maandamano kwa sababu ya gharama ya maisha na kodi ambayo mwananchi anatozwa. Kulingana na wewe mahali umeketi, maoni yako itakuwa gani?
Mimi alifanya niingia hapo studio ni hii ng'ombe yenye maafro kama nguruwe. Maandamano yeye hajui iko kwa katiba, yeye anapinga watu wafanye maandamano. Kwa nini ng'ombe hii?
Lazima unasikia vibaya. By the way, Jakes, ukisikia mtu ambaye anakuja na ujinga ya kitoto kuambia Wakenya ati wasiandamane, unashindwa mtu ni nini? Yeah.
No one said that maandamano iko kwa katiba. Nilisema
ambie huyo jamaa ni ng'ombe branget.
Wewe kama wewe
huyo jamaa ni puzi sana.
Ni rafiki yangu, ni bangi mingi. Ni rafiki yangu.
Hebu toweni hiyo jamaa
anavuta bangi mingi.
Jakes, huyu jamaa anaharibu studio. Anaharibia hii studio na angalau na
lack of education is a problem. Education system has let you down. Then
yes, Korea.
Jakes, huyu mtu anaharibia studio kwa sababu kitu yenye iko kwa katiba. Kwa nini anapinga? Anaumiza maroho za watu akiongea.
Na ndio maana yuko Kenya.
Na ni kweli ndio maana yuko Kenya.
Ndio maana yuko Kenya. Hii ni brangeti kwa sababu anajua what is happening in Kenya. Anaepa alafu anaenda huko anaanza kutangatanga. Ni kama mtu mwenye huko kwao, unatoka kwenu unaenda kwa jirani alafu unaanza kulalamikia huko. Si uende kwenu kule, hiyo shida ya kwenu. Acha kutuambia ubila party ni hapo. Unakula huko vizuri. Unaenda unakula kwa jirani vizuri alafu unadarau kwenu unaanza kusema.
Sisi wenye
stupid man.
Unajua.
Can you come back to Kenya and then you suffer the way others are suffering?
Yuko ng'ambo kwa hapa anatuletea upuzi hapa.
Hii jamaa kama hata ungekuwa karibu hapa mimi ningekuuma na meno. Nimekusikiza sana my friend, lakini hata kumbe unajifanya hapo umesoma kitu gani? Umesoma kitu gani unakuja kuturingia hapa? Umesoma nini? Unaenda kunyemelea another country alafu unaacha nchi yako. Hata your brothers are fighting for the freedom. Wewe huko unapiga mamudomo huko. Satan.
All right, enough.
Huyo umetolewa wapi huyu?
Enough, Frederick. I can feel
mental health is an issue.
Pole.
Mental health is real.
Kuria, it was your turn. Go ahead.
Jakes, basi mimi nilikuwa nataka hiyo ng'ombe tu yajua kwa Kenya anaumia, asiongee ujinga. Hizo ujinga anatumiza sisi. Yeye yuko huko nje alfa anaongea upuzi. Sisi tunaumia sana. Kwa hivyo mtu ataharibu studio kwa sababu hizo upuzi anaongea.
Haukusikia kitu nilisema au na hukuelewa comprehension.
Mimi nimeingia kwa sababu wewe punda wewe. Mimi nimeingia studio kwa sababu wewe punda.
Okay, enough.
Unasema sikusikia.
Enough.
Sema yote kwa roho. Sema yote kwa roho. Toa yote kwa roho tafadhali. It's good.
We, sawa. Fred, ulikuwa unainua mkono. Okay. Kule umeka mziki na tuna license ya hiyo, lakini sawa, nimemute. Yes, Fred. Unmute yourself, sir. Unmute. All right. Melchizedek kabla Fred haja washa sauti.
Okay. Can you
Okay, go
hear
ahead.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say that, people like corrupt judge, these are the people where that are making us Kenyans be where we are now. As long as he has eaten, his stomach is full, he thinks that everybody has eaten. This government, first, he should even, I think he should, when he said that we chose this government, no Kenyan chose this government. This government was put here by the colonialist. It was not us Kenyans. Ruto forced himself to be a president. It was just that Kenyans love peace. That's why we left him to rule for 5 years. Because, even Trump was bad, but when his time came, people removed him. The same like Ruto, we are just giving him time. Then he will go. By time, he will go. But Kenya never voted him. Another thing, being outside where you are now, I think you have traveled. When people say that you are somewhere outside Kenya, you should compare where you are and where your country is. Have you seen them living the way your brothers and sisters are living at home? This is what you should not think of yourself. You only your stomach and enough. Think also of your brothers. Today, there are people who are going to sleep outside thanks to this government. They have just went there, demolished their houses without even a notice, and today they are outside sleeping. Not anybody, not terrorists. The government terrorizing his citizens. If you are a Kenyan Zalendo, you should stand with the Kenyan people. That what the government is doing is bad.
Can
Okay.
I rebut quickly after it's done?
Yes.
I'll give you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Another thing. Okay, I'll talk later. Let him talk. Let him talk. I give him time.
Just a brief rebuttal, then before we go to Melchizedek.
Yeah.
I just want to say this, Fred. Actually, I care much about you so much that I don't want you to go Maandamano to die for somebody else to get a position.
But Maandamano is in the constitution. What are you
I'm
talking
not
about?
disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. Listen to me. This is where you get me wrong. I'm not saying that Maandamano is not in the constitution. You have the right to go to Maandamano. Can you please, Fred?
I'll give you. Balango nitakupea dakika moja. Ngoja tu amalize. Go ahead.
Huyu jamaa hajui kitu anasema huyu bwana.
Nakuelewa Fred, naelewa, tafuta time, ngojea tu.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Kenya Rebel.
What I'm saying is this very quickly. Omonomolo, can you mute please?
Wait. You cannot mislead us kutuambia ati Maandamano is a death sentence. Instead of telling us that we have a terrorist government.
That's not what I say. Omonomolo. So unaona ka complication ni shida. Unajua sijui hao watu wale nikaisha wapi. But anyway, Jakes, wacha ni ninio. What I was saying is this. I'm not saying that you don't have the right to go for Maandamano. What I'm saying is this. Let's be very clear. Every time we have a Maandamano, especially that is been called by none other than Raila Odinga, we always have atrocities, exchanges between police and the protesters. Watu wanarusha mawe, polisi inaua watu, and people die.
That is the government terrorizing Kenyans. It is the government terrorizing Kenyans. We are doing things.
Fred, we can.
You can't put your laws in the constitution.
Okay, can you please listen?
Say that everybody, you have a right to demonstrate.
Okay, Fred, can you listen? Fred,
let me ask you first.
I was about to answer you so you can go.
No. Wait. The way Kenya is run now, I want to ask you as an individual. The way Kenya is run, is it good for you? The way our Kenya country.
I was about to answer you, but you interrupted me.
Okay, I want you to answer me that.
I will answer you. Can you listen? Even when we went to Maandamano while Uhuru was the president, there were atrocities. You can apportion blame from both sides, brutal police, and there's also crimes that were happening, vandalization of shops, business places, people being mugged. It happened. Let's not pretend. So we can apportion blame on both sides, okay? And this happened under Uhuru Kenyatta, and it's happening also when Ruto is president. That's why I'm saying every time we go to Maandamano, I'm answering your question. I'm coming to it. And that's why I was saying, when they call for Maandamano, Raila will call for Maandamano, mtaenda, then people will be killed, butchered the way we saw in Nyalenda and Kisumu.
By who?
By the police.
The other time, the government, the other 2 days, the government had Maandamano. They were escorted by police. Nobody died.
That's true.
Yes,
that's true.
But why is it that when we are doing Maandamano, these people are killing us? Because they are terrorists. This war we are saying.
But
the
you have
government
to be,
that is in power now, they are terrorizing Kenyans.
It goes both ways because they are youth who vandalize property. People get beaten up. We saw that on the news. Tusijifanye hapa bana.
But those were the government. Those were
wakina nani walikuwa na ngwareli? Was the government ngwareli? Was it the government was walikuwa na ngwareli?
Listen.
The problem with you is
so
like
what?
You are fixed. You don't want to problem your mind.
I'm not
your
fixed.
Mind is somewhere and is there. So discussing with you is chaotic. I asked you a very simple question that you didn't answer. I asked you
what?
The way now our Kenyan economy is and the situation in Kenya. As a Kenyan, do you like what is going now? Do you like it?
No, I'm not. And I'm giving you a more. That's why I gave you an example of Okiom Tata. If a one man can go to court.
But if your president is
oh my God, so are you going to let me answer or not, or do you want to talk?
Is it your president that is complaining when Okiom Mutata is doing the right way, going to court is complaining?
First of all, he's not my president. He's the Kenyan president of the Republic of Kenya. He's everyone's president.
I'm a Kenyan,
whether you like it or not. Okay, he's the ruler of the Republic of Kenya. Whether you live there or as long as you're Kenyan, he's your president. Okay, he was voted to by Kenya.
You are admitting that the situation in Kenya now is not right, even for you. Even you are admitting.
So, yes, I'm saying there's better ways. There's better ways, less bloody ways of dealing with it.
What is your problem?
I'm saying there's a lesser bloody way of dealing with it because, as I mentioned, when Raila Odinga calls for Maandamano, it always ends up being bloody.
Odinga from your mouth. We are not talking of Raila Odinga. We are talking of us Kenyans going right.
I'm answering you. You don't want to listen. If you don't want to listen, then you're not going to get it. You'll keep on arguing with me while I'm trying to answer you. If you listen, you might get something. I'm saying this. Every time there's a Maandamano, especially when it's called by Raila Odinga, there's always a bloody exchange between the police and his supporters, and people die. And I'm saying there's a better way of actually clipping Ruto's influence in government or taking care of these problems that we want to confronting Ruto in a more peaceful way.
Which
AKA,
way is what we're asking you? Which
that's
way?
why I was using Okiom Tata. See, you're not listening. You've been making noise. What is Okiom Tata doing? What are the Okiom Tata doing? You use the courts. That's why the courts are. That's why you hear Ruto is complaining about the judges because our judges they're using the constitution and telling the president, no, these policies are unconstitutional and we are not going to let you do that. And that's a more effective, more peaceful way than going to the Maandamano and shooting each other and killing each other. Alafu at the end of the day, watakutana hapo Konadi Center wakitaka ku change the constitution to have them have new positions. That's the point I'm making. If you miss that point, I can't help you beyond that.
Because your point is very shallow. Because me, I'm talking of constitution. You are talking of your individual things. The Maandamano thing is in the constitution. Going to court is also in the constitution.
So what's the problem?
This thing can be practiced without the problem. The only problem is when now the government start killing its own people. The government start killing its own people. When we go to Maandamano, there are many Maandamanos guys have gone. without nobody getting killed. They go and they come back. Even nobody's being stolen.
That
The
is true.
problem starts when police
But I'm
come,
saying the ones that Raila Odinga calls always end up bloody. The ones
the
Raila
problem
Odinga
with
calls
you are
always
fixed
end
with
bloody.
Raila Odinga. I'm not talking of Raila Odinga.
I'm talking of him because he always leads this Maandamano.
Okay, allow me to add that one, Jake. Allow me to add something. When I corrupt judge, now let me tell you one thing. You know, something that is called revolution is not for cowards. See our Tuaoga. Now, if you are a coward that you say you will not come because you will be brutally beaten or what, you cannot bring a freedom. When Mau resurgence were fighting for the freedom of this country, the colonialist government, they were not that peaceful. They were not pleased. They were brutal, but they persisted until they attained the freedom. When you are talking of Maandamano and court, the other day we saw the government doing Maandamano. Why they did not go to court? And it is them that they get the court. Why did they come to the street? So it is to tell you that there are some things to sort out in court and there are some things to sort out in the street. And now let me tell you one thing that maybe you not want to hear. The Maandamano that is coming, nobody is expecting it to be peaceful. Let it be painful, but let it be the last and for freedom. So, you know, to bring freedom is not for cowards. If you are afraid, wewe kaa na mama yako, wacha wale watu ambao wako na moyo, watakuja barabarani, wataandamana. Kuleta freedom si ya waoga. That's what I want to tell you.
Okay,
Yes.
Yes. Next time people get people slaughtered like they did in Neo Kondele, msianze kusema ati they are targeting one community because the last time the people who went was a couple of community. It wasn't the whole country. So that's why I'm saying to protect people like the Luos who are being misused to go out there that are called by Raila Odinga. Hold on, I'm finishing. I'm saying, okay, to protect them from being targeted because Raila Odinga will call for Maandamano. Where sinusikie, protect them from going to Maandamano. We can use a less confrontational way through the courts to beat what Ruto is trying to do. Omolo, you're saying there were people who are protected. I agree they were protected. That's why I was careful to say that any Maandamano that has been called by Raila Odinga is always bloody clashes between the government and Raila Odinga supporters. Go ahead.
I think you have a problem with Raila Odinga. Yeah, nobody's talking about Raila Odinga.
We are
my friend. Of our rights, as Kenyans, our rights, not Raila Odinga. Try to remove.
And nobody's talking even about it. Yeah?
Try to remove.
I'd like to see you go for a Maandamano without Raila Odinga calling it and see how many people will go.
So what you are trying to
do, my friend. That's why we were outside the country.
Let me jam his brain.
All right, now let's listen in to Melchizedek. Melchizedek, how are you? Sorry you're finding these guys fighting. But how are you? Hope you're well.
Kwani we corrupt judge Raila aliowa mamako nini? Aliowa mamako akamwacha tunasema na Raila nini?
Korea, be kind. Korea, be kind. But anyway, let's go on. Yes, Melchizedek.
Yeah, but I hope everyone is okay. I don't like talking too much when two bulls are fighting. Maybe the nyasi itaweza umia sana. Hata sisi masikio imechoka. What I want to say is that we are even seeing, you put the video there, and the wananchi wanaendelea kuenjoy the maandamano. There is nothing. Once it will reach where a point police will attack the wananchi, is when all this will happen. Even the person who is arguing, I think he has the eyes. He's seeing what is happening. So I don't think we are not supposed to fight with those who doesn't have eyes to see and have ears to hear. We need to see a way of helping our country and how we should go about it, because a friend of mine there asked a very simple question. If not Maandamano, what is the solution? The guy did not answer. He's talking about Okia Mtata, and at the same time the person that is against the judiciary that is supposed to protect us. We are seeing very well that even the parliament itself cannot aweze kutetea wananchi now because it's being captured by one person. The judges themselves also, they are there because what we are seeing, we are not blind, neither we are not hatuko binzi ambayo hatuelewi ama hatusikii. What is happening in our country is very worse than before. So if we cannot work as a team and bring what is happening in a good way, then we are doing nothing, because everything that is taking place here, we came here to find a solution. And the solution that we are looking for is, if not maandamano, what are the solutions that we are supposed to bring on board? The person that is arguing about maandamano should come out clearly and tell us that if the judiciary is captured, the parliament is also captured, where can we go if we cannot use force to bring peace or to bring the liberation in Kenya? Because we are feeling very bad right now. Even if you are out of country, you find that right now when you go to exchange, your money is useless compared with the way it was before. And that's the fact. Whether you are getting millions or trillions of money, once you change it in Kenya shillings, you cannot even buy something out of it because of what is taking place. But people doesn't like the truth because the truth is bitter. That's why you see some people are fighting, people are arguing for no good reason. So I'm highly disappointed with one person that is arguing with something that even himself is seeing what is happening. So I don't want to talk much because we said that actions speak louder than words. If he has a solution, he should give us, and we shall zingatia hiyo nini yake na tuendelee tusaidie Kenya yetu ili next time.
Let me give you a solution. First of all, Melchizedek, let me ask you, what has Maandamano helped? How has Maandamano helped besides people dying for no reason? Ask me how Maandamano that Raila Odinga started helped since 2010.
Wewe nani? Wewe nani? Nini bwana? Siujibu tu swali. Wewe unauliza swali aje? Hakuna huyo jamaa. Huyo jamaa amestate those are the land. Wewe huyu jamaa anaitwa corrupt siji jaji or what? Huyo jamaa mwenye ameongea sasa hii ndio msomi kukuliko hata wewe. Amestate exactly. In fact hata ameongea kama watu 10. Lakini wewe umepiga mdomo, there is nothing unasaidia. Umeulizwa vizuri
kama uelewi
sawa, you don't want us to go to maandamano, then goja.
I was the one talking. I've not given you a chance to talk, please. Can you just keep quiet, please, if you don't mind?
Okay, I'll keep quiet. But
I'm the one talking right now because this is my chance. So if you want to talk more, you can go after me. Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Jags, what I can say is we should find a easiest way of helping or liberate our Kenya by doing what is necessary. We are not the only people that are doing what is called maandamano. Even where I am, if there is something wrong, people are going for maandamano. But the police is there to protect and make sure that wale ambao wanafanya protest, they are in a safer part, vitu za watu hawajaibi, na tunaenda kwa njia ambayo inafaa. So in Kenya, we have problem whereby people are panicking because we are seeing what is happening. We are not blind. From where we started and from where we are going, there is some issue that is taking place there. If you play the clips whereby Raila and the protester was there, you will find very well that once police started is when wananchi will start, because you cannot wait and mtu anakupiga na unangoja. Hata huyu mwenye anaongea, you cannot keep quiet when someone is attacking you. Hata kama wewe ni mjinga kiasi gani, ama wewe ni mpole kiasi gani, you have to defend yourself. Yes. So on my side, I don't have much, but we have to think before we speak. Thank you.
All right. Shikilia hapo tu, naja kwako. Nambe, how are you? I had seen you kapotea kidogo, but hope you're well, my brother.
Habari zenu?
Salama sana. Good to see you. Hope you're well.
I'm well. Mi yangu ni kidogo. Ningetaka tu kuambia corrupt judge aka revolutionary, tukatuku kumuuliza swali moja. Is it possible that Raila alifanya kitu mbaya kwa familia yako? Like, was it something personal? Because mi naona ni kama kuna uchungu mingi sana towards Raila. Like, maybe was there anything that will happen kwa maandamano ya last time 2017 yenye ili cause maybe ukalose mtu wa familia yako or something, you know? Because every show, every debate unaongea machungu tu mob, yani mazee, yani kama yani mazee Raila sijui alikufanyia nini personally yani. So kwa kuna hiyo kitu unaweza sema tu ase hapa wache kumisunderstand, unajua? Yeah, so hiyo ndio maoni yangu mazee. Mimi nimeingia hapa tu kuona tu ni comment. But to be honest, hiyo ni vile Kenya Revolutionary ana debate. Ni sawa ku debate, but yana debate na uchungu mwingine mpaka anapia kama psychiatric patient mazee. Mpaka unaweza kumwona huruma instead of kumkasirikia, unajua? So please, kama kuna kitu unaweza open up tu tusikie, unajua? Useme tu kenye nakuuma. That's it. Hiyo tu nitasema.
Kenya Rebel, leo utafungua roho?
Utafungua roho? Anyway. Wacha niseme hivi. Okay, to change the point, let me start with that one. I started by saying the reason why mimi sisemi ati unajua if anything nyinyi ndio mko na uchungu. Mimi nawaambia hapa, maandamano is not the solution. Sisemi ati you don't have the right to go to maandamano. That's number one. Number two, I said this. Every time Raila Odinga leads a maandamano, okay, there's a clash between his supporters and the police. You can sit here and start arguing police ndio walianza ama his supporters ndio. That's immaterial. The reality is there'll be clashes between the police and the wafuasi wake, and the people who will suffer the most ni wafuasi wake, most of them being Luos, because they are the majority who go to this maandamano. So I'm saying this, you ask me what is the solution, what is the alternative? Okay, the alternative is, I pointed the finger at Nani Okiya Mtata, saying that you can use the judiciary. You can argue that, okay, he has captured the judiciary. If he had captured the judiciary, why is he complaining about the judiciary? Him complaining about the judiciary is evidence. It's a sign that he actually doesn't have control of them, and they are the ones who are stopping him from fully implementing his unconstitutional policies. That's why I'm using it, and I would prefer that, because it's a less violent, confrontational way. Please, kuna mtu amute tafadhali. That's what I'm saying. Nasema hivi, using that through the courts, it's a more effective, less bloody way of confronting what Ruto is doing, rather than kungoja Raila waite tuende maandamano. Alafu we know, let's not pretend. Saizi unataka kutuuse example ya wale watu walienda hapo wakakuwa protected. That's why I say the difference between wale watu walienda hapo walinunuliwa na probably serikali waende wakafanya maandamano ya affordable care. The difference between them and the people who go out in Raila cause is that the ones that are called when Raila called the Maandamano, vita itakuwa nini. That's
The
what I'm
only
saying.
problem with you reason well, then you start calling Raila's name. Remove Raila from your mouth.
No, I can't remove him because listen,
No,
you can't
because
divorce
you are,
politics.
when you
No,
call
no, 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 no.
Raila, you are
Haukujibu
not
swali
I'll
yangu.
tell you why.
Haukujibu swali yangu.
I'll tell you why.
Hujajibu swali yangu bado. Unaweza ongea?
Okay, ngoja.
tu
Raila alikufanyia nini?
Raila hata yeye aendangi maandamano. Just talk your point.
Atiendangi maandamano. So did we watch the last Maandamano?
Raila from your mouth and then things will be okay.
No, I will mention him because every time he calls the Maandamano, it always gets bloody.
So
and
is Maandamano in constitution, yes or no? Is it in
that is not in question. You are missing the point.
What is the problem? So it is your side that has a problem. Because if you are doing the thing according to the law, why are you complaining?
There's nothing lawful about
what is one
here.
of it.
Fred, listen.
Is another one.
Fred, there's nothing constitutional about destroying people's property and robbing people and burning cars.
Destroy, my friend.
You can say what you want. In fact, there's a video of there's a video evidence of listen. There's a video evidence.
Or were maimed in Kondele. They were being removed from in their houses, not in the street, in the houses.
Yes.
So it is
and they were maimed in 2017 under Uhuru. They were maimed in 2007 by Kenyatta. So what's your point?
My point is
Fred.
No, wait. You have asked me what is my point. My point is constitution is in our Maandamano is in our constitution.
That is not my dispute.
Wait.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
Is in our constitution. So we can use either of these. The role of the police is to give protection. Many times, the people, when they go to Maandamano without police, nobody is getting killed, nobody is getting robbed, and all these things. The problem starts when police come in with the tear gas, even go to people's houses to kill people in their houses, not outside in the street. So this is why I'm telling you, start reasoning, but remove Raila.
Okay, let me answer you. Let me answer you.
Wait.
Okay, let me answer you, and I'll be brief so Molomolo can say something. Okay. Let me say this. Hold on, then I'll let you Molomolo go. What I was trying to say is this, Fred. We've been to Maandamano before, and that's why I asked. Of all this Maandamano that we've been to, most of them being bloody, and most of them, Luos are being the ones who suffer the most atrocities. What has yielded? What have we gained from this Maandamano?
Can I answer?
No, I'll let you please.
You have
please,
asked
please.
me a question.
Yeah, but I'll finish. Then I'll let you answer. Okay.
Okay.
That's number one. What has this bloody Maandamano achieved? In my opinion, is nothing. Number two, you said it correctly. So Maandamano is in the constitution, and also using the judiciary method, going through the judiciary, putting a petition and challenging and suing the government is also constitutional. And I'm looking at it like this. Why should I risk
Are you answering
millions
your
of
question? You asked me for
no.
Listen,
I'm making my argument now. I'm not answering my question. I'm making my argument, then you can answer me, and I'm finishing. So you can answer, then Omolomolo comes in. I'm saying this. Instead of waiting on Raila Odinga to call people to go to the street, and we know whether you want to argue that the police are the ones who are starting the skirmishes or the Wananchi, we can argue about that tomorrow. But the fact is, there's high probability that people will be killed. Okay? So why should I use that method while I can simply go to the judiciary, which there's huge evidence that Ruto has no total control of judiciary. That's why he's complaining about them. Why can't you use that route like Okia Mtata to stifle what this man wants to do? That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Okay. Just let me just answer, then I let you more. Okay, go.
Wait. Now listen, you talk very well. I want to juggle your brain. Number one, there was someone called Raj. He took a case to court, and that is when the narrative of three things, vitu tatu, jela, mbinguni, ama wame Kenya, it came from. Okay? Sasa, kumaanisha kwamba even Okiya Mtata the other day he said his life is in danger, to tell you that when you have a terrorist in that office, kwa hivyo hakuna mahali utasema ati ni safe. Secondly, all of us cannot be Okiya Mtata. There is nothing wrong. We can use all the avenue that is available, any avenue that is available.
All right.
And then wait, the last one. Umesema every time Raila called for maandamano it is blood. I asked you the other day, Maina Njenga was in Nyeri. And the police were there to do brutal. I want to ask you whether Raila was in Nyeri or Maina Njenga stand to Raila.
You know the history of Maina Njenga? Do you know the history of Maina Njenga?
Now you are talking about this.
Don't insult our intelligence.
No. You are talking about Raila before. Now I'm giving you a good example, and I even give you 5 more. So forget saying that Raila, anybody can call maandamano, and anybody can call maandamano. So when you have a terrorist as a government that reason like you with their bottoms, that is when we have all this problem.
All right.
Let me ask.
Nambe, I don't know if you are answered, because Nambe asked a very gentleman. Nambe asked a question, and I don't think Kenya Rebel has answered. He asked the pain that Nambe says is almost palpable that comes from you, Kenya Rebel. Is it personal? Do you have a personal vendetta against Raila Odinga? Is it something that happened to you? Is it trauma? What is it? That was the question. It has not been answered.
Thank you.
But why can't I answer him first?
Can I?
No. Let Revolutionary answer, please.
The question was for Kenya Rebel. Kenya Rebel respond, then I'll come to all of you guys. Yes, Kenya Rebel.
Kenya, sorry. Can you
Rebel,
hear me?
I hope you're still there.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah. My answer was in my. I gave my answer. My answer was this. It pains me to see innocent young people who are being misused by this Raila Odinga, asking them to go for maandamano for only him to apate kacheo. These people sacrifice their lives, their livelihoods to go maandamano, thinking that they're fighting for their rights, and Raila is going to lead them to Canaan, as he called it. Okay, and every time they go there, they get butchered. Since 2007, 2017. Now, ile kitu ilifanyika Nyalenda in Kisumu, okay? But they can't see it. Okay? So, and at the end of the day, that's why I kept on asking these people, of all the nonsense that Azimio were telling us that, with electoral justice, you need gharama ya maisha. What did it achieve? Gharama ya maisha ilienda chini after those maandamano. The only thing I saw was atrocities, and most of them being Luo young men and women who were butchered. And it did not start with only Ruto, even in Kenyatta's administration. Then you have people coming here like Fred telling us, go to Maandamano. And Fred will not go to Maandamano. Omolomolo will not go to Maandamano. You'll see him in Mutembei here talking like as if he's making a great point. And these people will not go to Maandamano. While people who are dying, and they're dying for nothing. If they went to Maandamano and the gharama maisha ingeenda chini, then I would say Maandamano is effective. But I haven't seen evidence of Maandamano being effective. If anything, it is negative because people die and no one to this date have been compensated for the death that this Raila Odinga is leading people to their death just for him to have a seat with Ruto.
Okay.
That.
Now let me answer you. You asked me some questions. Okay. The corrupt judge asked me
just one moment, Penyagaka and Fred. Just one moment, everybody. One moment. Just one moment, Fred. John Zui, I want to help you join the studio. Uko kwa studio, yes, but you have to activate either your mic or your camera for you to be seen on the podium or on the dashboard. John Zui, I can see you. I know you can hear me, but the reason as to why you are unable to be added to a group is because you haven't activated either your mic or your camera. So your device is not connected. You have to connect either the mic or the camera once you log in. That has to happen so to be able to join the conversation live on stage. All right. Now I see my good friend Zalendo is in, and many are raising their hands. You guys mnaasha moto kabisa, but sawa. I don't know if number has been answered because I didn't hear the answer, but I hope tutaipata tu as we move on. Kwa comment section, I see many wanna participate. I see RK ako ndani, Godfrey Ruto ako ndani, Goody ako ndani, Esh Mfinyi ako ndani, Political Channel ako ndani, Kevin Manyota na Amudavi Wycliffe na wengi ambao wana comment. Asante sana kwa comment, asante pia kwa wale wana like. Naona wengi pia wame like sana, kama jinsi ambavyo Paul Jesse amefanya, Bernard Musyoka amefanya hivyo, Mesh Mungwana amefanya hivyo, Mato Orosh amefanya hivyo, Ime Silas amefanya vile vile, Olive Peter Njo amefanya hivyo, asante kwa kulike, na Mboni Waihu amelike, asante sana. As well, don't forget to subscribe to Afrique 24. Kimbia hapo YouTube, tafuta Afrique 24, ina nembo imeandikwa tu Afrique 24, alafu subscribe subscribe ili uhondo huu isiwahi kosa kwako. All right. Okay, sasa sijui nirudi kwa wale wameongea kwanza. Hapana, wacha nifanye hivyo, wacha nisikize wale bado hawajaongea. Acha nianze na Penyagaka. Penyagaka, hi, how are you?
Habari yako JX, habari yako mheshimiwa. Ile swali mnauliza nani Kenya Revolutionary, tumeulizwa hiyo swali na my ideas unajua JX ni ya UDA and that's it, lakini hiyo swali tumeulizwa wengine. Mimi I grew up in Rwanda. Sasa wananiuliza kwa nini una hate Raila hivi. I grew up with mzee Oginga Odinga ambao tulikuwa tunapenda sana, lakini Raila is just fake vile revolutionary anasema, na wengi ambayo wana support Azimio through Raila, wengi wao wanafikiria Raila ni semi god. Is not a politician, is not a human being. Kama ni politician, ni human being, angetoka hiyo kiti aende mahali aende kulima huko nyumbani. So yangu ni kusema tu, wengi ambao tunakataa maneno ya hii Azimio na maneno ya Kenyatta na huyu Raila Odinga, ni vile wanatudanganya, ni vile wanatuchukua sisi kama Wakenya, na wengi wetu tumesoma, tunajua yale yanaendelea, tumeangalia everywhere in the world political systems, how they function, how they fail, how they succeed. Na revolutionary Kenyatta nani Oginga Odinga na Ruto, they're all puppets of the West. But which one is the best of the three? As of right now, it is Dr. Professor Ruto. Thank you, Jakes. Thank you.
All right. Ninaye pia jamaa anaitwa Mzalendo. Mzalendo vipi?
Poa sana Jakes. Mambo? Niambie.
Fine, thank you. Hao watu wamewasha moto huku nyuma ya studio, lakini go ahead as I add some guys wako hapa kwa studio.
Anyway, wacha ni wasalimu wote wale wako kwa panel. Naona wako wengi sana. There are over maybe 8 people. I can't see all your names where I am, but na wasalimu popote mulipo. It's a good debate going on. Just picking up from where we left yesterday, and today I think I've not really seen the topic of the day, but I came in when somebody was talking about Maandamano and the way it is in the Constitution. Yes, Maandamano is in the Constitution, but you should also read what the police can do in case they feel that Maandamano threatens the movement of people, movement of traffic, business activities. The police have also the authority to stop such an activity. Kenya Revolutionary brought in
Zalendo, just a second. Sorry guys, I'm having many of you kwa studio, but I can't add. Tumejaa, so mko kwa backstage, so understand when kumejaa. Pole, I'm unable to add more. I'm already at the thresh stream yard, so kindly mnielewe tu kwa sasa, but keep trying. Maybe you will join even as we go on. I am seeing so many. I have several backstage, and I have several trying. So nijukumeja, so it's not anything wrong. But Mzalendo, go ahead.
No, I've got just one point. I'll step out just to allow another Kenyan to come in and exercise his democratic right. What I was saying is that there's a limit to this, to the extent of demonstration. Although it's allowed, nobody is disputing that demonstrations are allowed in the Constitution. But what they're saying is that if you are demonstrating, don't destroy people's property. What we are telling the police is that if people are demonstrating, then you should not kill them. Yeah, you should not kill them. You should allow them to demonstrate, because the worst part of it is that most of the people who are dying today in these demonstrations are dying from Raila's stronghold, who are majorly Luos. Now, what happened in the last demonstration in Kondele? You saw the mass, the burial of these innocent young Kenyans who today have left widows and their homes, courtesy of the government. What I would ask Azimio supporters who are on this panel is, what has Azimio political party done? What have they done for these families? Have they gone to court? And if they have gone to court, just let me finish. I know you will say they have gone to court, but will not have any evidence. If they have gone to ICC, let them produce the evidence that they have gone to ICC. Because Baba said that they are going to the court in ICC. Some of these talks are just political. They're just political talks, and it is high time that tuache kutumiwa na watu wa siasa. You have got a mind and a brain. Don't let your brain be controlled by politicians. You have got a cautious. When you leave that house, carry a stone to kupiga polisi. Jakes, I wish you could have played a video whereby supporters are saying bila tear gas hakuna maandamano. Yeah, bila mawe hakuna maandamano. You should have seen the confrontation. You should have played a video of a demonstrator carrying a gun. Those things were there. We saw them. It's not a lie. So when we come here, even if you love Raila, some of us have been in that place where you are today. We loved, we have got scars that you don't even have. So we have been there and we understand the game. This game is just for numbers and election. This game is just to make you consistent, to make you feel that there is something that the government is doing against you. But in the real sense, you've got a brain, you've got a conscience. When you step out of that home with a stone, don't come back in a coffin. Your children need you tomorrow. Otherwise, thank you.
Lawrence?
Yeah, Jake Zabari.
Nico fine, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Mi naongea nikiwa Jamaica.
Yes, watu wa Jamaica.
Yeah, si tuko poa huku bwana. So I have been following your channel, and such an inspiration to see you all there. All I can say is I love politics. Hiyo namba moja. Hiyo mimi napenda politics. Nilikuwa na support Raila so much. Ikafika wakati nikatoka nikaingia hii ya Ruto, but what I'm saying is up to now mimi sionagi mahali tunaenda. So the problems are there. The problems are there. The Williams Ruto administration, they have really played out well. Why? Because they have given reasons why the economy is so bad in Kenya. Unaona?
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Right, yeah. So we can see, just let's be practical. You can see that for the past 2 years we had drought in Kenya, and that drought really affected our country. That's true. I don't live in Kenya, but I live in Jamaica. I have been watching the politics. I have been going through. I've been top there. But now the problem we have is the problem where the government is failing is prioritizing some of the agendas, things to be done. And those things, looking at them, they are not really helping the country right now, like housing. We don't need to have the housing project right now. That's where the problem is. We have many Kenyans who are suffering, so we got some rains last year and this year, but so the people want to demonstrate. That's all right. I have no problem with that. But now the thing is, how are they going to do it? Because it's all about politically based. That's why this thing working up in town and mashing up people's things, mashing up businesses, is just pulling us back again. So the point is, how are we going to do the demonstration? Because it's all about politics. No, let me say something. I love corrupt judge. That gentleman right there, he pointed out clearly. We are angry. Everybody's angry. Everybody want to come out in the street. Everybody want to run up and down. But that's not the point. How are we going to do it? Because men of the young people, men of the young men, right today, I watch all these guys like huyu jamaa anatoka Luya, hao jamaa wa Luya wawili wanapigana kwa nini? So you find what is going on is all about fighting each other, and it's not taking us anywhere. We need to move from there. That's too down for us as Kenyans. We need to be educated. We need to get to know the politics. We need to know what can bring growth in our country. The politics are there, no, the opposition is there, the government is there. But Raila anaongea, it makes sense. I'm not refuting that. Raila makes sense what he's saying. But no, getting out to the streets, how are we going to change the country? The two presidents, they don't want to talk to each other. When Uhuru was there, Uhuru, he had problem with Raila. And it reached to a point, those guys, at the end of the day, they shook each other's hands. Good. Raila, Uhuru left. Uhuru and Raila and Ruto, all of them, they are friends. Those guys, they have been in politics for years. Let me tell you something. One of the things we need to understand is Ruto is such a brilliant fellow. He is a brilliant fellow. No? He knows the politics well. The problem of Ruto is to get to know what are the things to be done in the time we are in. That's what the problem is. So many people, many young people, wanafuata Raila. Oye, tutoe Ruto. At the end of the day, unakimbia streets from morning till evening. Unaenda nyumbani bila pesa. Hiyo huwezi kusaidia. So it makes no sense. Even if Ruto goes there with the way economy is in Kenya right now, Ruto and Raila is not going to change the country within 1 year or within two months. I know, Mr. Fred, give me a little time. It's not going to change the country within 3 months' time. So we as Kenyans, we need to see where we are, and we need to think like mature men. Unakimbizana na Raila, when election comes 2027, maybe Raila will pass or whichever. If Raila gets in, he's not going to take 1 year to stabilize the economy. So we need to think and find other strategic ways on how we can change the countries. And kupigana vita na tuende, that is not helping. Back to you, Jex. Thank you. Greetings from Jamaica, guys. God bless you. I'm coming to Kenya soon.
All right, what was Jamaica? By the way, there is a question I needed to ask you before you leave.
Yeah.
Now that we had a candidate who wanted to legalize cannabis sativa, and there is a legalized herb or plant or crop. You live there. How has it affected the country in terms of its economic value, in terms of how is it used? Has it influenced the youth wrongly or positively? Is it something you can advocate for your country to practice?
Well, basically in Jamaica, they plant ganja, no, let's call it ganja, no. And I have seen one of the politicians who say that he was in Kenya, he was in Jamaica some years ago. Ujama au mzee anatembeanga na Raila. So right. So the cannabis or the ganja is in the process. They have not regularized it fully in Jamaica. So there are some conditions. It's well, most of the Jamaicans smoke. I don't want to lie. Most of the Jamaican men smoke, but it's not fully legalized that everybody can sell it and do that. It's in the process. It's still in the process, but it's part of the culture in Jamaica. You know. So really, I really want to thank you, Jex, for you guys having this project, this program. All I'm saying to you, we as Kenyans, we need to open up our minds. Should not be fooled by the politics. The politics will always be there. Politicians come and go. But most of our young men, they are just mixed up, just running up and down with the Raila and Ruto. It not help. We need to find how can you build the country? How can we get good leaders in the country? Let's be positive, man, and support each other.
All right. Yeah,
Thank
man.
you.
All right.
Yeah, man.
All
One
right.
love. One love.
One love. All right. Interesting
All
what
right, later.
the internet can do. Here name fighter. What do you make of the sentiments? I'm sure you're back because there are things you disagree on, especially what had raised some fireworks here in the show.
Jax, thanks again for giving me this opportunity. Actually, I just went out because I had something to do. Then I said, let me just come back at least to say one or two things. Then I go back to rest. Jax, you know, there is one thing that is killing many countries, mostly in Africa. It's called selfishness and the politics of deceit. You know why am I saying this? Up to this day, some people still out there think that there's a way that they can remove the president who is in power, let us say President Ruto, from power or from office. This is just a nightmare. This is just a dream. Let us just be cautious. Let us just be ourselves and find the way of working things out right. Number one, the economy of our economy. Let me talk about the economy in Kenya. Our economy is really not doing well. But we should ask ourselves, is the president doing anything tangible, at least to save the situation? According to his explanations, he has been on these journals, and or even the other day I saw him online with the fourth estate and all those. But the question that we have to ask ourselves, is there anything being done in the right way to try and rectify issues to do with economy? Number two, Maandamano is in our constitution. Kenyans have rights to go for Maandamano. Don't forget, when you go to Maandamano, it's not you don't have a right to step over other people's rights. Like, for instance, you come to my properties, you destroy my property because your intention is Maandamano to make someone do something, but you are not doing anything wrong to that person. You are doing those things. You are destroying my property. We must understand that the government or the police, the duty of the police, in as much as they must produce the conducive environment for those who are under management, they also have to protect the properties of all Kenyans. So when you find that the people who are under management They are destroying properties. They are robbing others on the street. They are breaking things. Like the other day, they were breaking down the expressway. So do you want to say that the police must sit back and say they have a right in the constitution, let them undermine? They have a right in the constitution, let them break into people's properties? No. When you find people who are undermining, carrying guns, carrying stones as a police officer, so you must go there and tell my brother, you are undermining, it's okay, let us not stop or just continue undermining. When he wants to kill you, we are not very, very happy about what has happened to many Kenyans since this Maandamano has been around. But let me tell you one thing. The Mau Mau people succeeded in what they wanted because they had a common goal. Their agenda was for freedom. Only that. But this kind of Maandamanos, which are being called, they are just for they are just for selfish reasons. And that is why they will never go anywhere. At the end of the day, when you see these people, they are given a chance in some positions in the government. Some of them, they are given some positions in those dialogue platforms. When they sit there, they are not sitting there for nothing. And let me tell you, the more we stay in Maandamano, the more our economy continue going down and down and down. So it's all about us now. It's upon us as Kenyans to think, yes, things are not right. I am not in Kenya. Maybe many of us here, we are not in Kenya. Even where we are right now, we can feel the pinch of the economy. Why do we want to make it so ugly that in Kenya is the only place where things are not okay? Who can tell me that where he is, even in this platform, the panelists over here, that where he is or where they are, things are just pretty well? No. We are right on with these selfish people. And these selfish people, they make us do things the wrong way. After all, they want to score. They are just looking at 2027. We are just from elections a year and some months ago. You can hear them rearranging themselves for 2027. I am the one who's going to be. They don't even see 2025. They don't see 2026. They are seeing 2027. This is rubbish. And that's why I say the framers of the Constitution of Kenya found it worthy to say elections will be after 5 years. Whoever has come in place, I pity someone who said that the Ruto was not elected. Ruto was elected by Kenyans like me and some other Kenyans who are 6+ millions. And when they were given a chance to argue their case in court, they did not argue their case to satisfactory. So they should live with that. And according to me, as I finish, things might not be so good, but we are going to give this government the chance. Let him do his things. Let us see if he doesn't perform in the 5 years to come, which he has been given constitutionally. We must remove him. But for now, we are supposed to come together as Kenyans. If you have an idea of what can be done, bring it on board. If you have something that you can assist, like we are here, these people, even the president and some other people who are in the leadership, it's not that they are acting in a vacuum. They listen to these sentiments which we put over here. But if we tell them, it's not that they will not hear. They hear what people are saying. So Maandamano will not bring anything at all in Kenya. Only what it can bring is just more of damage to our economy. Therefore, my dear brothers and sisters, it's about time to accept that we have a government. And according to me, this guy, he might not be an angel, but he's trying his best. Let us give him a chance. Let him try. When 5 years goes and we see that he has done nothing, we will bring someone else. As per for the Raila issue, the guy was echoed here so much about Raila. I am also worried. It cannot be that we are 50 years old, but since we were born, we can only hear of Raila Odinga. When we have youngsters in place who should be occupying those spaces also of leadership. It's about time for these people to give space to young people also to come up and run the government or the country. Thank you.
All right. Bwana Omolo, do you agree with the sentiments?
Yes, Bernard.
This is Jake's.
No. The guy that just leave. What is the name? I forget. Because what is just
M fighter.
Yes, I don't know which kind of fight he is in, but I want to tell him one thing, because all these things that he's talking. Number one is that you cannot tell me, because what is not practical at all. When we say that things is not working well, you cannot tell me to wait my child to drop out of school and I should wait for 5 years so that I remove the one now that mess economy and my child to start class 1. We say things is not working. The school fees is now being raised triple. I don't know whether you have a child in school. We are talking of, when we talk that things are not working, you know, the cost of living is skyrocketing, that it is beyond reach for many people. Now, when you go to the medication, you know, we are living by God's grace. So when we say that the economy is not doing well and people are overtaxed, it's not even overtaxed again. People are being robbed. And I want to tell him that some of us, and Jake, I think I've been in this platform saying that even I changed the name because I was a stone supporter of this regime. But I cannot be led like a cow. When you are going wrong, I will tell you in your face that you are going wrong. What we are saying is that William Ruto is not a leader. He's a madman, he's a narcissist, because his words, his actions are not coherent. The other time, he was praising judiciary because of giving him that victory. But now, he's talking opposite of the judiciary. I just give him a question, and he have not yet to answer. When William Ruto, as the president, who have the tools of power, come to the media and tell Kenyans that the judiciary are corrupt, what is he expecting Kenyans to do? Should we go and arrest the judges? He have the tools of power. You know, instead of pointing out, use his intelligence, use his mechanism, bring the judge that is corrupt, arrest him, take him to court, take him to jail. Then we know that you are talking. It is the same thing that he has been telling us, that Uhuru stole this, Uhuru stole that. Why are you not arresting him? If you have a proof, because you are government, you have all mechanism. So when you talk of political deceit, this is exactly what it means by the political deceits. Forget this other narrative that you are taking from his mouth, that Raila is a political. This is what you call political deceit when you con Kenyans. Forget about the kind of friendship that they have been having and deceiving themselves. That is none of our business. When you talk of Raila, that since you are young, Raila is entitled, is a Kenyan, he can fight for whatever he wants in this country until he die or he reach 100 years. There is nothing problem about it, and he's not breaking any law. You are allowed to pursue your dream. How many years? No matter how long it takes. So Raila is a career politician and is pursuing his dream. There is nothing wrong on that. The paradox of it is that when we talk of bad economy, you want to pin Raila into it. When we talk of Kenyans are frustrated and they want to go to the street to, you know, to register their disappointment, you bring the name of Raila in. People are not demonstrating for Raila. people are demonstrating for their well-being to improve. When we talk of the Maandamano, when it is in the constitutional and it is a right cannot be curtailed, a right cannot be infringed. It is not debatable when you talk of a right. So the work of the police is to protect other Kenyans, but not to come and fight the protesters. That is their work. The other day, the government itself, for the first time in history, that the government are protesting, that people are protesting for the government. It can only happen in Hollywood, not in another place, not in another country, that the government now is protesting against who, when you have all the powers. So you see, this is what I call now deceit. It is a deceit when you say that the government is protesting against who. You know, people are protesting to register the disappointments into the public offices. But when the public office now come and protest against who? So you see, taking Kenyans for fools. We are saying today, the controller of budget came out clearly and said that the remittance that Kenyans are paying for NSSF, for NHIF, has not been disbursed to where it's supposed to be. And the government is quiet on that. The money has been hidden. And when we talk, you want to bring the name of Raila in. So let us, this hypocrisy. So let us not be brainwashed by the con man in the name of a president. And you are told that the economy is doing well, economy is doing well. The other day, one boy, huyu anaitwa Ndindi Nyoro, anaenda hata kudanganya wa Kenya, hata kama mtu ni mpumbavu namna gani, anasimama na kusema ati Kenya economy is doing better than China. Hata kama wewe ni mtu mpumbavu namna gani, unafananisha Kenya na China. Si kama kufananisha kifo na usingizi. So bwana EM Fighter, please don't be just a follower bila kuchuja ile mambo inafanyika. This country is not heading well, na ikikaa tena mwaka ingine moja tutakuwa I think worse than Sri Lanka. So ile kitu iko ni kuwa Wakenya wakiamua kuandamana, wana haki ya kuandamana, ni nchi yao, ni nchi yetu, na tuko na haki, na hata hao mapolisi tunawalipa. Hata tukasema tulipe tax na tunaweza kuandamana hata na kwenda State House, tunakumwambia ni sisi ndio tunalipa, na hatuwezi kulipa mtu aje atutawale na atufanyie roho mbaya na akatae kutusikiza. Okay, wewe unakuja unasema hapa majudiciary ni corrupt na huwezi kuwashika. Unakuja unasema, so kama wewe huwezi kushika mtu ambaye ni corrupt na tulikupatia uongozi, juzi ulikuwa unaenda kujisifu ukisema ulipatiwa panga kukata watu kichwa. Si wende ukate basi hao majaji kwanza wako corrupt kichwa, utuletee useme ulipata wakiwa wanaiba na ndio hii umekata na panga. Lakini panga unatumia kukata wale watu ambao wanakuambia kwamba you are doing wrong. Kwa hivyo tukiongea sio tu kwamba tunaongea, hatuna, we don't have anything against anyone. Sisi hatuna anything against Ruto. Sijafanya biashara na yeye, lakini Kenya ni nchi yangu, lazima ni take responsibility sababu ya generation hiyo ambayo inakuja. So Ruto tumempatia hiyo nafasi. Okay, wacha tuseme tulimchagua. Yes, tulimchagua. Sasa tumempatia hiyo nafasi. Kama atekelezi ile ambayo anafaa kutekeleza, siwezi kusimama na kuangalia ati haribu nchi yangu, but in the name of kusema ati sijui politics. And ule mtu anasema ati sijui politics. Politics is a part of life. Na haiwezi kukat maisha na politics. Politics ndio kila, hata kwetu nyumbani kuna politics. Ukitaka kwenda kufanya shopping, lazima utaconsult familia yako, waambie tunaenda supermarket, tunaenda kuchukua nini na nini. That is part of politics. So in a larger part, when we talk of a country, politics lazima ikuweko, ear in, ear out. Lazima watu wazungumze na lazima watu watathmini ile mamlaka ambayo iko, tuone kama inafanya kazi. So tukisema kwamba Ruto is a failure and it's open that is a failure. Kwa hivyo huyu EM Fighter, I think you need to study what is happening in the country first. Kuna huyu jamaa ameongea, huyu alikuwa anaongea wa Jamaica.
Amolo, you are talking too much. Can you give us
yes,
time?
We have to talk too much.
We deal with you. Give us time, we deal with you.
You will leave your time. You will have your time to deal with me. I will be patient and I listen to you. So please cool down your horses. Now, ile kitu tunasema maandamano litafanyika, si lazima hata Raila akuweko. na hata nchi nyingi zimefanya. Tunaweza enda hata hiyo state house na kuwatoa, na kuna a lot of option ya kufanya wa Kenya, because nchi yetu tunaweza amua ile kitu tunafanya. Kuongoza watu si kutumia nguvu, tunaongozwa sababu sisi wenyewe ndio tunaamua kwamba tunataka kuongozwa. Haiti ndio walikasirika wakakaa bila serikali. Somalia wamekaa bila serikali for many years na wakaamua kwamba zile problems zitatokea zitokee. So huwezi una nguvu ya kuongoza watu kilazima. The constitution envisaged very well that there is something called public participation, lakini Ruto anafikiria what he thinks is good for the country by himself is good for everybody. So you cannot force Kenyans, and you are making their life difficult, and you are saying that you know what you are doing. There is nothing like you know what you are doing. Kenya belongs to all of us, and any decision making should involve all Kenyans. Like hii mambo ya manyumba, it was not even in this manifesto in the first place. Alafu unakuja umeona Msambweni pale Voi 3,500 homesteads, unaenda unabomoa, alafu huku unasema unataka kujenga nyumba. How do you demolish a house to build another house? How do you render another person homeless to give another person home? Does it even add up? Which school did you go? You subtract 2, you add 1. Alafu unatuambia kwamba you know what you are doing. So when we say that the country is going in a wrong direction, we are right. Kwani tuchukie serikali? Serikali tumekuwa na serikali kwa hizo miaka zote. Kwa nini tukae tuchukie? I don't want to be a president. Na hakuna siku nitasimama kwa president. I don't qualify, and even I'm not interested. But what I just want is to see that the country kuna mtu amekuja amesema economy of other countries is not doing well, but you cannot compare with ours. The hospitals are working, institutions are working, manyumba, stima ziko affordable, vyakula, mikate ziko affordable. But sasa Kenyans wameshindwa hata kukula. School fees ambao it is a mandate of the government to provide at least basic education. That is a minimum they can do. Unakuja unalipisha 3 times ya vile ambao imekuweko. So please msikuje mtuadae hapa na mtuambia ati sijui mnajua nini. This country hata ujamaa umpatie another 10 years, it will not be better.
Okay. Yes, Captain.
James, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
Even from your face, you are so fantastic. You are shining like, I don't know.
Like a diamond in the sky. All right, go ahead.
Very good, very good. I was trying to challenge Omolo, but now because I've forgotten what I was to say, I want Musalendo. Musalendo is coming here with a new cap and a new I don't know whatever. But Musalendo, give Musalendo to continue. I'll come back. Okay.
Mzalendo, as you're continuing, allow me to leave for 15 minutes. I'll be back. Mzalendo, are you there?
No. I'm just, I don't even know the topic. I mean, you continue for a while.
Clear 2. I'm coming. I'm just taking a health break. Na si participate part ya kwanza. I thought ulikuwa
No, I only came in. I'm just following on the show. Maybe you do a 2 minutes, then allow Fred to continue with the conversation.
Now, what we are discussing is Jimmy Wanjigi has called for maandamano. LSK actually them yao inaanza on Monday. Raila Odinga tulianza tu mwaka na X7 twende maandamano. So you are asking ourselves, are we ripe for the same? And then we are equally talking about Governor. I'm yet to do that. That's why I'm coming back to discuss that. Kawira Mwangaza, the governor, has been linked to the death, or rather to the murder of Snipper, the guy, I think Daniel, of Meru, the blogger, who was assassinated and actually buried today. So That's the next bit we are coming to talk about. But so far, what has made most of this conversation for the last couple of hours was the Maandamano, and that's what people have been debating this far. All right. I think now you have to you're abreast, but naona Kenya Rebel ako ndani, namuona Zabron Muluma ako ndani, political channel la kuona. Thug Kinda Copper, I see you, asante sana. Eli Omondi, I see you. Nzula Mtisia, sorry, I see you. John Thomas, I see you. Many joining us, including those in Jamaica and those in the US, those in the UK, and every other place you're finding this. Asante sana. Okay, what do I do? Let me come to you, Fred. Then Mzalendo will pick up from here. Let's talk about Kawira Mwangaza. Do you think truly she is being targeted in this witch hunt that is happening now? Someone was killed, the Snipper, the blogger, and now they're blaming her. Rather, today we saw her home being cordoned by police and the CID and the DCI, saying that, you know what, probably kutapatikana evidence that would link either the governor, of course, we have suspects for the same, who have been linked to the death of this blogger. From where you see it, do you think the governor is being targeted? Because it's interesting when the governor just the other day survived 2 impeachments. Now here is a murder case. I don't know what will happen to her. But before even you come in, allow us to listen to this short video that will inform our debate moving forward.
His home in Milimani Estate, Meru, has been sealed off and is now being treated by detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations as a possible crime scene, as investigations into the murder of vocal blogger Daniel Muthiani, alias Snipper, gains momentum. 6 people believed to be close associates of Governor Mwangaza are in custody, with police seeking to hold them for 21 days to enable completion of investigations. Seth Olale with the latest update on Daniel Muthiani's murder.
Detectives spent the better part of Saturday at Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza's Milimani Estate residence. They had walked in the morning, cordoning off the homestead. The officers could be seen arriving with their paraphernalia at various times of the day as some departed. The media kept at a distance as the officers, some of who had traveled all the way from DCI headquarters in Nairobi, went about their work.
I want to assure you that the investigations are at a very advanced stage, and we believe that justice to that family will be very, very important to the nation of this country. I mean, to the nation called Kenya.
With preliminary evidence indicating that the deceased was lured by the 5 suspects through a phone call, police are seeking to establish whether the late Muthiani turned up for the meeting at the governor's residence or whether a planning meeting was hatched at the venue before the disappearance of the vocal blogger. Homicide detectives, using the advanced crime mapping forecasting to locate places of interest which have been captured by radio call satellite GPRS to establish who the deceased met prior to his death. In addition, detectives are reviewing CCTV footage from various establishments, including Governor Kawira Mwangaza's home, to ascertain whether the deceased or suspects visited the scenes. There are 6 Suspects presently in custody. The latest 5 to be arrested are Kenneth Mutua Matiri, a former ward administrator, believed to be the head of protocol at the governor's office; Frederick Muriuki, said to be a loyal follower of the governor, and a what is termed Mama Defense Forces, Franklin Kimathi alias Doduras, who was reportedly seen in several meetings attended by the governor, Timothy Kinoti, and Murangiri Kenneth Gwantai, who is said to be a security officer and also close associate of the governor. DCI is seeking 21 days to interrogate the suspects linked with Snipper's murder. The court in Kiambu will give directions on the detective's request on Monday. The vocal blogger disappeared on December 2nd, 2023, and his body was discovered on December 16th, 2023. Seth Olale, Citizen.
Muthiani Bernard alias Snipper, a blogger whose body was found in a thicket in Tharakanithi, has vowed not to lay their son to rest until justice is served. Muthiani mysteriously disappeared on December the 2nd, 2023, and his body discovered 2 weeks later on December 16th. Martin Mwangi with the details.
A somber mood engulfs the home of the late Daniel Muthiani, alias Snipper, with the long blank stares conveying the shared burden of grief. The family lost one of theirs through strangulation, as per the post-mortem examination report conducted on the body that also revealed that he was tortured before his death. However, they have vowed not to bury his body until they get justice for his death, regardless of how long it takes.
Kutoka tarehe 15 mpaka wa leo hakuna ripoti hata yoyote wanatuletea. Sasa sisi tunashindwa kama mwili itaishi kwa mochari. The
family accused the government of taking too long to conclude the investigations and not properly updating them on the progress, hence only getting information through social media.
Ukweli walifanya uchunguzi kabisa na wakatuandikisha ma-statement. Sasa tunashindwa, tulikuwa tunaandika statement tuonekane tumeandika, ama tulikuwa tunaandika tuonekane kweli tunashughulikiwa.
Kama mimi, kwa sababu mimi ni analog, hakuna kitu mimi najua. Wale wanajua ni watu wa mitandao, maana kila mara nasikia kwa radio, nasikia kwa mitandao. Na mimi sina mtandao, sijui chochote.
The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, through a statement released on Wednesday, said that the main suspect was arrested and arraigned in court on Tuesday, January 2nd. He was presented before the Chief Magistrate's Court in Kiambu through a miscellaneous application seeking to hold him in custody for a period of 21 days pending conclusion of investigations. The matter was adjourned to January 8th, when a ruling will be delivered. Meanwhile, the suspect will remain in custody until then. Muthiani was reported missing on December 2nd, 2023, before he was found dead on December 16 on the banks of Mutonga River in Tharakanithi County. Martin Mwangaza.
Now, meanwhile, Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza's brother is the latest to be arrested as a suspect in the murder of slain Meru blogger Daniel Muthiani, alias Snipper. The arrest brings to 5 the total number of those arrested in connection with the murder. This as the DCI filed an application seeking to detain the 5 suspects for the murder of the Meru blogger. And as KTN's Daniel Karaoke reports, a historical requiem mass for the late blogger was conducted at Kinoru Stadium.
In an application filed at Kiambu Magistrate Court, the DCI wants the suspects detained for 21 days at Muthaiga Police Station to enable the DCI to conclude investigations into the murder of the slain blogger. DCI officers have been camping in Meru County over the last few weeks. And in the latest investigations, 2 more people have been arrested. The 2 are said to be relatives of Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza, with the 5th suspect arrested being the governor's brother, who is also her bodyguard. According to the application, the 5 suspects lured the Meru blogger through a phone call that Meru Governor Mwangaza, whom he was criticizing politically, wanted to meet him to discuss a truce. The deceased traveled from his home to meet the 5 suspects and thereafter went missing. The 5, Kenneth Mutua, Frederick Muriuki, Franklin Kimathi, Timothy Kinoti, and Muragiri Kenneth are being held in various police stations in Kiambu and Nairobi County. Activists across Meru County led demonstrations as they sought justice for Snipper. Zarikwe Mass was conducted at Kinori Stadium with family and leaders present calling for the arrest of the mastermind of the death of Snipper.
We are crying today and we are making this passionate appeal. Fast track and get everybody that was behind the death of that young person.
Lakini DCI wamefanya uchunguzi na wamepata wale wamehusika. Tuko pamoja. So tunataka kushukuru serikali kwa hayo. Na tunasema asante. Lakini tunaomba na tuko na imani waweze kukamilisha na mwenye hicho kitendo ambayo ndiye actor aweze kupatikana.
Kama nimeongea kitu imekusinya, wewe enda unishtaki tukutane kotini. Msituwe kwa sababu mtatumaliza sisi wote.
Uchunguzi umefanywa, postmortem ilifanywa, DNA imefanywa na imedhihirisha ya kwamba kijana wetu aliuawa. So tuna mambo mengi, tunaomba DCI, tunaomba wa CS waharakishe hii maneno, sio kesho.
Meru blogger was reported missing on 2nd December and his body was found dumped in Mutonga River in Tharaka Nithi County on 16th December last year. A post-mortem examination conducted revealed that he had died after being strangled on the neck. Daniel Karaoke.
Ending was that the Red Bernard was actually strangled. There was some mark on the neck, which was caused by a rope. He had evidence of someone who had lacked air, and which led to his death. We also saw some injuries on the chest. There were rib fractures on the right side, from the 7th, 8th, and 9th rib on the right side. So the main thing was that he was actually strangled to death and probably thrown to the river. The other organs were normal. So what happened, he was decomposed. And when a body decomposes, there are some changes which might be misconstrued as injuries. So when you look at the eyes, they look collapsed just because of decomposition. But the other injuries that you saw was on the head, because we saw a lot of bruising also on the scalp, on the left side. Yeah. Usually we assign sign of struggle when you see what's called defense injuries. These are injuries along the arms, but we didn't see any of it. So our question is whether he was subdued to a level that he was unable to fight back yet. Actually, what we've done, we've taken samples for toxicology, because being that we saw that he didn't resist so much, we want to see whether there was something he was given prior to the murder. So the samples we've taken, we also taken samples for DNA, which will help us also have a scientific way of identifying him. Because you see, when you're decomposed, though we can say that he's the one, we need also confirmation. That's why we take a sample for DNA.
Sasa tungeomba saizi, sababu sasa maneno ni kama DCI wale wa uzunguzi wamemaliza maneno yao, tusikie tu hata kesho watu wako ndani. Tusikie tu hata watu wanaenda, justice inaendelea kufanya kazi yake, ndio tuone haki yetu hata kabla tujampumzisha Bernard, tuwe tumepata haki yake.
All right. So you have listened to Johansen Odol, the government pathologist. You have listened to several reports. They have already arrested Kawira Mwangaza's personal security. It's interesting, eh? It's an interesting conversation about to ensue. This is a matter that I'm sure will not just end how people are thinking. Probably we might see another impeachment loading. But from where you sit, Bwana Fred, what do you make of all this?
Okay, let me see. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. First, I want to say may his soul rest in peace. And he was a very young person to die. You know, being that age dying because you are killed or drugged or anything is not a good thing. So to the family, may his soul rest in peace and Paul Kabesa. Secondly, you know, there are many murders that has been done in Kenya, starting from Ouko. we have Musa Joma, we have Chris Msando, and we have many more that were just like, oh, we'll get to the bottom of it, and nothing was done. So what I can say that Mwangaza has been having problem with the government, and the government that we're having is very tricky. So I can't say that maybe if they really did it, that they have arrested those people and they really did it, let them face the law. Because me, I don't. Even if you are my worst enemy, I don't pray that you die or you are killed. Let you live and see me prosper. And that's my motto. And the other thing, what I wanted to say before, I was asked about a question here before about Maandamano. I don't know whether to answer it or you have just left it like that. I was asked, somebody asked me about Maandamano. What has Maandamano brought to our country? The freedom that we have now, that we can even talk on this live show, is through Maandamano. The constitution that we are talking of that has given Ruto 5 years to stay in power is through Maandamano, because before it was a one state and nobody, KANU ilikuwa baba na mama, thanks to Maandamano. Another thing, this Maandamano also has given us right to go and make a petition even to impeach president, to impeach governor, to impeach, thanks to Maandamano. So when somebody comes and say that, oh, Maandamano is bad, he doesn't know what he's saying. Another thing, what I want to say to all the panelists here, you know, the other time when Uhuru was in power, Baby Pendo was killed. I think everybody here knows about Baby Pendo. And there were some people that were really happy about it. My brothers from the mountain, they thought that one day this thing will not come to them. The other day when Ruto was coming in power, the mountain were called hustlers. Today, as I'm talking, they are now Mungiki. So what I'm trying to say, people like ENM fighter, then we have the other one that was here. I can't remember it. I'm sorry. They were talking about, oh, this government is good and all this government. You know, me, if the government is good, I won't even complain, because what I know that if my brother there, if you are okay, I'm okay. You won't even think of killing me or even robbing from me. The man that we are now mourning, he died because maybe he was criticizing somebody, he was stepping on somebody's shoes. That's why he met his death. Not because that he was killing, he killed somebody. No, he was making the things the way now we are doing here, saying things the way they are supposed to be. Yeah, I was talking about Mzalendo that was saying, Mzalendo was telling us that going to Maandamano is a bad thing, that people, we should give Ruto his 5 years. You know, the person that we are now mourning, the sniper, he died the other day. Now they are planning to bury him. 5 years along the line, we'll be dead if we don't talk now. But us, me, I always said, I rather die standing than dying kneeling. Because when something is bad, we should come out and say if it's bad. If it's good, it's good. Me today, if Ruto could just decide that the people that he evicted there that are now sleeping outside, more than 1,000 people today are sleeping outside. If he decides and take all those people and put them to the good houses you are showing us here tomorrow to go and live inside there, because where they are living is not right for them. It's land for somebody. Take them there and make them live there. I'll be the first one to say, bravo, you have done a good job. But I can't see that people are being evicted. This young blogger is being killed. And we are saying that we have government. We see people sleeping in the bags. nylon papers on the street of Nairobi, and we say that this government is good, we did 5 years. No, let's not cheat ourselves. Let's not cheat ourselves. If something is bad, let's just say it is bad, and how can we correct it? You know, I think
All
I'll
right.
stop for.
All right, let's try to understand who this blogger was. This was a very strong critique of Kawira Mwangaza.
We can't
and
hear
his
you.
death. Can you hear me now?
I don't know.
Can you hear me, guys? All right, let me
Jex, I
do
can
this
hear
fast.
you. Continue, Jex. I can hear you, no problem.
Nataka kushukuru askari yetu wakiongozwa na CS Kindiki kwa ile barua tuliandika, alitujibu, na ninaombea familia ya Snipper. Yule mama ameachwa na watoto, tunamuombea na Mungu ampee nguvu. Na alafu naomba kitu ingine, Njuri Ncheke, hii ndio wakati yenu ya kuakti kama Njuri. Hakuna vile mtoto pesa itapeana mtoto uwawe, angolewe meno, angolewe nini, atupo huko msituni. Mimi kwa serikali nimeambiwa nisisaidi na saidi yoyote. Nataka kuambia sisi ya wa Meru, saa hii tuko pamoja na wewe. Hata kama ni Makarina mwenye amefanya hiyo kitendo, wacha kesho afikizwe kotini. Hata kama ni nani, hata kama ni mimi, roho yangu yenye imefikia mahali ya kuua mtu kwa sababu ya siasa, wacha nifikizwe kotini. Ile nyingine sitasema, hatufai tuseme huyu mtoto ameuawa na pande hii ama pande hii. No, serikali ndio itatuambia nani aliua. Hapo ndio sitaki kuingia kwa siasa ya uchenzi ama siasa ya upuzi. Hakuna mtu hawezi ua. Hatufai tuseme ni huyu ama yule. Kama wewe uliita mtu, unajua ulimuita kwa nini? Kama wewe ulienda ukatisha, unajua ulitisha kwa nini? Kwa hivyo tunataka serikali, kwa sababu sisi tuko na evidence, ulete wale waliua, uwaweke kwa meza, waende kotini, wasomewe mashtaka. Na wewe kama wewe ndio ulitoa pesa, haki ya Mungu hata wewe utafuata hiyo njia. Na wewe mwenye unapewa pesa, nataka kuambia vijana, pesa ya watu kuuawa imepeanwa miaka mingi ya siasa. Ukipewa milioni uende ukaue fulani, ende ukule pesa na ukalale, hakuna mtu atakuja ukuuliza. Pesa tunakulaka kwa hii mikono hii, unapewa. Na unaacha ndugu yako anatembea, unamuua wa nini? Unaua ndugu yako ako na mtoto mdogo ya nini? Sasa kwa sababu ulimuua ukamuteza, wewe hiyo pesa utaenda ukule na watoto wako, itakutoboa tumbo. Ndio unapata watu wakisema sukari, unyonge. Wacheni kujiweka kwa shinda, tumshukuru Mungu. Na Wameru nataka kuambia leo hii ni kuomba. Na pande zote zimejipanga. Serikali isipofanya kazi, hakuna mtu mwingine atakufa. Na timu yangu nataka kuambia mimi na wachunga na niko chonjo. Mkiona nimenyamaza, si ati kuna mtu tunaogopa. Tunaogopa sheria, kwa sababu barua ile tulipea DCI aliakti. Mulisikia CS wetu Kindiki, ndio unaona Kindiki ni namba 1 katika Kenya kwa kitengo ya DCI. Nashukuru amini. Na nashukuru vile kazi ile mnafanya. Kwa hivyo sisi tunangoja kuona matokeo, tuone watu wamefikizwa kotini, na wale nao watajificha. Mimi nitawatoa manjina kwa manjina. Manjina yangu nilipeana, na kweli serikali inajua ni nani na nani. Asanteni, Mungu awabariki. Snipper, familia, mama, tunakuja kukuchangia, utafanya
staged protests over the murder of blogger Daniel Mithiani Bernard, popularly known as Snipper. The residents are demanding justice even as they raised concerns over the handling of the investigation into the death and the release of a suspect who had been arrested over his disappearance. The Director of Public Prosecutions says the suspect was released after the court declined to grant the custodial orders as sought, and that it awaits a new file with new facts after the death of the blogger. Safina Cheng Oma reports.
From Wednesday morning, residents of Meru County were treated to a unique entourage as hundreds of residents took to the streets to protest and demand justice following the death of Daniel Bernard, popularly known as Snipper.
Maana unasikizanga kilio cha wanawake ambao hawana mabwana. Sikiza kilio cha bibi ya Snipper.
From Mitungu through Nkubu, Mutindwa, Makutano, Murire, making stopovers as it headed to Kangeta, Lare, Maili Tatu to Maua town.
Justice for Snipper!
The irate residents condemned the untimely death of the young blogger, blaming investigative agencies of not doing enough to expedite the case.
Uchunguzi imefanywa, postmortem ilifanywa, DNA imefanywa na imedhihirisha ya kwamba kijana wetu aliuawa.
So I want to ask the DCI, I want to ask the EACC, I want to ask the homicide team, we shall not embarrass Snipper until such a time, until such a justice is served.
The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, however, dismissed social media reports that a suspect was arrested for abduction of Daniel Bernard, but the ODPP did not give directions to the DCI on how to proceed with the case. In its clarification, the ODPP stated that following the abduction of Daniel Bernard, now deceased, one suspect who goes by the name Vincent Muridhi Kirimi, also known as Supu wa Mioro, was arrested on suspicion of the offense of abduction. The statement goes further to state that, owing to the fact that the whereabouts of the abducted person was unknown, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation filed a miscellaneous application seeking custodial orders pending completion of investigations. The ODPP reports that the Chief Magistrates Court in Maua, Meru County, declined to grant the custodial orders as sought by the DCI, but instead granted the suspect a cash bail of 20,000 Kenyan shillings, ordering the suspect to report to the police every 14 days ahead of the application mention set for 5th January 2024. The ODPP further states that the lifeless body of the abducted person would later be recovered, prompting the office to direct the DCI to undertake investigations for murder. The ODPP confirms that it has not received the inquiry file into the offence of murder to date and only hopes to take appropriate action once the file is submitted.
Enough is enough. What we need is justice.
The late blogger was last seen alive on 2nd December 2023. A post-mortem report by government pathologist Dr. Johansen Oduor revealed that the late Daniel Bernard was strangled to death.
Even I am a politician. I got ambitions. Sasa hiyo ni kuua ndoto zangu, kuona mmoja wetu ameuawa.
Sisi kama content creators tunataka tupewe haki yetu na tuko na rights of speech pia kuongea vitu zetu. Kama mtu amekukosea, kama nimeongea kitu imekusinya, wewe enda unishtaki tukutane kotini.
Safin Achieng Oma.
All right, I'm back now. What do you make of all this, Bwana Fred? This is a man trying to make a living. A man, of course, he was a critic. He was a harsh critic of the governor. I'm not saying she is the one, but how the story is that the day before his death, some are saying that he received a call from the governor that she wanted him and her to reconcile and to patch ways and find a way of working together. And that was around 2nd of December. And then days later, he went missing, and then days later he's found dead. 14 days later, now around the 16th of December. Now, in this country, such happens, and we we are not even sure that this case will really see the justice it deserves. But what do you make of this? Despite us having the freedom of expression, the freedom of airing out ourselves, what do you make of this?
What has happened to this young man is really a bad thing and should not happen to anybody. If there is any way, there is a video you have just played here another former mheshimiwa saying that he knows who killed him. I think he said it on camera, you know. Now, if he knows the person who killed, and these people should be jailed, because me, as I've said, even my worst enemy, I would not love that he dies, the death that this boy has died. He was a young boy, a young man with his family, a young wife, maybe. He was even somehow a breadwinner somewhere. So if, for sure, if the governor has anything to do with it, she should be in jail by even today. But if it's just a witch hunt, then that's another thing. But me, for sure, I don't, and it's a bad thing. I'm really sorry for the family. I don't pray for anybody to pass what the boy went through. Because you know what? Just 1 minute. You know what? Being something called free speech, it's a good thing, because it even make you, when you are doing, me, I like my enemy more than my friend, because your enemy will tell you when you are walking without clothes, he will come and tell you, oh, anatembea na hata ana manguo, tomorrow I'll go and buy. But your friend will just pamper you, oh, you are okay, don't worry about them. So your enemy or your critic should be your best friend somehow. But this is the thing that many people don't know. A normal human being will find a enemy or a critic will try and kill. So if for sure the people who killed this young man should be brought to book, and I pray for that. Thank you.
ENM fighter, what do you make of this? And now the stories is out there, and we even have the residence of Kawira Mwangaza. Today it had been cordoned off because DCI and detectives were all over searching for key evidence that many are saying would link either her or people close to her to this murder. What do you make of such things that even at times they're sad because it's a life that has been lost, but why should we lose even a single life because of politics if it is politically motivated? What do you make of it, Bwana Fighter?
Jax, thank you for the opportunity. Jax, I want to say hi to Ayaga. I can hear this voice on and on. I don't know whether I'm making a wrong observation, but I think this guy, I hear the voice. Fred, is this Ayaga, the one I know? Anyway, that's for another day.
No, it's not Ayaga, but Ayaga will be coming soon. Ayaga will be coming soon. Yeah.
His voice is it relates so much to that guy because we had a lot of commotion in the last platforms where we used to
sound like him, but it does sound like Ayaga. I can agree. But go ahead.
All right. So now, what I'm saying, Jax, is so sad. So sad, and this is what I say, that politicians, they're just, I am not saying she is guilty, and I do not intend to say that, but what I'm saying is that how could it be good if justice could be served in the right way? The people who committed the act that is really a bad thing to be brought to book and to serve or to be a lesson to many people who have suffered the same and have never gotten their justice served. So this is why I was saying that mostly, in most cases, like now we are in 2024, but because people, we are selfish, we are never satisfied, we do not fear God, because when you do not fear God, you will never get satisfied. We are still talking about 2027 before even we think of 2025, 2026, 2027 is too far. So this is the outcome of when people become so selfish, so self-centered, in a way that they don't see other people to be valuable to them in any way. So in this regard, I don't want to say anything because I don't have much. In fact, I haven't followed that proceedings as in, but I saw the DCIS and through what you posted here. What I can only say is very wrong if it happens to come out, if it comes to be like someone can do that, such a thing for whatever reason which we don't know. But the bottom line, I would appreciate so much for this government, because I believe in it, to take the right decisions, get the culprits, let them be a lesson. Because we have had so many cases which have never been attended. We just get the stories, it will be served justice, but we never come to know how it ended because of corruption. So now that I believe that this government is fighting corruption, I want to see, and I could be happy to see, the killers of this boy brought to book. That's what I can say as of now, just yeah, Jex.
Fantastic. Now, Mr. Mzalendo, this governor whom many now are eyeing is a governor who has survived through all forms of challenges, 2 impeachments. And now here is a blogger who was a very strong critic of her, and he's now dead. Even if she's not linked to it, how would she, anaweza jinasua vipi from such allegations? I've not said she's involved or she's not, but what does this do to her political career? Because this is a sniper who has cost a star in Meru, and just the other day that she has survived an impeachment. What do you make of what could happen if this is something to go by, especially her political career at the moment? Because in Kenya, anything can be used against you, and it can really muddy you to the level of you losing your seat. What do you make of this killing and this situation that Kawira Mwangaza finds herself in? Because today her house and where she lives was cordoned off because DCI and CIDs are believing there lies crucial evidence that may nail the culprits of the murder of this young man. What do you make of all this?
Thank you, Jax. I think Madam Mwangaza Kawira has fought many battles and won. Most of it is won. She has won. But what I make of all these unfortunate incidents of the murder of a young man. But first of all, let me just say my condolences to the family of Sniper and friends who are used to Sniper and the people who used to read his comments. Now, murder is unacceptable. That is the first thing. And politicians normally in our country, Kenya, have used murder and have used intimidation to silence their critics and opponents. In this scenario, you're seeing a lot of politics. Even before DCI concludes investigation, there's already, the citizens, are already pointing fingers in probably the wrong direction or the right direction by assumption. So we like assuming things. The fact that you critic Raila Odinga or you critic Uhuru Kenyatta or you critic William Ruto does not mean that if you die, they must have been involved. It could be some crazy sycophants. You've seen the level of sycophancy in our politics. There's a level of sycophancy that a critic, who is a blogger who is criticizing the governor, the supporters of the governor could easily intimidate him or even kill him. That way, there's a possibility. We can't rule out that. But how is our involvement in that? These are individual decisions made by individuals who are not upright, who do not respect the rule of law, and I urge Kenyans to wait for the investigations to be concluded and not to point fingers in the wrong directions. Let the police do their work. We citizens will keep watching the space until the investigations are concluded. I can only speculate, as we are doing here. We are only speculating that this is a possibility. But it is sad, as I said earlier on, that somebody walks out of their house, says bye-bye to their children, and they don't come back. They come back in a coffin. In this day and age, Africans are killing Africans. Brothers are killing brothers. And we still don't understand, why we are doing all this. And we are doing this because of politics. So this is how politics can drive you. And we have talked about Maandamano. This is just a similar scenario of people going rogue because of an individual who they think has been undermining the leadership of something. I am just speculating. Thank you.
All right. Captain, are you there? Captain, are you there? All right. Captain, are you there? Okay. Bwana Fred, let me come to you. Could the other side of the political divide, those who oppose Kawira Mwangaza, stage manage such a thing? It's not really even like stage manage, but you kill a strong opposer or critique of someone or your political enemy, and then you are sure simply because this person criticizes you, so you kill or you cause harm because it's almost obvious that the public will fall for the other side and say this person has died because of always criticizing someone else. And even when you listen to the story, it's interesting that they're saying on the eve, or rather the day he died or he went missing, he received a call from Kawira Mwangaza or from her office, and he traveled from his home uh, going towards Kawira Mwangaza's place for them to meet, only for him to disappear, later on to be found dead. Could all this be stage managed to cast aspersion and cast bad light to the governor, simply because this is a lady many have tried to take her out of office? It has proved difficult. So how best to do it than to, take out a critique, let the blame and the chip fall close to the governor, create a nice narrative, and hence, when the narrative sells, what do you expect? The governor will be out. What do you think? I'm just trying to jog you to help me think and analyze this. What do you make of it?
Okay, what I can say there, we know we are in Kenya now. We are in Kenya,
Mm-hmm.
and Kenya first is a third world country.
Mm-hmm.
And Kenya, we play high volt politics, and politics
Mm-hmm.
is a dirty game. Now,
Mm-hmm.
if I talk in that angle, we have seen there were some forces, that wanted this governor to be out of the office. Reason, they had their motive interests, maybe somewhere that this governor was not letting them take. So it can be possible, there are many ways of killing a rat, or they say they were killing a cat, you know. So it can be that this man was. I'm not saying that they did it, but it can be another way of looking at it. That there was, after trying all the means and they could not get this lady. Now there was a plan B was hatched. So when this plan B was hatched to get him, because there's something that in English we call calabash. A calabash is something that we used to drink uji or water with it before the cups came. You know, the calabash, if you cut it straight way, there's how the way you can direct water to one direction as big as it to, and that water will go where you want it. So you know, there are some people who are very creative and they can create that perspective of now this same blogger that was not in good terms with the governor. Is it possible that we can do something so that we can all shout about that is happening, even because the way things are now, as a layman, I'm not a DCI, as a layman, and if people are talking, you can even see that the suspect is the governor from just the word go, because everything is pointing at her. How come you are your critic and he just disappeared? You called him, you know. What I can say that if it was something that she never did, her hands will not be there, because you know I can be now where I am and my friend is killed somewhere. The My phone can show where I was at the exact place who people I was talking to, because now we are in a digital world where all these things can happen. But if I see it in the other angle, the other way, everything is possible now in Kenya. I tell you, anything is possible. You can be framed, or they can silence you in many ways. But it's unfortunate that somebody has to die for somebody to be silenced. I'm very bit about it. I don't like people being killed like chicken. It's a bad thing. So it is possible also that way. The angle is really when as much as every evidence is going to the governor, the same governor they tried to impeach twice. It's really calling. That's why we are calling for the thorough investigation, and the investigation should be quick and thorough, and let the culprit rot in jail.
All right. PNL fighter, I come to you even as we near wrapping up now. We have seen that in Kenya, you can easily kill someone simply because you don't agree with me. In that, because you are on the opposite side and because you don't agree with my ideologies and all, you can kill someone for that. Now, what do you see happening? Do you see the survival of Kawira Mwangaza after this? She has fought many battles, but this one is, I think, a bigger one, because murder is something you can't take back. You can take back some words, you can take back some things stolen, but you cannot take back life. What do you make up of all of this? You have bouncing back.
Okay, Jex, and my friends here, thanks again. Jex, I want to be very clear from the onset that this is possibly a staged game which cannot meet the threshold as far as I'm concerned. Why am I saying this? There is no one in this collective era who doesn't know that if I call you with my phone, it will be tracked down. If it is true that the governor called, or he was called from the governor's office or from the governor's home or wherever it is to go and meet the governor, then these are the true lies, Mr. Jakes. They are just trying to make stories because they have already made stories before. The truth is, there is people who killed this man, which we don't dispute because he's no longer existing. But the possibility of being the governor, and I'm not saying she cannot be, but the possibilities are very, very low, according to me. You cannot call someone with your phone, and then at the end of the day, you do such a thing. It will not. How would you hide it with the technology in place? So now what I know is he might have come to meet the governor. He might have had his own disagreements, like one said here, with the other people around. But because he is maybe always against the governor or criticizing her, or for whatever reason, people are concluding, they're coming up with this conclusion that no, the person who has killed him is this because he is always against him. But to me, I can only say, Kenyans, let us wait for the outcome of the responsible bodies so that we can be able to know the truth of the matter, because hate can make people, like where I come from, many people were banned, being stated that they are witches some years back, and for sure those people were not witches. It was just when someone is caught, they say, "Now also so and so." Some of them, they don't want to be identified. They just say a name because they want to run away from the truth. So I believe the truth will come out, and the truth, when it comes out, people will be surprised that even the ones whom they suspected most, they were not they're not connected. But that one, having said that, I still could want to say, I don't want to exempt anyone. Let the law take its course. If they are found guilty with proof, then it's okay. On my side, according to me, I don't see it being okay. This is just a game of witch hunt and politics. There is a person who is standing somewhere who knows what he has done, and now he is celebrating, saying, we have got him high. But the truth will come out soon. That's what I can say.
Finally, Mzalendo, could this, as ENM is trying to say, could this be a witch hunt? Could it be a setup? Could it be, could someone really have orchestrated all this with the end game of linking I'm not saying she's innocent or guilty. The DCI will do that, and our courts and all our systems. But from where you sit and knowing our politics, could someone really craft this so as to bring her down, given that they haven't managed to bring her through Senate, and despite the numerous attempts to really send her packing? Could this be something orchestrated away from her knowledge, but well choreographed to the level that it's almost possible to believe the story, whether true or not? What do you make of it?
Thank you, Jax. This issue, I told you, in politics a lot, there's so much that happens that the politician cannot control. But most of the time, it is controlled by us who support the politician. The politician will not take a knife or a gun to go and kill someone. But you have a conscience, you have a brain to know that what you're doing is the wrong thing. So Kawira Mwangaza, let's assume she was the one who was involved. He was not present, probably, where this boy was being murdered. But there's a Marian or a Kenyan who decided that they are going to take the life of this young man. That is a person who should be arrested and brought to book. So there is, I told you about psychophancy in politics. You've seen it even in these forums that we are in, where people really get agitated, people who are on the other side. They can't really debate on issues, but they would rather jump on personality, or they would rather, if I find you, I would kill you because you don't support candidate X or candidate Y. That is how our politicians have managed to brainwash many of their supporters. There are people who say literally that if politician X says I jump into the hole, I will jump. If he says niingie kwa moto ndaingia tu without even thinking. All right. Akisema niruke ndamuuliza tu how high can I jump? Now this is somebody who ukimwambia go and slap Jakes for me for 5,000 shillings, they will. I've been in politics and I've dealt with so many people who if I tell that I don't like that man, if I'm not present, they would really harass that particular person. And even to an extent of, even stripping them naked. So that is how politics is. So there are people who feel offended or feel attached by Kawira Mwangaza. And again, on the flip side, it could be that this young man decided to work with Kawira Mwangaza, and this other side that were using him felt bad about it. That could also be a story. So you look at it on both sides. Maybe it is those who are now on the screen claiming that Kawira killed this young man are the same people who probably killed the young guy. Yeah, to make a political statement or a political mileage out of the story. I believe that Kawira Mwangaza, what she has gone through, she will not want to be partisan to something like that. And even if you look at the issues that this Snipper is raising, they are not issues that will impeach the governor. They are not issues that will really agitate governor to an extent that she would want to kill someone. And even the way Kawira Mwangaza conducts herself, I don't think she's this kind of person. Personally, that is my opinion. You could have your own opinion, but I don't think she conducts herself as a murderer. She portrays herself as a Christian, and probably she would not go to that extent of killing someone. That's my take on the issue.
All right. Before we discuss what you're projecting on the screen, someone who had raised that matter earlier was Eli, and I see him in. Eli, Sudan has recalled the ambassador following Ruto's meeting with Mohamed Dagalo. What do you make of it? You raised it, Jana. We discussed it partly, but what do you make of it?
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Jex, and all on the panel. I think for a long time Kenya wasn't showing its real foreign policy. It was not as clear cut. I think also because of diplomacy, people don't want to be showing the real self. And Moi was one of those. He knew what he wanted with his neighbors, but you never seen it spread in the media. So Moi was very tactful with his foreign policies and diplomacy as such. With this guy who is at the moment in charge of Kenya, he is probably taking a very personal route with his foreign policy, because it's well known that he's connected with very closely with the army general who visited from Sudan the other day, who is fighting the de facto leader of Sudan at the moment. It's a very dangerous game. I've actually met people from Sudan here where I live because I involve myself a lot in the community space. And the first thing is, what are you guys doing? Because this is a question you would never have heard from a Sudanese person asking a Kenyan, because we did not ever engage directly with the conflict except for the purposes of peace. in Sudan and Southern Sudan at the time when they had a long war in the 1980s. And of course, the peace process and then the government of South Sudan. But this particular event, if you asked me, and I'm not an expert about the region, I still think that it's very dangerous because and we're lucky because the instability of Sudan at the moment means that the state of the Sudan it cannot really exert its sovereign powers in the way if they had a legitimate president or a legitimate parliament and so on and so forth. But now they have a situation where it's a military council. So in a way, we're sort of lucky that there is no direct confrontation at the moment. But this is a very dangerous situation because those people who are fighting against this general who is Ruto's friend, they believe that Kenya is taking sides, and they probably will try and argue, maybe rightfully, that this is Kenya is playing a proxy game for other countries. Because then you'd ask yourself, apart from the personal friendship between Ruto and that army general, what else is there that Kenya should really be interested in? Is it other foreign powers or is it Kenya? And the similar situation, is happening between Sudan and Somalia. That one has been boiling for some time because of Somaliland. And now that Somaliland has given Ethiopia a direct route to do its, its manenos, so that Ethiopia doesn't look like it's landlocked. That one there, they've also recalled their ambassador. So from the other country. So Ethiopia and Somalia, they have the same problem. But this one of Kenya is a deadly scenario because it might mean that Kenya now has to be very careful about its other regional diplomacies. The one thing that people are saying, especially in international media, maybe it's not true, but they're saying that this army general is simply trying to make himself look legitimate, and that's why he's visiting country after country, and that Kenya was just included in that retinue of his travels, rather than a specific, unique situation between Kenya and this army general. So if you ask me again this question, I will then throw it at you in terms of who is the Minister for Defense in Kenya at the moment. That's a very, very crazy situation because we know the pronouncements of Aden Duale, especially when Kenya was rocked with terror attacks, the comments he made, and he never came back to sufficiently alert Kenyans what he meant by what he said. So we have that situation with who is the defense minister. If anything happens between Kenya and, for example, Sudan, of which there's a high potential, there are countries further up the north which will support Sudan more than they will support Kenya. Kenya has always been perceived as having strong links with Israel, and the more we put ourselves in a rocky situation with these countries like Sudan, that can expose the people of Kenya very dangerously. So I would say that we need to tread carefully. We shouldn't directly involve. This is where Moi was smart with his international affairs. He took sides, yes, but he was very, very very careful how he implemented this silent, foreign policy that Kenya had back then. I can't really say much about Kibaki because Kibaki didn't really have a foreign policy except for his financial development agenda, the economy and stuff. But in terms of conflicts, what he did in Somalia for me was extremely poor and wrong. Kibaki's intervention in Somalia, because Kenyans have lost many soldiers because of this. But anyway, so my comments about Sudan and Kenya is just that it's a pretty bad situation that Kenya should really, try and solve very quick, with the right kind of diplomacy. Yeah.
All right. Mzalendo, what do you make of that move by Sudan?
I think first of all you need to understand why Ruto is involved in the Sudanese conflict. Eli has not mentioned that there were leaders who were chosen by IGAD to steer the peace deliberation in Sudan. He has not mentioned that. And Ruto was one of the leaders.
But did Sudan refuse? Did Sudan not refuse William Ruto to be?
It doesn't matter. Just listen. Sudan has got two warring factions. These are military leaders who have divided the country into two. So it depends on where you are. If you are on the side that is refusing, but IGAD had made a choice and they had said that Salva Kiir, William Ruto, should steer the peace in Sudan. This military leader who was coming in is also looking at his political allies. He's looking at people who could be interested in supporting his agenda. So there's no Ruto is friends with this military leader. That is neither here or there. That is Eli is trying to speculate. He cannot prove
No, Mzalendo, let me come in, please. I will rebut that because it's well known that
when you rebut, please come with evidence.
Yeah, it's well known. It's well known that these guys have been trading in gold. The two have been friends for quite some time. Even when before he was even deputy president. Ruto has big networks even as far as the Congo, South Africa, Sudan in the gold trade. Okay, so if that sounds like speculation, I can also ask you to research that yourself, and then you can say Eli.
Eli, that is. I start with my statement that whatever you are saying, you cannot table it as evidence. It remains only known to you. It is not there in the public domain that this has been happening. Otherwise, we would have seen it. Yeah, we would have seen it. Anyway, Eli, I think the issue on Sudan is unfortunate. It is unfortunate that it is the greed to power that is making the two military leaders try to divide and kill their own people because they want to be in power. There's nothing like trading or business that they just want to be in power and control the oil in Sudan. Sudan has got oil. Sudan does not have enough gold for William Ruto to trade in. You should have talked about oil. So these people are looking for political mileage. These are two politicians, two military leaders who want to take over power. So they are looking at the allies. The other one is probably aligned to Salva Kiir, their neighbor, immediate neighbor. But I think Ruto has come out clearly and said that the genocide should stop. The killing of innocent people should stop by these two warring factions. So I think it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for us to read a lot of politics other than to try and look for an amicable solution for people of Sudan. They need to have a democratic elected government so that they can have peace and stability in that region. That is my take on that. Fred, I think Jakes has stepped out for a minute. What is your take on that particular issue?
Uh, I can't say much about international relations, but what I can say is there is a point that you said that there was some there was a time that Ruto was appointed to go and do the peace talk there, but the two country the two people that were fighting refused that Ruto was sided. He was one-sided. He was not neutral, and this is why uh, it can be right, because when people are fighting, then you meet one instead of two. The best thing our president could have done was to decline the meeting. Could have been a better thing, because when you meet one that and you don't meet the other one, and first there was even alarm that you are not neutral. This put our country in a bad picture. You see even now our country and Uganda. Uganda has taken Kenya to court about I don't know what, but there was a story that Uganda, they are going to battle it in court. And some few days also again there was, I think, Congo also. Is it Congo that called the ambassador? And all this is putting our country into bad picture, because you know before we were just an African as a continent. When you are in Europe, you don't need a passport to go to France or to go to Germany. If so long as you're in Europe, you can go anywhere. It's only in Africa that if I want to go to Uganda, I have to have a passport. If I want to go to Uganda, I have to have a passport. So the Western people are the people uh, came and put our divided us into small portions. And Ruto has been before, when he was campaigning, he was the one saying that he want Africa to be a free, a free Africa country where Africans are free to trade and to do this. But when it comes to now to bring peace, he's taking side. I think it was not a good picture for our country. He should, I think he could have done better than that. But the way he handled it, you see, is even affect. It has started affecting us. I'm not sure about all this, but according to me, he could even have sent somebody like a defense minister to go and meet this guy, and but not him meeting him and the other warring guys are seeing. You see, this is why we are saying we never wanted him. This is bringing, it brings a lot of commotion. Instead of peace, it's war.
All right, thank you very much, Fred, for that analysis on how you see Sudan. Ellie, I think you this is your pet project. Maybe you can add something, Ellie. Pet project or pet subject?
No. You see, that's just you. You're just filling gaps there. Making statements like pet subjects. That doesn't make any sense. But I will give you, the power of this thing called Google. It's a library of anything you want, fake news, real news. On a page here from a newspaper, a Sudanese newspaper called, it's actually a Sudanese magazine called Sudan Now. And this is a report on the 6th of January, 2024. And the headline is basically, it talks about Ruto's travels in the Sudan. when he was deputy president. In this newspaper, they call him vice president of Kenya. And it says there that there's a Kenyan paper that brought to light what it called the relationship between Ruto and ousted President Omar Bashir. I'll come to the other general, but I'm talking about Bashir now, in which the two men dodged the US sanctions on money transfers outside Sudan. According to the Kenyan newspaper, the airplane carrying Mr. Ruto had landed in Atbara City Airport and is believed to have picked boxes stuffed with money. Now, this is a genuine newspaper in Sudan. According to the paper, the plane is owned by Sudanese businessman Usama Dahoud, owner of the DAL Group. But the DAL Group had denied the Kenyan newspaper's report. The visit by the Kenyan official had coincided with the mutiny in the barracks of the Security Operations Corps in mid-January, a matter that made it to pass unnoticed. There's a lot of mention of intricate dealings there, the security situation. This report is in January this year, and it has given a historical context with the former President Bashir. If you look at the BBC report on Ruto and Sisi of Egypt, who were initially assumed to be the two key, protagonists in terms of the peace process in Sudan, and Ruto is mentioned in this article there. This was published 13th July 2023, and it's by Professor Alex Diwal, who is a very respected peace researcher. And it says, Sudan crisis from Ruto to Sisi, leaders vie to drive peace process. That's on the BBC webpage. I wouldn't even waste time reading this because you can read it yourself. It's a very long article and it gives you a lot of context in what I'm saying about Ruto's sphere of influence around the region in terms of why he goes to these places, his trade links, gold, anything to do with money. And what people are claiming about his relationship with this army general of RSF is that he's trying to provide, he's trying to secure a place for this person in case things go wrong in the Sudan. Just in the same way, for example, Moi worked with the leaders of South Sudan and to some extent Kibaki. You can see the way many people from South Sudan, the top leaders, the generals, own vast amounts of property in Nairobi. But when these guys seek refuge, when they've been defeated, or even if they've won the war, there are also people who are the host community who benefit a lot from the money that floats around during the war. And so, for example, Ruto is not just a friend of that army general just for the sake of it. It's a monetary situation. And I believe in those articles that have been pushing that theory about, the diplomacy between Kenya and Sudan against the military council, but pro-RSF because of personal, intimate reasons, which is money. These are not speculations. You can research these things. They will come out in full one day. If certain reports are there in the BBC and other organizations, and I'm not trying to say that the BBC is holier than thou, because they've been known to be wanting in many stories as well. But I would say that you need to find out for yourself that this dangerous situation, Ruto will not support a leader, a rebel leader, or a legitimate leader, or any of the protagonists just for the sake of it. We know that he will do this because he wants to gain in any way possible, because that's the way we have known him, that's the way he operates. And it's not just local, it's internationally, the same way he operates. I'm sorry if you think that I'm just against this man too much, you know, to the extent that I can't say anything good about him. But that's what we know. And these things that
No,
he
you
calls,
are. You're right. You have an opinion. I mean, that is why we have free speech. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what you might call an opinion now. I mean, when articles are being written by the likes of Alex DeWall, and in those articles they make implied statements about Mr. Ruto, you know that is a. Plus, don't forget that the ICC thing still hangs over his head in terms of how people respect or disrespect this person. You know, because people are often worried, how will history place them in terms of their alignment with this person called William Ruto? I mean, even how, let me go to ODM as far back as 2007, how Raila Odinga managed to bring this guy on board to his team. You know, it was quite shocking. A lot of people were not happy about it. Myself, I remember watching in one of these Orange Movement rallies where we had the likes of Ruto, the guy from Mombasa, can't remember his name. He was a Minister for Tourism, Balala. There was Joseph Nyaga, I think. There were 5 people, Charity Ngilu, Raila Odinga, I can't remember the last person. But at that point, yeah, Ruto, of course. The person you knew was not talking something believable, you know, when the 5 of them were giving point-by-point promises to the people of Kenya, was William Ruto. We know this person, you know, we know how, we know what he wants, we know how he speaks, we know how convincing he is, we know that he dreams money, you know, he lives money. This person is often, so in fact, in his foreign relations now, the way he's backing off of the silent diplomacy between Kenya and Sudan by showing himself as a strong supporter of this army general is only because of commercial interests, personal gain. You will not want to put your country at a big risk such as this. The Sudanese military, for example, is much, much stronger than the Kenyan defense forces. That's a fact. The only way Kenya can, for example, counter attack is if they received some military support from other countries against Sudan, if we came ever to that situation. So the only thing that is on our side at the moment in terms of this relationship that is falling apart is the fact that Sudan is unstable at the moment. So if the regime was in order and they put their house in order, I don't think Kenya would dare doing what they've done now by supporting this army general. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eli, for that statement. I just wanted to add, or maybe to inform you that Ruto joined ODM in 2005 and not 2007. He joined ODM in 2005 after coming from Kano. He was also a presidential candidate in 2000 and thereafter. He was a presidential candidate and he came third or fourth in an election. Then he joined Odinga and supported Odinga for his candidature in 2007. That is also a fact. Another thing, just to add on the Sudanese matter that you didn't bring out, the issue of Sudan is one of the issues that made Ruto sack or redeploy the foreign minister, Alfred Mutua. You need to also dig into that and find out the spat between Mutua and what he said about Sudan that made him be kicked out. The same leaders, the same leaders that you're talking that are now that one of the factions that are doing business with Ruto, as you claim, is one of the first leaders who said that they don't want Ruto as part of the negotiation. He should come with his Kenyan army instead of coming with the IGAD army to Sudan. That is also a fact. So some of these things have been said. They are neither here or there, but we will come to know the truth once the Sudanese people get the lasting peace that they need. The genocide in Sudan is going in the wrong direction. People, I think they've lost over 2,000 people right now. I think 6,000, and that is a very sad scenario. And Africa is silent on the issue of Sudan. We keep on politicking, and our brothers are being butchered on the other side. You mentioned Israel and the Kenyan relationship. Yeah, that is correct. Israel have got a relationship with Kenya, but our immediate neighbor, the Southern Sudan, is burning, and there's a military leader. Two military factions that don't want to work with IGAD. They want other mediators. So I think IGAD has proposed civilians to be part of that negotiation so that they can come into an agreement on sharing power. Africans, what they want to share whenever there is this kind of disagreement is that they want to share the wealth. So let us also put it straight that what these people want to share is the wealth of the country. They are just two greedy leaders who want to share the wealth of the country. There's nothing sort like they want to help the Sudanese people. They just want to divide the wealth of the country and eat it up, not for the benefit of Sudan, but for the benefit of themselves. Our neighbors here, the Southern Sudan, they had the same problem, and they brought this other deputy. He's called Riek Machar. Riek Machar was given power, some ministries there, and today the wife is the head of the military in Sudan. And the whole government is happy. There is peace in Sudan because the warring factions are now satisfied. But what happens to the local civilians? That is the same scenario in Kenya, although we are undergoing a different kind of transition, but we are in the same path, only that our constitution is supreme. When you say that Sudan is stronger than Kenya, I don't agree with you. Any country that is within East Africa, we are stronger than them. We are stronger than them, and that is why you need to be a patriot of your country. You need to
Mzalendo, are you Mzalendo? Are you confusing Sudan with Southern Sudan, or what are you doing there? What are you saying?
No, I'm not confusing. I know Southern Sudan and I know Sudan. I know
Because
Southern
you
Sudan.
kept
I know.
okay.
I wanted to give you a scenario of Salva Kiir, Southern Salva Kiir and Riek Machar when they came together. That it was just for for peace, and at the same time, because these are military leaders. The same scenario. They are dividing the country on the other side so that they can come together and share what they have. But what is IGAD telling them? If let us bring the army to bring peace, but there's no way you Ruto bring the Kenyan army, we are going to destroy the Kenyan army. We don't want even you that, we want your army. So this is just politics, the politics of greed of Africa and African leaders. That is how they are. That is what they are. And we should call it out that these Sudanese people should come and think about the people and not think about what they are going to get from their country. Captain, if you're there, you can come in. If you're not there, I'll give Fred a chance to say something.
No, yeah. I don't have much. Maybe just close. I don't have much. I was just listening to you about this thing because I'm not. International relationships are not well conversant with, so I can't say much about it. Mm.
Yeah, Eli is the one who actually has got a lot of information about what is happening internationally. So we always want him to come here and to give us light in what is happening in Sudan. But unfortunately, Eli, anything that Ruto touches to him, even if it is in good faith, it is bad, you know. So sometimes relying on information from Eli is my brother, but relying on information from him, especially when it has something to do with Ruto. I don't think is there anything that Ruto does that is good for you, even his Kaunda suit? I mean, do you find him smart
You know
when he
what?
wears the Kaunda suit?
When we want to talk about our Kenyan politics, what I've always said that, you know, Kenya is a very, very good country.
Yes.
But the problem is the petty politics that we are putting. You know, thanks to God, Raila doesn't like war. If Raila could be a somebody that likes war, by now Kenya could have been a two country like South Sudan. I don't know what Kenya could be in two countries now. But the only thing with our Kenyan people is that when somebody steals, now it is our stealing. But when things are going bad, all Kenyans are feeling it. You know, now people are crying. Now people are crying in Kenya about the government or that Ruto has. Me, I'm not. Uh, there are many presidents. Even Uganda, we have a president. But me, I'm a proud Kenyan that say that unless the server is opened, Uhuru will never be my president. Ruto will never be my president. Because there is no way you can be a president by crook, by force, yet we have law. Then you are telling us to follow the law. The same person is saying that our majudges when you are corrupt. You know, yesterday I said something here that was some people. When I said that I'm 100% with Ruto, when Ruto says that judges are corrupt, when Uhuru came and told us that Ruto is a corrupt person, can never be a president, people said, oh, but now we are seeing now what is happening. Ruto can never lead a good country. He's not a good governor. Now, here is Ruto now coming telling us that judges are corrupt, as we have seen the corruption in this government, because it was free and fair. Open the servers. Even today, if the servers are opened and we are told that Ruto won, I'll be the first person to say, Mheshimiwa, endelea na kazi, chapa. But you can't force people with guns and maiming people, killing people that you are the president, I was elected. You know, it doesn't work that way. You know, it doesn't work that way. That's why we are saying, even now, where he's going there to bring peace, that people are being killed in South Sudan, he's not going there because he has sympathy for the people. He has sympathy for his pockets to be full, so that tomorrow when he comes to you, he gives you something small, you start shouting, oh, tano tena, Ruto ndio kila kitu. Yet, he has been maiming your people from the word go. You know, look at our neighbor Tanzania. The lady is very cool. Last time he said, the people who are not paying the taxes, don't close their businesses. Sit down with them and ask them how are they going to pay in rates. Why is not the government talking with these people that they, the people the people that they want to take their land from them? Why can't they sit down with them and say, oh, no, Ruto, as we know that Ruto is the first land grabber in Kenya. Even if you Google now who is the largest grabber in Kenya, the first one will be Ruto. He has this
Muzalendo, this guy's repeating himself.
we have this that Ruto grabbed. Nobody has gone there to evict him, and he even said that they can dialogue with the owners of the land so that they can reach to agreement. Why is he not, as the president, why is he not talking with the people that is going to evict, to give them notice, to take them to a better place? I really feel bad when my fellow Kenyans are sleeping in Gunia. My fellow Kenyans today, thousands of them are sleeping outside because the government, it's not a good thing. So this is why
Anyway,
I'm saying,
just finish, Fred. I don't want to.
I'm saying even our Kenyan government going to Sudan to bring peace there, they are not going to bring peace. They are just going to bring more and more deaths and war in that country. Let them be away. Let him fix our country first before going to fix for others. You can't fix other people's houses and yours is leaking. I think I'm through.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fred. Pen Nyagaka, if your mic is on, Pen, you can say something about it. Mr. Pen Nyagaka, I think. Oh, we've lost Pen. Anyway, you brought the issue, Fred. You brought the issue of the server. Today, I want to understand. I want to really understand which law you want to use, and if the server, just a minute, if the server is opened and you find that Raila Odinga won the election, what will be the next course of action?
Okay, you have really asked me a good question. There is something called competition. Competition, you have to be somebody that when you are going for war or you are going for a play, when the other one wins, you shake hands and you tell him, okay, today you won, let's meet again. So in our constitution, it is very clear that when we go to elections, all the results are being put into server. They are supposed to be there for verification of the servers, to be verified, because humanist error. That is why we left the mulolongo way of voting, and we came to the digital voting. The digital voting, it is very simple that anything that you put in, even now, my computer, anything I do it, as much as I can delete it, there is a way that it can be traced and noticed about all these things. Now, here is a case where we are with you into a competition. You are saying that you won. I'm saying that you didn't win. I'm the one who won. Then here is a case where there is arbiter, that is the server. That this server, I'm saying that, okay, if you think that you won and I'm saying I didn't won, open the server and we check. If you really won, then I'll give you my hand and I tell you it's a good job. I will keep fighting for that other day. Here is a case where the servers that were supposed to be opened from 2017 up to now, there is no server that was opened. For 22, we went even to the High Court. It was not opened. Now, if I want to jog your mind, there is a country that the other day where the president was overthrown. According to the results of election, I don't know, board of that country, they were saying the president won with, I don't know, 80 something percent. When they opened the servers, the real server, it happened that the president only got less than 20%. The opposition won by a margin. You know, when we come to our case in Kenya, Raila, the ODM or the NASA, they went and they published their server results. It's even now online. You can check. Why is it that 1 year or 2 years later, as a Kenyan that has a right to information, we have not been shown the real results of the elections of 2022? Why have you not been shown? That is why I can say, I can bet where I am, they say, where I am now, they say, if you want to bet the thing, you bet with your balls. You put one of your balls on the table, and if you are wrong, one is gone. So me, I can put my balls on the table and say, if for sure Ruto won this election, I'm ready one of my balls to go down. They can't open the server because they know they are lying. But when you start leading with lies, this is why everything is slippery in our country. Then let me tell you, my friend, this is a secret I'm telling you. The reason why we are into this, many countries, they don't like to see Kenya being strong the way Kenya projected to be. The masters that our government is praising, they like it when 4 years we are fighting of who won election, who never won, who won elections. Because they know if we are strong, our country will stand strong. But they know if they weaken us through us, then they will win. You know.
All right, Pen Nyagaka, are you on? Pen Nyagaka, you've got 2 live feeds. Are you on, Pen? This guy is not on. Let me
Okay.
kick him out.
Yeah, Mzalendo, I have some news for you here.
I hope it's not from Agatha Press in Southern Sudan. Don't bring for me anything from Agatha Press in Southern Sudan.
No. There's no such thing as gutter press from this article here. Okay, it's well written, and it provides some of what you call speculation. It just shows some of the reasons why the Sudanese council, the military junta that has been running the country the last 2 years, is against Ruto's intervention in that country. So it talks here about the relationship between Ruto and Hemeti, you know, that general, the one that we're talking about. This relationship came to light in January 2020 when Ruto, the vice president of Kenya, then paid a bizarre and secret visit to Sudan. Unlike political leaders and statesmen who usually visit capital cities and have meetings with their counterparts of the host countries, Ruto only visited a gold mining site in the River Nile state, around 300 kilometers north of Khartoum, belonging to Al-Junaid company, which is owned by Hemeti, as the general who came to the State House in Nairobi the other day. He did not see any of the senior officials of Sudan, nor was there any official comment from either capitals on the visit. Media outlets which disclosed news of the visit spoke of shipping a sizable amount of gold on board the private jet that ferried the Kenyan vice president. It is largely believed that Ruto has since become a business partner to Hemeti in a form of multi-million US dollar joint venture in the gold industry. The article keeps going on and on about the gold connections, Russia, and all manner of things. Dubai is mentioned, and other illegal activities in Nairobi. It's for you to discount that kind of article. This was published on May 16th, 2023 by the author Abdullah Obeid Allah. Why did you want someone like Philip Ochieng, the late Philip Ochieng,
No,
to write?
I don't know. I don't know whether this Allah works for the other faction. I don't know whether he's.
It does not matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. When someone presents you with what you when someone presents you with what you think is speculation, you need to counter research it. You need to counter it.
Eli, you are right. You are right. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this author of this particular statement is absolutely right. But what I might ask you is that is it wrong for Ruto to do business?
No.
Is it wrong for him to?
Okay, exactly that last line, what you have just said there, is what I wanted to say. That the pure connection between Ruto and the General Hemeti is a business, okay, and he has to now sufficiently protect his business ally, who is now involved in a very serious war where thousands have been butchered in Sudan. So it's what you've just said. Is it wrong for him to be involved in business? But what I'm just saying is that, is this the appropriate person to be intervening in the Sudanese peace process? In international relations, right, there is a thing called track 2 diplomacy, which basically means you can involve people from all manner of sectors.
I'll give you a chance. Let Eli finish.
Yeah, I'll finish this very quick. Sorry, Penny. What they do with track 2 diplomacy is you have people from the faith movement. It could be church leaders or Islamic leaders, or people who are even atheists. You could find business community, corporate leaders coming in as part of the peace process, and this works very well when when countries are not seen as directly supporting people in conflict. So you find that in this situation, a person like William Ruto, who is a businessman, by the way, but now is also a leader of this country called Kenya. Is he playing business in track 2 diplomacy, or is he intervening in this conflict as a person who is brandishing the Kenyan flag? Because now we have a situation where the Kenyan flag is being soiled because of his business networks with this army general, who also has serious connections with the Janjaweed, the conflict in Sudan that happened many years ago through the Janjaweed militia. So you wonder, this is the same person every Sunday, even more than Sundays, even turned State House Nairobi into a church place now. That I think on Wednesdays they kesha and they're also fasting. I don't know, things like that. This is the man who purports to be intervening in a peace process between, in the middle of two conflicting sides in Sudan, a war that is very lethal. Because don't forget, Ethiopia is enjoying what is happening in the region at the moment because of the instability of other nations, because those countries up the north like Sudan and Egypt, they want Ethiopia not to dare tamper with the River Nile, and Ethiopia went ahead and they filled the dam, which is probably it's probably the largest dam ever built in Africa, only because of the instability in Sudan and the instability that was in Egypt the last few years. So Ethiopia now is more or less taken advantage of that shaky situation. We don't even have like a plan on how to bring investments, further investments around the lakes region in Kenya. We can't touch Lake Victoria at all, But Ethiopia, then they did what they had to do because they want electricity for their people, So we can bring in so many arguments about this situation. But for me, Ruto is there to fill his pockets again. And it's not speculation. Thank you.
Fred, don't go away. I wanted Ellie to comment on the issue that you've just said. Mr. Ben, can you say something?
Yeah. Yes, I will. And I'm very, very glad that I can speak after this gentleman who just spoke. Mzalendo, if as new figures out, like this gentleman is saying, or follow that guy's script, then we in the order will be scared that we will lose. Because, sir, you understand everything and explain everything just like it is. And then we wonder, where is this as new people? Mzalendo, let me answer you the question you just asked a while ago. And I'm answering you because I can't answer that guy. He's too gone. He's giving us an ODM propaganda machine about Sabbath. Mzalendo, go look at the court system. The court itself had a gentleman that was a Kikuyu, the name is Jeroge, and he was the head of East African telecommunications or something. They negotiated how much service they had to give, and they asked the Asimio, where do you have problems? And they explained like 16 or 20 something stations. And the servers were open. They were limited, but they were open.
No.
Don't let me finish. You talk forever. You talk forever. Let me say something.
Let him just finish.
Let me finish. No. But I listen to you.
Okay.
Let's just listen and then you'll have your chance. That's the importance of having a debate. That is the importance of having a debate.
And that's why I say that I am answering Mzalendo. You are too gone. Because what I said, it was a negotiated, limited, open of the server. And this, Mzalendo, you should see it in the media somewhere. Because it was from the court. The court that said he knew Mzalendo to come in. It was stations that ODM or Asmio pointed out. And they came to that result. That's why, Mzalendo, when you ask a question like that, you should refer to the official records that we understand that is the code. But what this gentleman is saying, we have understood it ever. It has been explained to us backwards and forwards. Ada Mother Karua asked, like she's a senior lawyer, right? And she asked the question about the Sabbath. But she was in the court when the Sabbath was being asked about Asmio. So, my friend, let me answer you again. It was not about the Sabbath. Let me answer you about the Kenyan history that you give us of yesterday, of Raila Odinga. If Raila Odinga was in this, Kenya would be on fire. My friend, there was a time there was Mzee Ogingo Dinga was the vice president and he was fired. When he was vice president, he would sit, he read his newspaper outside his office. And then when Mzee Kenyatta heard that he was building Russian hospital, all the people that were around Mzee Kenyatta wanted to blow it up. But Mzee said no. He came to open it. How many Luos died then? Let's say all the way to Maandamano now. How many Luos died out of it?
Okay, can I answer?
Even then I would never ask you that question.
Can I
Okay,
answer?
so let me finish. Okay, I'll give you a minute. Can I finish?
Yes.
So let me tell you that if you can follow this guy who just said what he pointed out, the weaknesses of UDA is very many, but you guys could never figure it because you are attached to wrong ideas. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ben. Fred, you can come.
Yeah. So, what I was saying is this, that I first started saying that Kenya is a very beautiful country. And thanks to Raila Odinga, even his father, that they are not into that thing of war, of dividing Kenya. By now, it could have been two Kenya, Kenya 1 and Kenya 2. The reason why is that we don't have transparency. You know, the way you are saying that servers were opened, servers were not opened. A server that is being opened is like what Raila did when he was, what Raila did, that he went and printed the results and put it online. If you guys were saying the true thing about your results that you are having, you could also have printed the real results as stipulated in our constitution, that after election, after a while, all the results of elections are supposed to be printed in a government newspaper for the all people to see and to remove all this speculation. Maybe Ruto won, but me, I don't recognize that because I've never seen, according to my constitution, is telling me after a while the results are supposed to be printed in a national newspaper, all results, and so that we can verify. Have you ever seen any results printed in a newspaper in Kenya? That is a question to you, Mr. Penn. Have you ever seen?
Ben, you're being asked a question. Can you respond to that?
Okay.
If those servers were open, who would sign off for them? IFBC or just ODM? That's ODM ideas about it.
Yes,
you
that's
me
why I'm saying
ODM questions. No. It can never be, because it cannot affect me, because it is not, I'm not in Azimio. Why should it affect me?
What I'm asking you is that, according to our constitution that govern you and govern me, the constitution is saying that the results are supposed to be printed in a new national newspaper.
You just told me that. Let me find out. You just told me that. I will not agree just because you told me.
Find it out and then you let us know. So if that one, if such a thing is done, it will remove the speculation that me as a Kenyan I'm having. Because me as a voter, I can't wake up and vote and my votes are not counted.
If you lose elections, where do you go to recorrect that?
No, we didn't lose election. You guys stole election. Things should just be clear.
Why did you go to court? Why did you go to court? Why did you go to court today?
Because it's our right to go to court and to do.
That's exactly what you should have said. That's what you should have said, that when you lose elections, you go to court.
You know, the good thing about you, the next time we will be having the same problem that now we are having now. Me, I want to be having that cocoon type of yours that you are just close in mind that if my people
I'm,
say
I'm, I'm,
All right,
I'm prepared
all
for,
right,
I'm prepared for
Ben,
that.
just,
you'll
just
be
give me a
prepared.
minute. I mean, you know, each and every time when we bring up issues, I always try to, we always try to bring a point of information.
Yes.
The issues raised here by Fred are very, very important to the viewers out there. And there are so many people who have been talking about this issue. And Fred, I really wanted to inform you that it is by law that the Kenyan results are gazetted.
Yes.
It is also by law that after January, Chebukati and his team were not in office. So you were asking whether the results were printed by the Kenyan Gazette.
Yes.
Is that all you are waiting for to acknowledge that Ruto won the elections?
Yes.
Is that
It is my right. Yes, I wanted to know for sure if he really won, because in my
so?
conscience,
Mhm.
I'm very 100% sure that Ruto never won elections. I can bet he never won.
So if you saw that gazette, you would change your position
Yeah,
and
if I
say,
see, yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That if I can see the
Mhm.
results and I see that for sure he won, I'll accept and move on. Because when I go to a competition, I go with two minds: to win or to lose. If I
Mhm.
lose, I say, "But go and go work, and then I'll come next
Zarendo.
time." But it's not good.
Just a minute, pen, please. Give Fred a chance to say whatever he wanted to say.
No,
You'll have your chance, sir. For
now we are creating a generation to come, as we were created with a generation where everything was toa kitu kidogo for your things to go. And then in my generation, we were trying to remove that mentality that things has to be merited. You have to merit something. And when we fought for the new constitution, we were fighting so that people could even be in office with the real papers and the real win. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. There were times that you could go to River Road and print a certificate and you go and get those days we were praying, when will they finish? So in short, what I'm trying to say, that as Kenyans, we should have this mentality of being sincere people. Sincere people. If somebody wins something, just say you won. If you lose, just say I lost and I stand a chance of fighting another day. This issue of our person is stealing. So me, when even if I'm dying, that my person has stolen. This is why you see. I want to say another thing here. You see, Sudi, when the daughter of Sudi they graduated, Sudi awarded her daughter with a car and a flat. It was a good thing. But do you think the people who voted him, do you think he can award them what he awarded the daughter? He can't, because that was his blood. Now, me, when I talk here, I talk as Kenya, whole Kenya, Kikuyu, Luya, Kisii are my blood. I don't talk about the reason why I'm angry is we should have this tendency of being sincere. The constitution is saying that when we go to elections, all results are put on the server. After a period of time, the server should be open and all those things should be printed. So even if we go to the High Court and the High Court say that, okay, we are verified that Ruto won, okay, people like us that are doubting will still wait for the IBC to print all the results on the newspaper and we'll verify. Then we'll say, okay, he won, we fight for another day. But we can't be gagged that, oh, we won, we have the numbers, but on the ground, we don't see those numbers. Kenya now, while we are along the line, there is no development going. Everybody's crying. Reason cause of the stolen election. That is the root of the cause of our problems. Chebukati, Martha Koome, and who again? And Ruto. You know, and that's why I'm saying if Ruto is saying that judiciary is corrupt, I'm 100% with him because he knew how he corrupted the judiciary and is there. When Maraga was not be able to be corrupted, Maraga said, go back and do the election because it was not done the right way. The same person that bungled our election 2017 is the same one that bungled it this year. Now, I think up to there, I guess somebody can come and maybe say something.
Okay. Let me just tell you for a fact that indeed the elections results were gazetted. I'll just show you the gazette notice in a short while. It's a 9,000 page gazette notice. That's why you cannot see it in running in media. But it is something that was published and it is there.
Which date? So that I can even go and check.
No, I'll give you a link just in a short while because here we show you the facts.
Okay.
We don't want to speculate. Another issue that you raised was the issue of the server. The server was indeed opened, and being a technology that belonged to Smartmatic, there was only a portion of the server that could have been opened, that could have been given access to Azimio team, and that was done.
Mzalendo, that is politics. That is politics.
No, that is not politics.
No,
I will also give you. I'll also show you the facts.
Let me ask. Just let me ask you something. If I come now, I buy a phone from you. I come and buy not even a phone. Let me say I buy some gigabyte from you. Now you can buy some gigabyte in Google to store. You have a right to have what you bought from me, access of it. You can't say that the Kenyan election results cannot be shown to the Kenyans that voted and paid for the services. What are you telling us?
You see, you were given access to the server. You came up with the information from the server. You brought the information to the court. The court looked at your information with their IT expert, and they said that this, with whatever you have right now, you have got nothing to show that you won the election. Let me just walk you back because you seem to be abroad. Trump also tried this particular shenanigan by saying that but Biden did not win the election. The same companies, Smartmatic. Why are you not suing Smartmatic company for not giving you access to the technology or to the results? Why are you taking the back to IBC? Because IBC does not own the technology. IBC does not, it is Smartmatic that owned the technology that you assume manipulated the votes or that counts the votes. Why can't you sue Smartmatic? If you give me a good answer, I'll be very, very happy.
Okay, that's a question to me, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me tell you something. When me as a voter, when I went to vote, you know, the person that was managing the elections was IBC. It was not Smartmatics. Smartmatics is just a word we had when we were now doing the court battle, you know. But what I'm trying to say that Kenya, ile undugu yenye inafaa ikue, it will never be if we still have this tendency of which elections are done and servers are not opened. Open servers should be open. This thing that you are saying that
Uzalendo, can I
servers
answer
were
you?
open, that is a lie that you can't imagine. It's a lie. Servers have never been opened. Even the IBC has never printed. Show me the link here. I've been waiting for that link for now 1 year. They have never printed that. Even the Chebukati himself, when he was announcing the results, even his figures were not correct. His figures were not correct. If as Kenyans we start saying the truth, our country will be a very better place. But if we keep lying, burying our heads into the sand, this is why you see these fake leaders, Kenyans will just be like this and like this, will not go anywhere. Even you at your mind, inside your mind, you know very well Ruto never won election. You know. But since he's your guy that maybe you voted him, you want to tell him that, oh, you won, all this. Let say the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Even Martha Kobe knows well that the power that he gave was not the right person. Even Chebukati knows, but because of money that killed our Jesus Christ is what now we are going through now. So what I'm trying to say is, as Kenyans, let us be people who say the truth. The truth will set us free. We are building a new generation that is coming, the young ones, and they are seeing us. You know, they are seeing us what we are doing. Tomorrow they will ask you, Baba, where were you when all this were happening? Because one day the truth will come out. You didn't talk to the truth. You are just talking to the power that, oh, they won. How sure are you they won? Because we were told that they won, but you didn't verify. This is why I'm telling you, up to now, I've never seen that thing of IBC. I've only seen that one of Russia.
All right, you've only
one published.
You see that can also be debated on the people on Kenya Kwanza.
I want to say something because I need to go.
Yes, Eli, can you come in?
Yeah, thank you, Fred. You're very passionate.
Then Kenya Rebel will follow in that order.
Yeah, Fred is always very passionate about this subject of purported democracy. Basically, ours is an unfinished democracy. I think we know that the transition has taken a very, very long time from Kenyatta to Moi. The transition is still taking place. It's a long, long process. In fact, if you asked me, I think the most credible election, even more credible than the 2002 election in terms of the presidential vote, honestly, was probably the one of 1992, because in that year, the opposition was divided right in the middle. Kibaki went and got what he got from Moi, he established his DP party and took votes from the opposition. Matiba and Jaramogi, they fell out. So Moi got his 1.9 million votes. I think it was near 2 million votes anyway. Those were the kind of votes back in the day. And Jaramogi ended up with something like just under 1 million compared to the 1.4 or 1.5 of Mwai Kibaki. So we're talking about a more or less genuine election result in Kenyan politics in 1992. The one of 2002 was just people were fed up with Daniel Arap Moi, and they just doesn't mean that they wanted Kibaki. but they were fed up with Moi, anything but Moi, and whoever Moi's stooge would be, which was at that time Uhuru Kenyatta. But more fundamental in our politics is that we've been easily led by this thing called Western democracy, electoral politics. I don't know if it is yet been taken with the seriousness that it deserves or not deserve in Africa. I don't know, because we should not fight to the death because of so-called democracy or Western democracy. You know, this system, does it work for us? That's the question, because I don't think it does. I participated in these 2022 elections I went and voted in London, and I would never ever do it again. And in fact, not just because I was supporting Martha Karua and Raila Odinga, but it's because all these years I tried not to sling a vote. I never voted at all in Kenya because it was just, the stories that people came up with was enough to make you not to vote. But then 2022, I thought maybe things are changing. In fact, in my view, I knew that 2022 was a watershed moment. It's not because Uhuru was the incumbent and so Raila would win, but it's because I thought it was a watershed moment in Kenya 2022. But this is my personal experience that I don't believe I will ever vote again in Kenyan elections, ever, And I think a lot of Kenyans share this way of thinking. This school of thought is very strong. You'd rather have a legitimate democracy. You'd rather have no elections than an illegitimate democracy. Many people are in that school of thought, and that means that in 2027, many people will not vote in the presidential elections. This is a fact, And in fact, I think many people did not vote in 2022 because of that very fact in terms of 2017.
What happened previously?
Sorry.
What happened previously? The people who didn't vote 22, what happened in 2017?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the script, people have now been used to the script. And it reaches a time when then you think, no, I can't waste my time and resources to do this. Let us assume that Raila Odinga is not involved in any of the Kenyan politics going forward. And we remove his name from the politics, the electoral politics, presidential elections. So he's out of the picture. But then this gives us room to think about the history of why he's not allowed to take the high seat in Kenyan politics. Because there's an unwritten script that this man was directly involved in the 1982 military coup, and no way is the military going to salute to this man when he takes the presidency. This is one of the high schools of thinking amongst the people who run the system, because they know that in the statecraft, this man has once tried to get into power by force. That's what they believe. And no way, even if he won the next 10 elections, will he be the one that becomes the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. It will not happen. That there was a thinking that allowed me to accept that even though we needed such a person to change Kenya, he was not going to be the one, because that's what is the unwritten script in the statecraft of Kenya. This is a fact. So what I'm saying in simple terms is that we watch at what is happening in 2027. If Ruto does not get into power, I'll be very, very surprised, because I know that many people will not vote in the presidential elections unless we have such a different personality. I don't even know if Kalonzo would pull it. If he does, good luck to him. But Ruto is relying on the fact that he knows that majority of opposition strongholds, people will not vote in the presidential elections.
Yes.
And so what can they do? They just need to think about who is their next candidate. If it's not Kalonzo, who is it? Is it Okia Umtata? That would be something. That would shake the country.
You know, your last statement, the one you just said, Eli. Okay. Your last statement, the one you have just said, that people won't go and vote because of what Ruto has done. There are two ways in it. The Western people knew very well that if Raila gets into power in Kenya, Kenya will change. We won't be going to them for IMF, I don't know what. We won't be kneeling for them. And they don't want this. This is why you see in there's a coup that happened into another country that was being ruled by France. How is it? Which country was it again? The last coup that was just done recently.
Was that Niger or
it was
Burkina
Niger,
Faso?
no? Oh, Niger.
There's Niger, Burkina Faso, and there's three countries.
The one with the military.
The three countries. Yeah.
Yes, the people were put there purposely. What they put for us. Somebody who is hungry for money is not hungry for development. He's hungry for money. So when they put him there, they know very well that this person will just be there to take your money, and
maintain the status quo.
Yes, and no development. And the next election, me and you, we won't go to the ballot and vote. Now, the new generation that will be there will be given a few coins that this guy has made, and will go and vote for him. And this is why when I come here, I've always said that Ukenya ni muhimu kuliko uchama ile ya mimi ni ODM, mimi ni UDA. Hapana, let us be, because the fight that Raila has been fighting for us that we are not seeing is for our own development. But few people that are here, that are in Kenya, they think that when Raila goes into power, Kenya will even disappear, But it is the seed that have been planted into them. The way you are saying that he was in coup, he wanted, they can't salute him, It is something that even if you go to the Kikuyu land, they are told that Raila ni shaitani, So they see him like somebody that can never be. But I just wish us Kenyans, we should just, even if it's not Raila, let's take somebody like even Kalonzo. Let's vote somebody that has been voted by Kenyans, has been given mandate by Kenyans to work for them. In such way, he will be working for us, not for the masters that put him there. That is the difference that us, we are not seeing Kenyans. That the person now is in that chair was put for us. Us, we never put him. Even I see people here saying, I voted for him. You never voted for him. If you voted for him, wait, tomorrow will come for your land. And we'll be here crying, oh, tumekuwa evicted. Go on, Eli.
Yeah, so when I was just closing on that, it's very, very difficult to imagine an African country in the last 20 years, maybe 30 years, that you can say there's been a legitimate electoral process for the presidential elections. There are very, very few, very few. I remember the one of South Africa, Mandela won that one fair and square. Thabo Mbeki followed. South Africa hasn't had this problem since the end of apartheid. They do have big problems, yes, but this question of illegitimate, transition or transfer of power through rigging of presidential elections is not a big problem in South Africa. Kenya, we have the best constitution, someone said yesterday, but it's just on a piece of paper. I would hope, honestly, that someone, a strong, charismatic, someone of goodwill, a social thinking person like Okia Omtata would shake the ground. This guy, if he goes on with his tempo at the moment, kina Raila, kina Kalonzo, they can kiss goodbye, because I think if this guy maintains what he's doing now, he can actually challenge whoever would be the leading candidate in 2027. But I warn you, an incumbent doesn't lose in Africa.
That is the problem. So
I am telling you, Mzalendo, this is such a big, it's such a big problem. An incumbent does not lose.
They don't lose.
Continent. No, an incumbent must return to power.
They lose lately. They lose.
Very few of
George
them.
Weah has just lost an election. George Weah has just lost an election. So they lose.
Very few incumbents. And when you talk about incumbency, it's usually someone who has been. Incumbency is usually a strong word that quantifies the number of years. It's not just by definition, just the person who is in charge at the moment, and then there's a succession. But it could be talking about incumbency in terms of a person who has been in power, in the case of Africa, for even 10 years. Have you ever seen Museveni losing? Museveni?
Never.
Museveni he has lost all the elections. That's why he's in power.
So why is he in power?
Just like you're just agreeing with your statement.
And your friend and your friend Ruto. Sorry, before I'll be signing off in a minute. Your friend Ruto is a person who has got his training from Yoweri Museveni. You can see the yellowness
these things that you claim here. Eli, my brother, please.
Where Museveni has been backing Ruto from the word go. So even before he finished his deputy presidency with Ruto. Museveni has been behind this Ruto man. You know that. You know it. Don't deny. Where do you think they even got the choreography of the NRM colors on the UDA flag? Did that just come out of the blue? You analyze properly. No, it's not petty. Those are very strong, messages there.
Oh my God! Do you know how those colors came about? These are the things that we need to teach you.
Tell us. Tell us.
No, I'm saying I'll leave you guys. We meet tomorrow.
I wanted to make a point before Fred leaves. I wanted to ask him.
Yes.
Fred, and I know you're tired. I'll make a point, and also, I just wanted to tell you to go look at Article 138 3C, because I've
just
listened
come
to
again.
Article 138 of our Constitution 3 and subsection C. Because it addresses your concerns about the elections, and it actually just finishes this whole argument about the IBC chairman and the arguments that Azimio are making at the courts. Now, I liked what Eli said about 92, but I think with the advance in technology, the 2017 and 2022 elections were very hard to rig. And that's why I usually say, and you made a point that there's a script that was out there that doesn't want, it's kind of like they don't want Raila to win the elections, to be the president. He had a golden opportunity. I mean, he won. We had the
so
he won
no. Wait. So
yes.
Are you saying with your right senses that Ruto won election? Just be sincere. Are you saying that Ruto won?
Okay. Listen.
I'm asking you, are you sure that Ruto won the election?
That's yes, and I'm answering.
This is the article. This is the article. Please read it.
3C. After counting the votes in the polling station, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall tally and verify. Go down.
That's all.
Of which was not done.
No,
it was not verified. No, we are discussing what he has just brought us here.
Yeah. Just go on and.
The four commissioners came out to say that nothing was verified. Is it true?
But the commissioners,
no. Let's go.
I'm answering you. The problem you don't want me to talk.
Okay, I'll listen. That go on.
Those four commissioners are not responsible to declare who won. If you scroll down on that article that I'm reading, it says the results that are in the polling stations are not provisional; they are final, which means Chebukati cannot say anything that does not reflect to what was announced at the polling station. So if Raila got 4 votes at the polling station, Chebukati cannot say 4 votes in Embakasi. Raila cannot. I mean, IBC chairman cannot declare in the IBC when he's declaring president. Say, "Oh, Raila got 5." He has to go by what the polling station said.
So
and before they do that, and I'm finishing.
Your argument is very. I find it very petty because what you are telling us, you have taken us back. What I wanted us to know from where you are with the article that you have just brought, they say that the commissioners will verify, and then the IBC chairman will announce.
Yes.
No, here is a case where, from your letter here, constitution that you are reading us, the 4 IBC chairpersons came and said that they didn't verify the results that were brought to. It was just a paper. IBC came, read it, and it went like that.
Okay.
Now, as a Kenyan, just be sincere. This is the answer I want to know from you. Are you sure that Ruto won the elections of 2022?
Based on the evidence and what the law says.
According to you.
No, listen to me. Can you please listen? The problem
you are a Kenyan and you live in Kenya, or you
Ruto won.
Okay, that's
fair
the only
and square.
That's what I wanted. But
based on the law that I just cited.
No, and based on the law, you are wrong.
Listen,
the law.
Fred, let me just interject a bit, and I think you're missing the point, Fred. There's the law and of how elections are held. The law does not talk about the server. There's also the law. Remember Maina Kiai's ruling when Maraga ordered a repeat elections. Look at the ruling. That is the ruling that informed Kome's decision. In all the polling stations in Kenya, in all the polling stations, these are physical results proved by your agents, proved by IBC, and verified at Bomas.
Okay, where you are now.
You are defeated.
Yes, where you are. Where you are. To your point there. Is it true that the 4 commissioners came and said that they never verified the results, the last results. Let's talk the truth.
Okay.
No, that is first. The second thing I want to ask you, then I let you answer. Is it true by the time Chebukati was reading the results that he was reading, there were some polling stations that were never or no, were their tallied results were not already with him?
They were inconsequential.
Right.
Even if you were given
consequential.
Even if you add them up, they will not.
Consequential in this manner. Even if they were added to Ruto or added
They
to
could not
Raila,
reach that number.
they would not make a difference.
Right.
You know,
my friend.
let me tell you.
And the 4 commissioners, I'll tell you about the 4 commissioners.
We'll also tell you about the 4 commissioners, why they were there, and the reason why they were there, and why they refused.
And why? I'll just tell you what. I'll just tell you why them coming up with the material.
Let me tell you guys one thing. You know, we are all mature here, and even the people who are at the gist of this thing at the IBC there, they were mature people. But it won't be right, even for your siblings, you yourself, and Kenya
revolutionary.
Okay. It won't be a fair thing now. You know very well at the back of your mind that Ruto never won election, and you want to convince yourself that Ruto won election, yet is now in that chair and he can't even govern. It's a sign from God. That is first a sign from God, because if you really won, they say that leadership comes from God. But
yes,
if you go to that point,
mute.
when you are not elected, things become slippery. All of us know here, all Kenyans know that Ruto never won the elections. It is true, even him himself, he knows. Now, the thing here is, it is, if he were a good person, he went there through the dubious means, he should now work for the normal mwananchi. My issue here with Ruto is not even stealing election. My issue here is making life difficult for my fellow Kenyans. That is the problem. Can you imagine when Ruto left, sending euro home was 110. Now sending euro is 150. Reason our Kenya shillings has weakened.
Because of the structural adjustment program by the IMF, which Uhuru Kenyatta put us under. Let me go to the point that I wanted to make about Eli, that he said about Raila script and all that. I said Raila won in 2017, hands down, and they did not want to open the server, and the IBC was there. Okay, so if he really wanted to be a president, all he had to do was declare himself, which we actually did declare him the people's president. But guess what he did? He relinquished his power and gave it to Uhuru Kenyatta. And that's how he became unpopular. And that's why he lost this election in 2022, because he made his supporters, a huge number of supporters, disappointed by what he did in 2017. So I don't buy into this idea of the script theory by Eli.
The only day that you will show me, you will send me a link. I'll be here. Send me a link where the 22 results are published. That is the day I'll accept and move on that Ruto won election. But up to now, I tell you, I can.
Let me show you what you can do to get those results. Actually, once they have an IBC, you can actually use the freedom of they call it freedom of information here, but they have a name for it in Kenya. You can actually summon you can ask for it from the IBC so they can give you the copy of every constituency polling station in Kenya. And you can simply add it up and see what if it tallies with what Chebukati was telling us. If it doesn't, then
It does not tally. What the thing that even those provisional, the ones you are saying,
they are
they
not
don't
provisional,
add
they are
up.
final. They call them
Yes,
final. They are not
those ones,
provisional,
the
they're
one you
final.
are saying, they were not. But let me tell you, my friend, I wish you could be a Kenyan that is saying the truth. I wish. Not, it's not that my truth is the truth. I just wish we should all Kenyans say the truth for our new generation to come. Because as much as we are enjoying this one, because there are people who made it for us, we can also make for our young generations that are coming through saying the truth, because the truth shall set us free. But I tell you, one day when the servers will be open and you realize he didn't win, just say the truth.
All right,
Okay,
Fred.
we go. I go to sleep. Let's talk tomorrow.
Fred, we thank you very, very much for your contribution. We thank you for sharing what you believe is the truth. And we want you again to come and give more light to that information that you are telling us about. With
Yes.
you before you leave, so that you know and you equip yourself with information. Go to the Kenyan law. Kenyan law is normally published by the judiciary. So Kenyan law gives you all gazettes, all the information about elections in Kenya. So you can go there, find out for yourself that indeed the information is out there in the public. There is nothing to hide. This country, the beauty about this constitution that we have is that you cannot rule by by just by not following the law. You have to follow the law to the letter. When the law says that you have to gazette the results of the presidential elections, that will happen. When the law says that IBC has to be constituted, that is going to
It has been done. So you are assuring me it has been done.
It has been done. It has been done. I just
Okay.
wanted, in fact, I wanted to show you
No, you have given me the link. Tomorrow I'll come
I
with
have given you the
information.
link, and you also go to the Kenyan Gazette. It is almost it's almost over 500 pages. I couldn't download it, so you go to the link, watch for yourself. Tomorrow, come with the information. Otherwise, have a good night, and thank you for being part of Africa. And we are glad that everybody else who are in the panel section, thank you for being part of the team. And thank you very much. Thank you, who else? Kenya Revolutionary, thank you for being here and on the comment section. Jeffrey Ruto, we miss your commentary. You need to come to the panel and give your side of story. Good year, you never disappoint. Thank you very much for being part of the Afrique family. Victor Magwala, I hope that all of you have subscribed as much as you're commenting on the comment section. Please subscribe to Afrique. Go to our page on YouTube and make sure that you have subscribed to Afrique so that we have got the motivation to bring you the content each and every time that you see us here. So please, tufanyie hiyo favor. Enda kwa YouTube page, enda kwa Facebook, uweke comment pale kwa Facebook page ya Afrique. Please place your comment there. That is the only way that we will know that you're following this channel. On YouTube, you need to subscribe so that we get the numbers. The numbers are also very, very important that you get to subscribe so that Leo and the rest of the team can bring for you your daily newspaper. Jex can be with us here all the time. So that subscription is so important. So finally, I think we come to a close of this wonderful session. I'm glad all of you are still watching this wonderful show. And make sure you like, make sure you tick on Afrique, and see you tomorrow. Leo will be back with the newspaper review tomorrow in the morning. And starting next week, the Dr. Shamba, if you've got any issues about your land, any issues that is going on with some family property, especially on land. We have somebody who has worked in the Ministry of Land, has worked in survey, called Engineer Florence. We normally host every Sunday at 10 p.m. on Afrique. So any issues on land, if you've got questions, you send them to our email, afriqued24 at d24hours@gmail.com. There you have it on the screen, afriqued24hours@gmail.com. If you have got anything that you want us to improve on the show, please come up and, if you feel that you are a good presenter also, we want you also to come on board and help us in moderating some of these shows. Please come on board and be part of this wonderful, wonderful team. If you don't feel like coming on board, please be part of the comment section. The comment section has also wonderful people who bring some questions which are very important to us. They form part of this wonderful big family. The reason why we differ here and why we talk about our country is because we love our country. My opinions are not always 100% right. If you don't agree with me, you please just bring your opinion, share it with us. We cannot all be correct. A human being sometimes makes mistakes. So we make mistakes, it is part of life. So you come here, you correct our positions, and we move on. I want to leave you by these words of wisdom from one Daniel Arap Moi. I think this has been played over and over again. We don't really get over it.
Nilisema mwaka wa 98 kwamba nitajiuzulu ama nitastaafu kipindi hiki cha miaka 5 iki. Nilisema mwaka wa 98 kwamba nitajiuzulu ama nitastaafu kipindi hiki cha miaka 5 ikisha. Wengine hawakuamini kwa sababu wanaamini power katika kontinenti la Afrika, kwamba kuna mtu anaweza kuwacha power ya urais. Power iko kwa wananchi, na sisi tu ni wadhamini yao.
Mimi nataka munisaidie mahali moja, munizungumzie huyu seneta wetu tafadhali, Bwana Omutata. Wewe sasa unataka kunipeleka kotini, na ile kazi mimi nafanya ni kupangia watu hawa ajira. Kwani sasa utaki hawa watu wapateko kazi? Please, hokia tafadhali. Ama namna gani jameni, watu wa Busia? Nisaidieni jameni, mumuongeleshe huyu jamaa apunguze mambo ya.
Bwana Rais, wewe rafiki yangu, hata unakumbuka ile mambo yanasewa ikianza, nilikuja kwa ofisi yako Transnational House, nikakupata huko na Bwana Ole Kaparo. Tukaongea, nikakwambia nataka kwenda kotini na naenda kupanda basi ya jioni niende Bungoma ni file case. Ukachukua shilingi 30,000 ukanipatia, akasema tumia hii ikusaidie. Huku jua nilikuwa na shilingi 2,000 peke yake. Bwana Rais, wewe rafiki yangu, hata unakumbuka ile mambo yanasewa ikianza, nilikuja kwa ofisi yako Transnational House, nikakupata huko na bwana Ole Kaparo. Tukaongea nikakwambia nataka kwenda kotini na naenda kupanda basi ya jioni niende Bungoma ni file case. Ukachukua shilingi 30,000 ukanipatia, akasema tumia hii ikusaidie. Huku jua nilikuwa na shilingi 2,000 peke yake.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Twaenda mbio, Kenya yaenda mbele. Kwa elimu twaenda mbele, matibabuni twaenda mbele, viwandani twaenda mbele, na mashambani twaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Ziwa la Victoria linaunganisha Kenya na Uganda, Kenya na Tanzania. Fika Mombasa, mito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu.
PPMC Production.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya kupendeza, kamwe hatutaiacha. Kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. Kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. Mwenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya